Chapter 1 Son of Pears. Really, I won't wear a decent character if I want to cross. What's the matter with the son of a villain who has no super ability? In Manhattan at night, a young man sitting in a car was muttering. In front of him, there is a long queue in traffic jam. When awakening came and found that she had actually crossed into the Marvel world. Moreover, this body has a father named Alexander Pears. It is the big villain who was shot to death by the halogen egg at the end of Captain United States 2. There are many villains in the Marvel world, but I am afraid it is difficult to find a villain weaker than Pears, because this guy is just an ordinary old man. When herself wanted to complain, "You are such a bad old man, what kind of villain in this dangerous world where even the gods might die? Are you looking for death?" Even worse, Pears has joined Hydra for decades, and it is impossible to quit whitewashing. You can only go to the dark one by one on the road of the villain. As long as I think about how he will be treated by the world as the son of Hydra leader after Pears is finished in the future, I can't wait to escape the United States quickly. Oh, Dad wants me to work in SHIELD. Isn't that sending sheep to the tiger's mouth? Doesn't have the slightest confidence in Pears's inside plan. The reason can't be simpler. Marvel is such a great god-flying world. You want to rule the world with a few flying carriers? Maybe Tony can make you all black with J.A.R.V.I.S. Ding, super-dimensional lucky draw group started. The host has been bound. Host gets the title of lottery group administrator. Hearing the sudden sound in his head, was stunned at first, but immediately revealed a surprise. Could it be that this is the necessary gold finger for travelers? Great. The Marvel world is inherently perilous, and ordinary people may die at any time, not to mention him, the son of a weak villain. With gold finger, maybe Eddie can change his fate against the sky, so that he can survive in this cruel world, and even become a real powerhouse. In the first invitation, you can invite 6 members from the heavens and the world. Should you invite them now? At this time, in Eddie's mind, a chat platform a bit similar to the Penguin appeared. Chose invite. Without hesitation. I am not a human being, I have joined the lucky draw group. The king is responsible for the great world and has joined the lottery group. One-eyed writer, has joined the lottery group. The evil king's true eye is the strongest and has joined the lucky draw group. I am Iron Man, I have joined the lucky draw group. Use the moon to destroy the earth, has joined the lottery group. Wen's expression became weird when she saw the names of these people. I'm not a man, do you want to be a ghost? Use the moon to destroy the earth? Why don't you use the earth to destroy the sun? I am Iron Man? I am in the Marvel world now, where did this Iron Man come from? These weird people can really help me. At this time, the members have started chatting. I'm not a human being, what is this place? Did I stay in the dark for too long, so I had hallucinations? I am Iron Man, it seems that I need to create a battle armor against mental attacks in the future. However, you dare to violate my consciousness. Do you want to be bankrupted by my lawyer? One-eyed writer, ha ha ha, this is really interesting, I have inspired the new book. The king is responsible for the great world, this king has not spoken, what are you bastards doing nonsense? One-eyed writer, how do you speak upstairs? Do you want me to rip off your tongue and eat it in front of you? I'm not a human being, or let me suck his blood and make his corpse a corpse servant. The king is responsible for the great world, are you a group of ants, so anxious to die? The true eye of the evil king is the strongest, in front of my true eye of the evil king, reality and spirit will be shattered and disappeared. The mere illusion is even more important. Destroy the earth with the moon, the pupil technique of our clan is the best in the world. What a real eye is not worth mentioning. The true eyes of the evil king are the strongest, what a big tone. When my true eyes of the evil king unseal the seal, you will be the first victim. Destroy the earth with the moon, good. I am waiting for you on the moon. Seeing this, I went frowned. None of these members seem to be good. It seems that he will have a headache in the future. I went, welcome everyone to join the super-dimensional lucky draw group, I am the one who invites you. When I went spoke, everyone fell silent. Because Iwen's name has a very clear mark. Administrator. After a while, someone spoke. I am Iron Man. Oh, I have to admit, you succeeded in getting my attention. I am very interested in your technology patents that affect your consciousness. You can make a price at will. I bought it. Chapter 2D or stand-in. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. One-eyed writer, administrator. You remind me of those guys from CCG. People with power are never good things. I'm not a human being, yes, that's why someone like me who transcends humans should stand on top of the world. Humans, such low-level creatures, are only worthy of my food. One-eyed writer, food. Could it be that you are also a cannibal? I'm not a human being, what is the canon? This uncle only needs to drink their blood to ensure that he will never grow old and die. Pigs eat grass, people eat pigs, and I eat people. So this uncle is the real master of everything. Ha ha. The king is responsible for the great world, but after eating a few people, you want to become the king? You are really a funny guy. It's been a long time since I laughed so much about a piff slander. I'm not a human being, humph. You are a low-level creature with a lifespan of only a few decades, but you are just a monkey. The king is responsible for the great world. If you open your mouth and shut your mouth and put immortality on your mouth, you will know that you are just a shallow ant. Eternal life is nothing but the unrealistic of the mundane, but the foolish dreams of the bastards who think that if you live forever, you will not have an end. I'm not a human being, UBD. The king is responsible for the great world, ha ha ha, this king does not need eternal life. This king was born as a human being. After having tasted the joy and joy, he died as a human being and became a hero that will continue to be celebrated in future generations. So, why should I be immortal? I have no reason to fear death. How about you? Have you left a name in history? Does anyone remember you? I'm not a human being. The Atlantic Ocean, off the coast of Africa. Inside a shipwreck deep in the sea, lies a gorgeous iron box, which looks like a coffin. And in this iron box locked from the inside, there is actually a man alive. However, this person seemed to be in a bad mood. The nails of both hands pierced the lid of the iron box like iron hooks. But he still retained some sanity, and didn't use too much force so as not to pierce the box and let the sea water in. Damn BD, if I can get out from here and find you again, you know I'm great. The man bit his lower lip and thought bitterly. Destroying the earth with the moon, eating human flesh and drinking human blood, really a bunch of disgusting guys, this world really failed. Only to destroy it completely. After saying this, his ID went dark, and it seemed to be offline. One-eyed writer, disgusting. Are you sick? Do you think we really like cannibalism? As for the destruction of the world, then come. I've had enough of this FG world. The true eye of the evil king is the strongest. Anyway, I am a resident of the demon world, even if this world is destroyed, it does not matter to me. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the quarrel between the group members seemed to be gradually expanding, I reluctantly pressed the all members mute button. At this time, everything was cleaned down. In a classroom at a school in the island country, a girl with a petite figure with a bandage on her left hand and a blindfold on her right eye showed regret on her face. It's a pity that it's banned. Soon she laughed silently. Ogres and vampires, as well as moon dwellers and destruction of the world. The people in this group are so interesting. The petite girl Zionaiaolaiahua raised her left eye, looked at the other classmates who were still attending the class carefully, and curled her lips. Usually, I always say behind my back that I have a secondary disease. You should really read what the people in this group say. After implementing the ban, I can finally calm down and guess the identities of these group members. From the above statement, this one-eyed writer is a ghoul. Judging from the screen name, it is almost certain that she is the one-eyed owl Gao Shiquan. As for the king who is responsible for the world, there is no doubt that it is the street lamp king Jinchi. And this I'm not a man is almost always the big villain in JoJo, Dior Brando, who turned himself into a vampire with the face of a stone ghost. Thinking of Dior's identity, a strange light flashed in Iwen's eyes. If by the standards of the Marvel world, the strength of the vampire Dior is nothing, not to mention, he still has the weakness of being afraid of the sun. But he has a kind of ability, even in the Marvel world, it can be called extremely rare. In addition to the vampire, Dior has another identity, that is, the stand-in messenger who masters the magical super ability. And his stand-in world can stop time. After lifting the ban on all staff, Iwen began to think about how to get Dior's substitute ability. At this moment, he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the front of the long traffic jam, and then there was a panic of surprise roar. Iwen stretched her head out of the car window, barely able to see. There seemed to be two robots fighting in the distance ahead. No. This is the fight between Iron Overlord and Iron Man. The Marvel plot has already started. Suddenly, Iwen glanced at the chat group in surprise, and saw that I Am Iron Man was speaking. No way. This guy is still chatting while being crushed by someone. Chapter 3 Shield Director Tony Stark. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. 30 years. I have been helping you. In the middle of the highway, Iron Man raised huge amounts of Iron Man, and then fell to the ground severely. But he still couldn't get rid of his anger, so he raised his big foot and stepped on it. I started this company from scratch. No one can take it away from me. Iron Bawang stepped heavily on his feet until the creak of steel being twisted came from under his feet, and then he moved his feet away. At the moment Iron Man has been stepped into the ground, and sparks have emerged from several places of the steel battle suit on his body. Seeing this, Iwen finally couldn't bear it, and said in the group at Iron Man, "Are you okay now?" "I am Iron Man, okay. I'm fine. I just asked Hill to make me a cup of coffee." Iwen, are you really Tony Stark? Isn't it a fake? I am Iron Man, I love to laugh. I am a super genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, superhero, and SHIELD director Tony Stark. Who dare to impersonate me? When did Tony become the SHIELD director? When Iwen was wondering, a bright light flashed in her mind. Tony in the movie did not do it, but Tony in the comics did it as SHIELD director. There are many parallel universes in the Marvel world. Because the movie has adapted the comics, an independent Marvel movie universe, the Earth 199999, has also been derived. The main universe in Marvel Comics is called Earth 616. In order to confirm, Iwen continued to ask at Iron Man, "May I ask? The Hill you mentioned just now, is S.H.I.E.L.D. Deputy Director Maria Hill?" "I'm Iron Man, that's right. When I just ordered her to make me coffee, her eyes couldn't wait to eat me. I just like to watch her go crazy, but I can't help it. Ah ha ha ha. This Tony has a terrible character." Iwen couldn't help sighing. If Tony in the movie is just a little arrogant, Tony in the comics is almost a thin line from the scum. Not only after becoming the SHIELD director, he openly ordered the deputy director Maria Hill to make coffee for him in front of outsiders, and even ordered Xiao Chili to pour wine for the girls he had just met at a reception. However, his character was so bad that he was not beaten to death for a reason. Tony's genius in the comic world is at least several orders of magnitude higher than in the movie world. In the movie world, Tony at best produced an anti-Hulk armor, In the comics world, Tony also produced anti-Thor armor, anti-Magneto armor, and even anti-Phoenix armor. I don't know how much better than in the movie. But what do I have to exchange for his armor? When Iwen was worrying, the voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. The memory copy upload function has been unlocked. The administrator can upload his own memory to the group file for group members to download. Each group member downloads a complete memory copy, and the administrator can get corresponding points according to the file size of the memory copy. Iwen was pleasantly surprised. He has read a lot of Marvel comics. If it is a copy of the memory related to Iron Man, it should be able to impress him. However, which part of the memory should be uploaded? Wait, he said that he is now the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, and that big event happened during his tenure as director. With an idea, Iwen decided to ask first. Tony, did you join an organization called the Illuminati? Did you throw Hulk into the universe? I am Iron Man. How would you know this? Are you also a person from the Illuminati? This kind of illusion, is it possible that you are the dead bald head of Charles Xavier? Iwen almost laughed out loud when he heard Tony's answer. The Illuminati is an organization in Marvel Comics that secretly protects the world. Its members include Reed Richards, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Professor X, Black Bat King and others. But this organization is extremely unreliable, claiming to create more problems than it solves. The most famous of the Luzi they stabbed out was the so-called Hulk World War. Because these virgins believed that Hulk had done too much damage and were unwilling to kill him, they simply stuffed Hulk into a spaceship and shot it into space. Unexpectedly, Hulk would soon come back to avenge and knock down almost all the superhero. Hulk at this time, because of being too angry, his power reached an incredible level. So it is also known as Hulk. Knowing that Iron Man and others had just thrown Hulk into the universe, Iwen immediately uploaded the memory copy of the Hulk World War to the group file. Ding! The administrator uploads a memory copy. Members of the group, please pay attention to the reception. Then, the number of downloads of the memory copies suddenly became 5. Obviously, except for the use the moon to destroy the Earth that was offline, the other 5 people all downloaded the memory copies. And when Hulk swept all the superhero scenes in Marvel, everyone was shocked. Chapter 4 Hulk World War. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. After Hulk arrived on Earth, Iron Man was the first to be defeated by him, and then the Fantastic Four, Doctor Strange, and all X-Men were defeated by him. In the end, it was the strongest superhero on Earth, Sentry and Hulk, who had the explosive power of millions of suns, were both defeated, allowing Iron Man to find a chance to defeat Hulk with several military satellites. Tony Stark, who was still in the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office, was drinking coffee leisurely, and almost squirted the coffee out of fright. I am Iron Man, oh God. This green monster is back. Has become so powerful. I knew we should have thrown him into the sun. What should I do now? Seeing that he was defeated by Hulk, after stripping off the steel battlesuit, his nose and face were swollen. He didn't look like a human or a ghost. Tony, who was always arrogant, only felt a little shuddering in his body. Although they defeated Hulk in the video, who knows what it is like in reality? When Hulk really comes back, will he beat himself into a patties with a punch? No, 3 generations of anti-Hulk armor must be developed now, no. At least 4 generations must be developed. 5 generations. While Tony was panicked, he also had an unprecedented sense of crisis. He had already upgraded the anti-Hulk armor to the 2nd generation, but now it seems that it is far from enough. And the other 4 people were almost all shocked by the images in the memory copy. Except for Zionaiaoliahua, the other 3 are all first-class powerhouses in this world, and they have full confidence in their own strength. Unlike flat cartoons, memory copies can give people the same feeling as watching a movie. It was as if they had really seen the earth-shattering battles with their own eyes. Especially when Sentry, who had the full power of the last million sun explosions, collided with Hulk. Countless vehicles, buildings were all turned to ashes under their superpowers, making these three people from their hearts feel the horror of their strength. One-eyed writer, is this the energy emitted by biological energy? It was incredible that Tatara could breathe fire. But compared with that golden guy, his fire is almost the same as the flame of a candle. The king is responsible for the great world. Well, these two miscellaneous, well, their strength is still good. I'm not a human being, there are such creatures. I gave up the power of human beings, compared with them, it's just like a joke. Dior's mentality collapsed. He chose to use the stone ghost face to turn himself into a vampire. In addition to pursuing longevity, the most important thing is to gain supreme power. But in front of the two golden and green monsters, his little power is just as worthless as the ants. Among all people, only one person has a different response. The evil king's true eyes are the strongest, haha, this one is really pretty. However, as long as I show the true power of the evil king's true eyes, I won't be worse than them. From the point of view of Little Bird Uliuhua, this video is only part of the latest Hollywood science fiction movie, so although she is shocked, she is not scared at all. These people are really ridiculous. Just now they said horribly that humans are nothing more than food, but when I watched a special effects blockbuster, I was so frightened. Where are all the hillbillies? In the classroom, the girl with the blindfold on her right eye dangling on the chair, her mouth slightly raised. This group is really interesting, and I have to find out later when this movie will be released. The ignorant of the second-degree girl was fearless, but Dior was almost frightened by her speech. Unexpectedly, there is such a strong man in this group. Fortunately, I didn't offend him just now. Otherwise, if he finds him, I'm afraid I will be beaten up by a face. Even my regenerative healing factor can't be restored. At this time, Iwen was considering how to ask Tony for a battle suit, and the voice of the system suddenly rang. A total of 5 group members downloaded the small memory copy uploaded by the host, and the host received 2,500 points. The host gets points for the first time and will be rewarded with a lottery. The scope of the reward is the Moon World. Is it now a lottery? As the administrator, the host has its own European King attribute, and each draw will surely win the best prize. Iwen was stunned, and after communicating with the system, she figured out that the prizes of the system are all-encompassing, including all kinds of weird things in the heavens and the world. If the reward scope is the Moon World, then there will be nothing related to other worlds. After listening, Iwen said without hesitation. Lottery. Congratulations to the host, you have won the prize Heroic Fragment. Looking at the fragments of the heroic spirit that appeared in his hands, Iwen had a series of messages flooded into his mind, and there was also a surprise on his face. The heroic shard is a one-time item of the system, and will disappear when used up. After using it, he can become a hero in a short time. Get all the abilities and even treasures of this hero. And what Iwen drew was a particularly powerful hero. This European Emperor attribute is really incredible. The first draw allowed me to draw such a powerful hero. Iwen was immersed in joy, and suddenly realized that there was a quarrel in the group again. The king is responsible for the world at Iron Man, is the guy beaten as a dog in the memory copy you? What a laugh, dead man. I am Iron Man, humph, facing such a monster, what if you replace it with you? The king is responsible for the great world, haha, the treasures of this king are endless, no matter how powerful a monster is, it can't hurt this king. It's really ABD who doesn't know how to utter such a dumb question. I am Iron Man, UBD. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Iwen sighed and asked the system. Is there any function that can be used to resolve disputes between group members? You can mute or even ban group members from logging in. You can also open a virtual battlefield, allowing them to single-handedly solve the contradiction in the battlefield. Virtual battlefield? What is that? After asking the system carefully, I realized that the so-called virtual battlefield is an illusion similar to virtual reality. However, if he raises the reality of the virtual battlefield to 100%, then everything that happens inside will be faithfully reflected in reality. What is lost on the virtual battlefield will also be lost in reality. Chapter 5 Grab the Golden Shining Departure Sword. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. After thinking about it, I felt that we should try to mediate first. I at Iron Man, don't quarrel anymore, otherwise, both of you will be muted. The king is responsible for the great world, humph. You miscellaneous repairman. Just now, I haven't settled the king's account with you. Even dare to threaten this king. Are you trying to die? When I saw it, she was also full of anger. This golden glitter is so arrogant. As she was about to give Jin Shining a forbidden package, a wonderful idea suddenly came up in Iwen's mind. Golden Shining is indeed the pinnacle of the heroic spirit, but the fragment of the heroic spirit in my hand, this time you are unlucky. Iwen is in charge of the great world. Seeing you have such a big tone, do you dare to decide the victory or defeat with me on the virtual battlefield? The king is responsible for the great world, haha. It is unforgivable for you and other mortals to dare to challenge this king. But this time this king gives you a chance to fight on an equal footing with this king. Let me see your last struggle, although this king already knows the end. Seeing that the mysterious administrator actually personally end up to challenge the king, the rest of the group members are also very surprised. I'm Iron Man, oh, admin, you must blow up that nasty guy? Let him learn how to be a man. One-eyed writer, who is it? You might as well chop him directly into minced meat, make it into human flesh, and then slowly eat it all. I'm Iron Man, well, forget it, I'm afraid of diarrhea. The evil king's true eyes are the strongest, humph. People in the demon world don't need food at all, and they can survive only by the magic elements in the air. I am not a human being, I am curious, how strong is the administrator? Can you kill this a hole in a flash? The king is responsible for the great world, ignorant fool. Let you all see how powerful this king is. Soon, Iwen and Jin Shining both entered the virtual battlefield. To show fairness, Iwen set the terrain of the virtual battlefield to be an ordinary city. At one end of the street, there appeared a majestic man wearing golden armor with blonde hair and red eyes. It is the hero King Gilgamesh. He looked at 100 or 200 meters away, a thin and slender man who was almost over 2 meters tall, with an arrogant smile on his face. Are you a guy who hides his head and shows his tail, is the so-called administrator? This outfit is really suitable for a rat who dare not meet people like you. The thin man was covered with a piece of long cloth on his head, completely covering his face and back of his head, and then hung down to cover the front and back of his body, with a chain wrapped around it. Seeing the mysterious administrator, he was actually dressed up after he appeared on the scene, and the rest of the group members who were watching the game in the live broadcast room were also stunned. I'm Iron Man, I didn't expect the administrator to look like this. Well, I'm a little disappointed. One-eyed writer, I have very strong muscles, I really want to pinch to see. I'm not a human being, haha, don't you try it? At the moment, Iwen, who turned into a thin man by using fragments of heroic spirits, gave a chuckle. The famous hero king, does he only use his mouth? One pick of glittering eyebrows. Let this king, who should be looked up to, stand on the same ground as your BD, this disrespect is already a sin. While he was speaking, countless golden ripples lit up in the space around Iwen, and a lot of shiny treasures emerged from it. Cover him like a spear forest. Jin Shining looked at Iwen with her eyes as she looked at the prey falling into the trap and said coldly. Any last words? Iwen didn't say a word, stretched out his right palm facing up, and made a provocative move towards him. Court death. With a movement of Jin Shining, countless treasures were shot out of the golden ripples like machine gun bullets, and a large number of treasures in units of tens, hundreds, and thousands continued to attack Iwen. These treasures include the long sword to slay the dragon, the magic sword to extinguish, and the long spear to slay the hero. Seeing such an amazing scene, the members of the group took a sigh of relief, and even the face of little bird Yuliuhua, who had always been indifferent, changed. Is this magic? Or 3D projection? Boom boom boom. Countless treasures fell, arousing huge amounts of smoke and dust. The terrifying shockwave swept all over. Seeing this scene, Dior couldn't help thinking. That manager probably won't even have a piece of meat left. But when the smoke was gone, even the glittering pupils shrank a bit. I saw Iwen standing unscathed among countless hills built of treasures, just casually slapping the dust on the cloth on her body. I am Iron Man, does the administrator own Hulk's body? One-eyed writer, even if I become a hero, I am afraid that I will die in the face of this offensive. I'm not a human being, I can't even bear my immortality. The administrator is really unfathomable. The evil king's true eye is the strongest, in front of my evil king's true eye, any attack is useless. Hey, he, ha ha ha. In the long cloth covering his head, Iwen's ridiculous laughter came out. What's so funny? Jin Shining asked blankly. It's so weak. Iwen said coldly, I just know how to throw weapons out of the way, it's better to throw some sand. Pull out the deepest sword in your warehouse, so it's equal. The deviant sword is equivalent to my duplication, not a sword for weak people like you. Jin Xinjian said as if a declaration, prove it to me, and prove that you are qualified to worship the strong man who is deviated from the sword. It's really stupid, it's definitely a death penalty if you pull it out. Iwen murmured a little, and then, with a roar, a belt on his waist radiated a strange light. Against the background of the light, his aura increased several times in vain. There is such a power. Jin Shining frowned slightly. Since the treasure of the king is not effective against this person, the other party has exploded with terrifying strength. If he suddenly raided him, maybe she would really be in danger. No way, who is Jin Shining and another nickname is Elbow King. In UBW, the coyote chopped his elbow as soon as he got close. Well, let UBD see the strongest treasure in the world today. A golden key appeared in Jin Shining's hand, and then a red light flashed. He used the key to open the weapon storehouse in the void and held up a sword. The sword body of this sword is composed of 3 cylinders, which slowly rotate like a grinding disc, rubbing and rotating, spreading inestimable magic power. Jin Shining laughed and laughed. I will cut you off with this illusory world. Here weave the original hell. Seeing this sword, Iwen's eyes showed joy and longing. Heaven and earth leave pishixing obediently, you will be mine from now on. Take it. Reincarnation, Pandora. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Use the deviated sword to hit Golden Shining. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Wake up, Amuma, Elish. Smash the enemy in front of me. Jin Shining roared, the red runes on the body of the deviated sword lit up, and the 3-section grinding disc-like cylinders were rotating in different directions. The crimson magic soon filled the entire virtual battlefield. The sky is roaring, and the earth is screaming. Amumalish in ancient Mesopotamian mythology, is the god of heaven and center who is in charge of the earth and water. The departure sword is the original sword that witnessed the feat of creation in the age of mythology. The task of its blade was to split the chaos sky and earth in half and give it its exact shape. Now Jin Shining is not only preparing to kill Iwen, but also trying to cut the entire virtual battlefield into pieces. He was full of fear for this inexplicable chat group, ready to take the opportunity to solve the problem all at once. In the live broadcast room, looking at Jin shining before taking a shot, her momentum is already so terrifying. The members of the group all mentioned their throats, worried that the administrator would be killed in the next moment. However, at this moment, Iwen activated his hidden treasure. The usurper of the sky wind. At this moment fate, hope and despair all alternate. Jin Shining was preparing to turn the hateful administrator in front of him into cosmic dust with a sword. Suddenly he felt light in his hands. He instinctively raised his eyes and immediately revealed an unbelievable look in his eyes. His deviant's sword disappeared. Hee. Iwen's deep laughter came from a distance. Are you the sword of heaven and earth in the mythology of Mesopotamia? You are indeed worthy of taking it. Jin Shining followed the prestige, and suddenly let out a furious roar. Mongrel! You, how dare you! I saw the deviant's sword, the most precious treasure in his treasure house, being held in the hands of the mysterious man in front of him. Moreover, Jin Shining no longer feels the magic power of the departure sword. In other words, the owner of this supreme treasure is no longer him. Ha ha ha. Feeling Jin Shining's ferocious anger, but full of puzzled eyes, Iwen smiled triumphantly. The reason why he was able to do such an incredible thing as robbing treasures in the air is entirely due to the heroic spirit he transformed into. The true identity of this hero is Hercules, the great hero who has completed the 12 trials in Greek mythology. He sacrificed his divinity and immortality, replaced part of the 12 trials with the treasure 12 glory from his lifetime, and used his original nickname Alcades as the name. The 12 glory is a treasure that embodies the 12 trials completed by Hercules, including the denial of humanity and the rejection of all the furs of beasts from the props of human civilization. As long as he is still wearing the fur of the beast, no props made by humans can hurt him. Iwen used this treasure before, unscathed, to receive the baptism of thousands of treasures of the king. The treasure that can snatch the departure sword is his third hidden treasure besides 12 glory and shooting 100 heads, the reincarnation, Pandora with a level of X. At that time, when he got the fragment of the heroic spirit, Iwen was only surprised by the power of Alcades. He didn't expect that within a few minutes, he would use this hero to grab the world's most powerful treasure. Heaven and earth obediently leave pishixing. The snatch of Tianfeng's usurper was not just a physical snatch, but cut all connections. The current departure sword has only one owner, Iwen. You damn BD, how dare you touch my treasure with your dirty hands? Don't let me down. Hearing Jin Shining yelling furiously, Iwen smiled and asked the system. System, if I reduce the reality of the virtual battlefield now, won't it affect the ownership of this sword? No, in reality, this sword already belongs to you. No matter how you adjust the realism next, it will not change this. That's good. Iwen nodded. In fact, from the perspective of eternal trouble, Iwen's best choice should be to take this opportunity to completely wipe out Jin Shining with the deviating sword. The reality of the virtual battlefield is now 100%, and Jin Shining is dead here if she is dead. But for one thing, Iwen didn't want to do things so terribly. Secondly, if he kills Jin Shining without saying a word, even if other members of the group hate Jin Shining, they will inevitably have the sorrow of death and fox in their hearts, worrying that the next person to be killed by the administrator will be himself. In that case, the hearts of this group will disperse. If the members of the group are not in this group, what is the point of Iwen, a bare-boned administrator? Moreover, Iwen has other plans for Jin Shining. However, let's take it on you first, and try how powerful the deviant sword is. Iwen raised the deviant sword in his hand, and the red and black sword quickly engulfed a spiral of crimson air current. Like a strong hurricane. However, the destructive power of this red air current is not comparable to that of a hurricane. Because that is the power that can cut off space and smash everything. Iwen laughed. Take this blow as a farewell ritual. Shining Gold. P.S. Heroic Alcades comes from Fate/Strange, Fic. PS2, New Book, First Day Collection is very important, ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Jin Shining loses, the group is shocked. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Looking at the red light flooding the sky and the earth before her eyes, Jin Shining only felt cold all over her body. As the master of the departure sword, no one knows the power of this creation artifact better than him. Although there are countless treasures in his treasure house, even if they are added up, it may not be able to withstand the blow of the deviant sword. And with the range of the deviated sword, even if he summoned Vimla right away, he couldn't escape. But in any case, Jin Shining won't wait to die. Get me around him, the lock of the sky. Jin Shining yelled. Several gold ripples appeared around Iwen, among them there appeared golden weapons like the tip of a gun, but behind the tip of the gun, there was an almost infinite golden chain. Then the chain sounded, and Iwen's body and limbs were firmly entangled by the golden chains. This is the chain that was used to trap the bull of the sky that plunged Uruk into a 7-year famine. Gilgamesh and Ea, the sword of deviance, are the same, no, still above it. The characteristic of the lock of the sky is that the higher the divinity of the target, the more difficult it is to break free. Therefore, for Hercules, the chain of heaven became a more difficult treasure than the curry stick. Miscellaneous repair. Do you think that you can do nothing by grabbing my treasure? I dare to blaspheme my felony with the sword, I must let you repay it 10 times 100 times. Jin Shining roared angrily, but her eyes also revealed there was a look of relief. The more powerful this masked man is, the harder it should be to break the lock of heaven. What? How is this possible? Shining golden eyes turned into horror in an instant. Although Iwen was entangled by the lock of heaven, it didn't seem to be affected much. The deviant's sword in his hand is constantly accumulating magic power. Golden Shining, if it is Hercules full of divinity, I am afraid that you will be trapped by your lock of heaven. It is a pity, although I have the power to compare with Hercules, but in my body, there is no trace of divinity. One of the characteristics of the heroic spirit of Alcades is that there is no divinity in his body. Coupled with his special treasures, it is simply a special hero for the golden glitter that specifically restrains Gilgamesh. Looking at Jin Shining in panic, before he could react, Iwen yelled. Enuma, Elish. Heaven and earth leave Pishixing obediently. At this time, as Iwen uttered a drink and slashed with Deviant's sword, the crimson air current that was originally wrapped around Deviant's sword quickly expanded into a red hurricane that tore away the golden front vision. Immediately afterwards, the red hurricane swept forward in a posture like devouring the world. Boom! Accompanied by a series of loud noises, this scarlet hurricane is like an eraser, wiping everything straight ahead. Even the clouds in the sky have been swept away. When the dust settled, all the streets and buildings in front of Iwen disappeared, leaving only a bottomless valley several hundred meters wide, extending far beyond unknown. And Jin Shining has disappeared without a trace, not even a single hair is left. Ding, the power of space destruction is detected, and this system has suppressed some of the destruction to prevent the virtual battlefield from collapsing. Please pay attention to the host. Seeing the sight in front of her, and hearing the announcement of the system, Iwen herself was a little startled. Such destruction! Or the effect after suppression. Then how terrifying is the power of the departure sword without suppression? Then, Iwen frowned slightly again. Even with Alcade's A-level magic power, after swiping this sword, Iwen still felt helpless. Wait until this heroic fragment expires. Do I still have the ability to use the deviated sword? In the live broadcast room, after a short silence, the group members burst out. I am Iron Man, what weapon does the administrator have? Is this an alien technology? Tony was completely shocked. As the top weapon manufacturer of Marvel World Earth 616, weapons that are 10 times more powerful than nuclear weapons, he has produced them all. But with such a small but powerful weapon, he hadn't even heard of it. One-eyed writer, even 100 of me, in front of the administrator, will all be bombarded with scum. Seeing the deep valley that seemed to extend to the end of the horizon, a sense of powerlessness rose in Takatsuki's heart. Her one-eyed king form, as long as it is not against the White Death God, is a rare opponent. But in the face of this kind of natural disaster-like destructive power, even 100 one-eyed kings are just a group of ants, and they can be crushed by a wave of their hands. I'm not a human being, trembling, thank the administrator for not killing. The evil king's true eye is the strongest, this, is indeed very powerful. If my evil king's true eye is full of power, maybe Zionaiaoliahua's awesomeness finally couldn't blow it anymore. Seeing this horrible scene in front of her, the petite girl only felt that her head was a little dizzy. No? Are there really such great people in this group? Isn't this a special effects movie? After a while, an unexpected person spoke. The king is responsible for the great world, oh. Administrator, you miscellaneous repairer. Bring back my deviant's sword. Beast. I'm not a human being, cut, you are not dead yet. One-eyed writer, the administrator is really soft-hearted, even a guy like you is reluctant to kill. I am Iron Man, just right, when I make a more powerful armor, I will let you golden glitter know how good I am, Uncle Tony. However, even though these group members said so, they were unanimously relieved. If the administrator really killed Jin Shining all at once, they would have to consider whether the next one would be themselves. Seeing Jin Shining still screaming in the group, Iwen simply gave him a 24-hour silence. This should give him some time to calm him down. Iwen doesn't worry that Jin Shining will never be in this group again. Is his deviant sword still in his hands? Is he willing? As long as you still want this sword, we have to talk to each other, he. In Iwen's view, Jin Shining is an extremely arrogant person, only to show his strength in front of him, and then to get rid of his arrogance, can he slowly negotiate terms with him. Otherwise, whatever you say, he will only treat you as an ant. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Dior's Vampire Ability. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. At this time, the voice of the system rang again. Congratulations to the host for winning the virtual battle and getting 1000 points. Congratulations to the host for getting the likes of 4 group members and earning 2000 points in total. Huh? Why do you get more points for likes than for victory? What's the use of points? Iwen asked in a puzzled way. After a systematic explanation, he learned that this group is called a lottery group, so the points are mainly used for lottery. The lottery is divided into various areas, such as Marvel 616 World, Moon World and the system's featured prizes and system prizes. There are currently 3 levels of lottery, and the costs are 1000, 5000, and 10,000 points. The higher the points spent, the higher the level of the prize. Take the heroic fragments that Iwen just used as an example. 5000 points have a chance to draw Medusa, Sasaki Kojiro's heroic fragments. 10,000 points have a chance to draw Hercules and the King of Conquer, but for the heroic spirits like Alcades and Jin Shining, even 10,000 points have to be drawn many times before they have a chance to be drawn. In addition to the heroic fragments, there is also a chance to draw treasures from the Shaping Moon world. From the world of Marvel 616, you can get all kinds of black technology and super ability against the sky. Theoretically, it is the Deviant's sword that can be drawn at the expense of 10,000 points. Moreover, after the group's activity reaches a certain level, it can trigger a free lottery for all skirters. Look at what you get. When the group members are watching the live broadcast of the battle, they can also give a thumbs up to one of them. Each group member's thumbs up can earn the other party 500 points. This setting allows those who are not particularly strong, but who fight bravely and win the favor of group members, can also earn points in virtual battles. That's right, if only the strongest person can win points, then the strong will only get stronger and the weak will become weaker, and the weak in the group will soon lose their meaning. And the current point system, like Jin seeing Jin, although the strength is strong, but the people in the group are almost offended by him. If you want to get likes from other group members, it's basically no show. And those who are weaker, if they have a good relationship with other group members, then they are likely to get more likes. In this way, in order to build a good relationship with other people, group members must speak more in the group. This can not only increase the activity of the group, but also enhance the feelings between group members and their sense of belonging to the group. While Iwen was thinking, Dior suddenly asked him for help. "I'm not a human being, administrator, I just saw a memory copy of I Am Iron Man." "Excuse me, do you also know my future?" Iwen, "Oh, you are Dior Brando, I definitely know your future, but what are you going to trade for?" In the small iron box, Dior gave a wry smile. He is now trapped deep in the bottom of the sea, almost without a long body, what else can he take out? Ding, turn on ability copy function. It turns out that the ability copy function allows group members to copy one or all of their ability, and then send it to other people in the group. After others accept it, they will have this kind of ability. In addition, group members can copy their own ability and sell them to the system to earn points. And the sold ability will appear in the special prizes of the system. However, each type of ability can only be copied once. In other words, if you copy your ability to a group member, you can no longer give it to others, and you can no longer sell it to the system. After hearing the explanation of the system, Dior immediately copied all of his ability without hesitation, and then sent it to Iwen. After seeing Iwen's shocking battle against Jin Shining just now, he only hoped that this extremely powerful administrator could appreciate his own ability. Ding, you have obtained all the vampire abilities of I'm not a human being, do you accept it? Please note that you can spend 1000 points to optimize the vampire ability so that it is no longer afraid of the sun and does not need to live on blood sucking. This is the privilege of the host as an administrator, no other group members. Iwen was overjoyed when he heard the thoughtful prompt from the system. Now even though he possesses the deviated sword, he is still an ordinary person in essence. After using the fragments of the heroic spirit, he doesn't even know whether he can use the deviated sword again. After Dior uses the stone ghost face, his physical strength is at least 10 times that of ordinary people, and a casual blow can break a person's body to pieces. In other words, it is much more powerful than Captain the United States who was injected with super soldier serum. Accept. And spend 1000 points to optimize. After answering, Iwen immediately found that his 5500 points had become 4500. However, he soon felt an unprecedented power. Turning his attention away from the group, Iwen, who was sitting in the car, found that there was already an extra deviant sword in his hand. He put the cylindrical sword on his lap and gently pinched it on the steering wheel with his hand. The outer side is made of plastic, and the metal-framed steering wheel has been twisted off by him. Seeing a large piece of metal wrapped in plastic on her hand, Iwen only now really feels that she is no longer an ordinary human. However, now that the time limit of the heroic shards has expired, and I have no magic power, how can I use the deviated sword again? Picking up the sword again, Iwen suddenly heard the voice of the system. The host can spend 1000 points again to change the deviant sword to consume physical energy. Asterisk. Chapter 9 The Destroyed Iron Overlord. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Iwen immediately chose without hesitation, optimize. Then, the points became 3500. Now his physical strength is also at the level of a vampire. far more than ordinary people. In this case, you should be able to display part of the strength of the Deviant's sword. Iwen feels that Dior's ability is simply a gift in the snow. Solved the biggest shortcoming for him. Therefore, he immediately uploaded the memory copies of the JoJo plots from 1 to 7 to the group file. After thinking about it, Iwen simply uploaded all the memory copies of Tokyo Ghoul. Anyway, he really didn't think Gaotsukikwan could provide him with anything of value. Moreover, the more memory copies a member sees, the more points he gets. Just after passing the memory copy, Iwen suddenly received a red envelope from Dior and a private chat. I'm not a human being, administrator, I forgot just now, besides ability, I have one more thing, that is, the stone ghost face that transformed me into a vampire. You may need this too. Red envelope. What is this? Between group members and administrators, you can use red packets to send various things. In theory, even a battleship can be sent with red envelopes. However, the red envelope function between group members has not yet been activated. In other words, now only me and the group members can send red envelopes to each other. Just so, let me see what Dior sent me. After opening the red envelope, Iwen smiled and looked at the hideous mask in front of her. I already have all of your ability, why do I need this mask? At this moment, Iwen suddenly heard a noise coming from behind. He looked back and saw that it was Iron Man, who had run out of energy, and fell on the road. Pause, I have no energy, I must take off this battlesuit. Iron Man was talking to Little Pepper, and suddenly there was a loud noise, and Iron Man suddenly fell behind him. That's a good trick just now. With a fist of the Iron Lord, he knocked Iron Man away. Seeing Iron Man being crushed by the Iron Overlord with no strength to fight back, a thought suddenly flashed in Iwen's mind. He looked down at Deviant Sword and Stone Ghost's face, with a smile on his face. Boom! Iron Man once again hit the Iron Overlord and was beaten to spin several times in the air before it rolled onto the open space on the side of the road. In the movie, Iron Overlord and Iron Man fell on the roof of Stark Industries, so Tony was able to order Pepper to overload Arc Reactor and kill Iron Overlord. Otherwise, even if the energy is not exhausted, Iron Man does not have any weapons that can hurt the opponent. The destruction of Iron Overlord is actually a plot kill. But now that both of them have fallen on the road, the trick of overloading the reactor is no longer available, and Iron Man is completely in desperation. On the roof of a building in the distance, a middle-aged man with a bald head saw Iron Man in desperation and was sweating profusely, calling his boss. Director Nick Fury, Tony can't stand it anymore, we must act now. It's ironic, Tony. Looking at Iron Man, who barely got up, Obadi laughed and said, You want to eliminate the weapons in the world, but you have made the most powerful one. Now, you die in the hands of the weapons you made. Iron Overlord raised his right hand and was about to launch a missile to blow Tony to pieces. Suddenly, he heard a whisper from behind. The heaven and the earth are divided, the nihilism opens up and presents a congratulatory message, swirls the vortex of the stars, the heaven and hell is the end of the eve before the creation. Who? The Iron Lord turned his head, and through the monitor, Obadi saw a strange man standing in the distance of the highway. I saw this man wearing a hideous mask on his face, wearing regular clothes, holding a torch-like red weapon in his hand, pointing at him far away. Boy! Do you want to die with Tony, too? Obadiah grinned, turned around, and aimed at the masked man with a missile. At this time, Iron Man, who was still struggling on the ground, also noticed the masked man and exclaimed, Run! This guy is crazy. The masked man seemed to not care about Iron Overlord's missiles at all, and continued to sing loudly. It's my deviant sword that opened up the world. Following the Jafang language spoken by the masked man, the three-section cylindrical sword body covered with red veins in his hand began to turn quickly. Then, Bursts of scarlet airflow rose from the blade, and gushed out through the gap between the three cylindrical blades that were rotating by friction. Suddenly the sky moved. What? What is this? Obadiah, Tony, and Phil Carlson, the man who was watching from a distance, were all taken aback by this incredible abnormality. Damn it, watch me blow up, you guy who pretends to be a fool. Obadiah in the Iron Overlord slammed his heart, and shot the missiles on his body at the masked man in one go. I don't believe that missiles can't blow you up. Seeing the missile flew closer and closer to the masked man, Obadiah even showed a smile on his face. However, the scarlet airflow immediately turned into a violent wind, which swept through the world in an instant, and those missiles were swept away by the scarlet air wave, and immediately vanished. What? Before Obadiah had time to be surprised, he saw that the masked man had uttered his final liberating words. Feel this original principle. Heaven and earth leave pishixing obediently. The red wave of air gushing from the deviating sword held by the masked man turned into a tornado, tearing the space in front of him. Where the red air wave passed, the space collapsed like a bite by a monster. Boom boom boom. After red tornado swept past, all the things on this section of hundreds of meters long road, including Iron Overlord, disappeared. Only countless cracks and gullies on the ground are left. Above the gully, you can even see the purple-black spatial faults with the naked eye. It took a long time before it faded away. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Shock of Marinated Eggs. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. Phil Carlson Agent? Phil Carlson? Why are you not talking? Phil Carlson held the phone to his ear, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. His mind was blank. Director Nick Fury urged him several times and he did not respond. The Iron Man was hit by the Iron Lord before and flew out of the road. Although the Iron Man who fell to the side was not hit by the previous blow, he was also rushed out by shockwave. When he got up again, he was too shocked to speak by what he saw. This is space distortion, it's not right, it's space destruction. The blow of this masked man actually broke the space. Looking at the narrowing purple-black space fault in the sky, Iron Man could hardly believe his eyes. In the scientific community, the use of weapons to cause damage to space is only a concept so far, and there are no decent research results. And this masked man, how could he do it with something like an umbrella? After the masked man took the shot, he stood motionless. After nearly a minute, he turned around, jumped tens of meters away, and disappeared into the night in a blink of an eye. Bureau. Director, something incredible happened just now, please send someone here. Seeing the masked man leaving, Phil Carlson recovered and reported to Director Nick Fury in a trembling tone. Phil Carlson Agent? What happened? I want you to report to me now. The voice from the phone suddenly became severe. Phil Carlson looked at the completely closed space fault in the sky, gave a wry smile, and took a lot of effort to conclude the sentence. Director, there is a man wearing a mask who used a gun to wipe out the Iron Overlord, and he also made a hole in the air. I rushed forward, regretting it all the time. Just now after he used the departure sword, he stood there motionless for a long time, not to pretend to be cool, but he couldn't move. He never dreamed that the Deviant's sword could be so powerful in a world where there is no restraint. Even space can penetrate. However, the loss of his physical strength by the departure sword is also amazing. After using that sword, Iwen only felt black in front of her eyes and almost fainted. It took a long time before I felt relieved. According to Iwen's estimation, if he hadn't acquired Dior's vampire physique and used the original body of an ordinary person to use the deviant sword, he would have already become a human being. It seems that the most important thing in the future is to find a way to improve one's physical strength. Thinking of one thing, Iwen suddenly laughed. If you are an average person, you may have to worry about how to quickly improve your physical fitness, but this is the Marvel world. The super soldier serum of the Captain of the United States. The mutant spider that created the Spider-Man, and the heart-shaped grass, etc. This place quickly becomes stronger. There are simply not too many ways. Thinking of one thing, I went asked the system. Is there any way to quickly replenish my physical strength? After the optimization of this system, you now do not need to live by sucking blood. But you still have the ability to absorb the essence of human flesh and blood with your hands. When necessary, you can use this method to replenish your energy. Forget about it? Iwen remembers clearly that people who were killed by Dior's blood will eventually become a kind of monster called zombie. Before deciding how to deal with this problem, Iwen did not intend to try to use blood sucking to restore his strength. In the middle of the night, the section of the road where the Iron Overlord was wiped out was completely blocked by S.H.I.E.L.D, and even the helicopter of the TV station was not allowed to approach it. Several scientists in white coats are manipulating various instruments and are carefully inspecting this devastated land. Excuse me, can anyone tell me what is going on here? A bald black man with a head that looked like a bittern egg frowned and asked impatiently. The road in front of him seemed to have been dug away by an invisible giant hand for a long period of time, 400 or 500 meters away. Everything on it was gone. The current death toll has exceeded 100. If it weren't for the fact that even the missiles were used during the Iron Man's previous battle with Iron Man, many people would abandon their cars and flee, and the number would have doubled. Seeing all this, the braised egg felt cold sweat bursting out of his back. What kind of weapon is it? Actually so powerful? If someone comes to the White House with this weapon, will the United States immediately change president? Dr. Leo Fitz stared at the display of an instrument as if he hadn't heard anything. Dr. Gemma raised his head and explained. According to our inspection, it should be some kind of space weapon that destroys the section of the road. This kind of weapon can directly destroy the space originally, and then the shattered space will wipe out all nearby materials. Any defense is against this kind of weapon. It is invalid. The defense is ineffective. The black face of Marinated Egg turned slightly white. Recently, he is preparing for a superhero alliance to deal with possible future crises. But what superhero can block this mysterious weapon that can destroy even space? The halogen egg turned around and said to Phil Coulson one by one. Check. Check thoroughly. No matter how much manpower and material resources you put in, you must find the masked man with the mysterious weapon. This man and the weapon in his hand are too dangerous. After Phil Coulson left, the halogen egg stared at the disappearing section of the road, muttering to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Even if that person wakes up after thawing, he might encounter this weapon, asterisk. Chapter 11 Murder and Save Sky. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Taking off the mask, Iwen put the departure sword into the system space, and then took the rental back home. As for the car, he was still stuck on the road, he planned to pick it up in a few days. Along the way, he was immersed in excitement. According to his estimation, he didn't even use 10% of the power of the departure sword just now. That's it, a street has been cut off. After arriving at his apartment, he just got out of the taxi and suddenly heard a low exclamation. Iwen raised his eyes, and with his vampire night vision ability, he suddenly noticed that at the far end of the street corner, a black man was harassing a girl who was dragging a box. This kind of thing is very common in the United States, and Iwen didn't bother to care about it. But he inadvertently looked at the girl's face and was shocked. I'm going, isn't this vibe girl Sky? Iwen's face immediately sank when she saw the familiar mixed-race face. Dare to harass my favorite Marvel female character in front of me, you are really looking for death. Let go of me. What do you want to do? Sky is struggling hard to avoid being dragged into the alley in the corner by this black BD. In the United States, unless it is a wealthy area with particularly good public security, Girls never dare to go out alone in the middle of the night, otherwise they will not even have time to report to the police. Sky was also living outside for special reasons today, and met this black BD again. "Hey, girl, what are you afraid of? I won't eat you again." A bald black man smiled, grabbing Sky's hand and pulling it into the alley. At this moment, he suddenly felt that someone was knocking on his shoulder from behind, and he turned around impatiently and said, "Who are you?" But what greeted him was just a heavy fist. Puff. The terrifying punch easily smashed the head of the BD, and his brain shot in all directions, almost splashing on Sky's face. Sky was stunned, looked down at the black gangster whose brain was cracked, and then fell to the ground and fainted when he rolled his eyes. Iwen stared at her fist dumbfounded, and it took a long time to come back to her senses. "Isn't it? I only used a few powers. Can I also fight dead man like this?" Staring at the corpse on the ground and Sky who passed out, Iwen smiled bitterly. He looked around first. Fortunately, there were no street lights near this corner, and it was late, and there were no passers-by. Iwen, who has watched countless American TV shows, knows that the biggest problem for murderers is to deal with dead bodies. Otherwise, if it is discovered, there may be a police officer coming soon. However, Iwen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait. Dior's blood-sucking ability seems to be able to bring dead man back to life. In the comics, Dior even used his ability to bring back medieval knights who had been dead for hundreds of years. I don't know if this kind of ability is useful for guys with broken heads. Looking at the corpse of the black gangster with disgust, Iwen knelt down, and without much effort, inserted his finger into the black man's back. Then, a stream of heat passed from his fingers into Iwen's body. Originally, Iwen felt a little weak after using the Deviant's sword, but as the heat continued to flow in, this sense of powerlessness began to disappear. I saw the black corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into something similar to dead wood. A gust of wind blew by, and the whole body turned into countless powder with the wind, floating without a trace. Only one place of clothes and shoes is left. How is this going? Looking at the incredible sight in front of him dumbfounded, Iwen hurriedly asked the system. Host, your vampire ability has been optimized by the system. Now the person who is sucked up by you will not become a corpse, but will only be completely wiped out. I'm going. This power is really overbearing. It's really a must-have trick for home travel and destroying corpses. Iwen picked up the black's clothes and shoes and stuffed them into the system space. But looking at Sky who fainted, he was a little bit embarrassed. I can't throw her here. Sitting in her apartment, Iwen stared at Sky lying on the sofa in a daze. What he is thinking about now is actually the ability of a vampire. In the comics, in addition to the physical abilities far beyond ordinary people, and the ability to regenerate, Dior can do some magical things. For example, by squeezing body fluids and then piercing your own eyeballs with high pressure and launching empty eyes piercing. And the gasification freezing method that freezes one's own body first, and then transmits the frozen air to the person who comes into contact with it. However, these tactics are injury yourself first, then hurt others, relying on the super powerful self-healing ability of vampires to survive. However, among all the abilities, what interests Iwen most is granulation implantation. Asterisk. Chapter 12 The Master of the World. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. This kind of ability allows Dior to implant granulation from his own hair on the forehead of others. This kind of granulation can pierce directly into the brain, turning the implanted person into Dior's slave. With this kind of ability, wouldn't it be possible for me to develop many loyal men in the Marvel world? Iwen thought. Wait, this granulation can be found with the naked eye as long as the hair is pulled out. So it should not be abused. It can only be used when dealing with some key people. However, Dior is still in the sea. In other words, he doesn't have an awakening stand-in world. Forget it, maybe I will be able to get it by drawing my European Emperor attributes in the future. At this time, just hearing Sky suddenly woke up from his sleep. She looked at herself first. She was relieved to find that her clothes were intact, and then she saw Iwen. Sky seemed to have thought of something, and said with a shocked face, "You, and the black man." She really saw it? Iwen's heart shuddered, but she said calmly, "Yes, I missed that black man to save you. Now, are you going to call the police?" Sky shook his body slightly when he heard it, and lowered his head. Looking at Sky, who bowed his head and said nothing, Iwen shot a sharp light in his eyes, and said in his heart, "If you really do something that disappoints me, then I am afraid I will test this kind of ability on you." But after a while, Sky raised his head and said firmly, "No. You did it for me. If the police asks, I'll say that I killed him." A stone in her heart finally fell. Iwen shook her head and smiled. "Just your little arm and fist, who would believe that you can kill someone?" Hearing Iwen joking with her, Sky's mood also relaxed a lot, and she answered with a pouting mouth, "I have fitness too. It's not as weak as you said." The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Then the two chatted together. During the chat, Iwen learned that Sky was swept out by the landlord because he couldn't pay the rent. Now, she didn't even know where to go. In the early hours of the morning, when Sky yawned repeatedly, Iwen said casually, "It's late now, so you can sleep on the sofa." When Sky heard it, his face flushed. However, Iwen had rescued her before and didn't do anything while she was in a coma. Secondly, she really has nowhere to go now. So, after thinking about it for a while, Sky replied with a voice similar to that of a mosquito, "Okay." The next day, SHIELD. Brock Rumlow walked into Alexander Pierce's office, closed the door, and placed a file bag on the table with a solemn expression on his face. "What's this?" Pierce looked at him suspiciously, but after opening the file bag and seeing the photos inside, his face immediately changed. In the photo, a young man with a strange weapon in his hand was taking off his hideous mask. Then, Pierce saw his son's face. Iwen is actually the masked man? Where did he get such a powerful weapon? Seeing the son in the photo, Pierce was surprised and delighted. The events of last night have been circulated among the senior management of SHIELD. Now, many people know that a masked man has weapons of mass destruction that can destroy space. But Pierce never dreamed that this man would be his only child. After calming down, Pierce asked in a deep voice, "Who else knows about this?" Rumlow replied in a low voice, "The agent who found this camera is ours, and it will never leak out. And I have replaced all the people searching nearby with my own, and will take it from there to Iwen like a sieve. The path of the apartment is checked on one side, no evidence will be missed." After a pause, he continued, "I have found out that Iwen took a taxi back to the apartment last night. I have already sent someone to deal with the taxi driver, and I will never leave it behind." Pierce nodded and smiled comfortingly at the photo. "This kid, I really didn't expect that he could have such power. You know, according to the testimony of Tony Stark and Phil Coulson, Iwen jumped nearly 100 meters that night. This kind of thing even the United Captain States can't do it." Rumlow nodded slightly. Fury was still very excited when they found the man in the North Pole the other day. In front of Iwen's weapon, there are 100 captains of the United States, and there is only one dead end." Pierce snorted, and then said excitedly, "Perhaps, it's time to tell this kid the truth. With such power, Iwen will definitely become Hydra in the future, no, the master of this world." Asterisk. Chapter 13 The First Granulation Implanter. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. In a small room, a blond man woke up from the bed. Looking around, His face was full of doubts. As soon as he sat up, a woman walked in. "Good morning, or good afternoon." The United States Captain Steve Rogers asked in a deep voice. "Where am I?" "You are in a postoperative response room in New York." The woman replied with a smile. "The Dodgers are leading by 8-4. This is really a wonderful game." The radio on the cabinet was broadcasting the live broadcast of the baseball game. The captain of the United States stared at the woman and said, "This game was in May 1941. I know because I'm on the scene." The woman's face changed immediately. The captain of the United States stood up and said word by word, "Where am I now?" "In the afternoon, on the highway in New York." "What does Dad mean when he asks me to go to SHIELD to find him? He rarely asks me to go to where he works." I was sitting in a taxi, thinking. Not long ago, Pierce called him and asked him to come to see him at SHIELD and said that there was something to talk to him. I instinctively felt something was wrong. 9 to all, I was discovered by him yesterday. Hey, after getting the departure sword, I felt a bit itchy for a while. However, Pierce shouldn't be able to hand me over. He is Hydra. How could it be possible? Righteousness to destroy relatives. After much deliberation, I still feels that he should act by ear. My physical fitness is far surpassed by the Captain of the United States, plus the deviant sword, even the army can't stop me. I want to see, what does Pierce mean? After putting it down, I smiled again. The reason he was happy was that Sky finally agreed to rent the apartment with him at the cost of a part of the rent before he found a new apartment. In fact, he wanted to let Sky live in for free. But I also knows. The thin-skinned Sky would never accept such a thing. However, agreeing to live with me shows that the previous heroes saving the United States and killing people for her have already made her a little bit interesting to me. Hey, it doesn't take long before you can. At this moment, suddenly only saw a blond man, running from outside the taxi. Iwen's eyes flashed, and he immediately recognized the man. Huh? This person, couldn't it be? Haha, it's really nowhere to find anything after breaking through the iron shoes, it doesn't take much effort to get it. Iwen looked back, and with his vampire's supervision, he found that some agents were chasing after him, but they were still far away. He immediately threw a banknote to the driver and got out of the car. Super Soldier Serum, here I am. The Captain of the United States just relied on instinct to escape from S.H.I.E.L.D, but he didn't know exactly where to escape. Moreover, the more he runs, the more he feels that something is wrong. This place is very similar to New York in his memory, but there are many differences. Just as he ran into an alley, someone from the side suddenly ran into him. Although the Captain of the United States has experienced many battles, now his mind is in chaos and his reaction is a little slower. Moreover, that person's speed is unusually fast. Therefore, the Me team just turned around and got hit full. Oh! At this moment, the Captain of the United States felt like he was hit by a locomotive, and the pain between his chest and abdomen was so painful. Had it not been for the person who ran into him to hold him tightly, he would have been knocked out a long time ago. When the Captain of the United States bends down in pain, he suddenly felt something as if he crawled on his forehead and started to drill into his head. He wanted to yell, but got another hard punch in the stomach. This punch is so powerful that it can beat ordinary people to death. It was the Me team that received this punch, only to feel the blackness in front of them, and slowly collapse to the ground. A few minutes later, when S.H.I.E.L.D's agent and marinated eggs caught up, they only found the Captain of the United States standing in place with no expression on his face. "Don't be nervous, soldier." Marinated eggs came up and said gently. "We think it's better for you to accept this slowly." The Captain of the United States asked coldly, "Accept what?" "You've been asleep, Captain." You've been asleep for about 70 years, said Haladon. Hearing this earth-shattering news, the captain of the United States just looked indifferent. S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce's office. Okay, Dad, you called me over, what do you want to say? Iwen asked indifferently. Ha ha ha. Staring at Iwen for a while, Pierce laughed. Son, are you afraid that I will arrest you? Hearing Pierce's question, Iwen relaxed instead. Now that he said this, it proved that Pierce didn't mean it at all. At this time, Pierce also got serious and said, I already knew what happened yesterday. Now that you already have this kind of ability, I think it's time to confess to you. I belong to a secret organization on a global scale called Hydra. Our branch has only one purpose, which is to conquer the world. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Captain Hydra. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. According to Pierce, the origin of Hydra is too long to be tested. The Red Skull during World War II only commanded a branch of Hydra. In modern times, Hydra has split into many branches, and there is no subordinate relationship between each branch. In many cases, it does not even care about the life or death of the other party. The more famous Hydra leaders include Baron Strucker, Dr. Whitehall, Baron Zima, Lady Viper, and Gideon Malik. Pierce said for a long time before he clarified the history and reality of Hydra, and finally added. This Gideon is the weirdest one. His people are called Fundamental Hydra. No one knows what they want to do. Iwen's eyes flickered when she heard Gideon Malik's name. He definitely knows what Gideon wants to do. This guy wants to get the alien hive trapped on another planet back to Earth. For Iwen, Hydra is just a useful tool. At the moment, he has secretly decided in his heart that he must control this organization in his own hands. All these messy bosses will be killed. Seeing that his son didn't say a word, Pierce thought he was shocked and comforted. I'm telling you this today, not to force you to join. I just want you to know that this world is not as simple as you think. I won't ask you how you got that kind of weapon, but you have this kind of weapon. Weapons will definitely be coveted by others. You must be careful, and you must never divulge this news to anyone. Seeing Pierce looked concerned, Iwen nodded. Then, Pierce said solemnly. I also know that your physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people, but the power of the government is not imaginable by ordinary people. You must not think that you have super ability and go around doing superheroes. Now those so-called heroes are just the government too lazy to control, otherwise, you can take them all in minutes. Seeing Pierce treating herself as a child, Iwen felt very upset, and finally couldn't help saying. I heard that the captain of the United States has woken up, can you let me see him? Pierce frowned. The miss woke up only a few hours ago. How did Iwen know? But he remembered that Iwen had many secrets, so he chose not to ask. Well, a sensitive person like Captain the United States needs to be monitored carefully. It seems that we should find a way to put our people by his side. When Iwen reminded him, Pierce suddenly had a new idea. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, he made a call and said to Iwen. The captain of the United States decided to move back to his apartment decades ago. Now that apartment is almost unoccupied. The surveillance personnel nearby are all mine. I can let you meet him, but you'd better not talk to him. Talking too much, otherwise it would be a little troublesome for him to talk to Fury afterwards. No one lives? It seems that Sharon Cat hasn't moved in next door yet, so it's easier to handle. Iwen smiled and nodded. Evening. Sitting in Pierce's car, Iwen was still digesting what Pierce had just said to him. It turns out that Hydra's penetration of S.H.I.E.L.D. is deeper than he thought. At present, most of the middle and high-level figures in S.H.I.E.L.D. are Hydra. There will only be more pawns in the lower level. In other words, the marinated egg has almost been emptied. In Iwen's view, the marinated egg may be vaguely aware of this. But he might think this is just a power struggle, so he chose to start anew and build the Avengers. Humph, since I'm here, your Avengers is destined to be just a joke. Iwen snorted in her heart. Waiting for the car to park in front of the Me Team apartment, Pierce walked in with Iwen, and the nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, who was in charge of monitoring, seemed to have seen nothing. Boom. Pierce knocked on the door of the Me Team, and after a while, the Me Team came up and opened the door. Captain, hello, I'm Alexander Pierce from SHIELD. This is my son. He heard that you woke up and insisted on coming to see his idol in person. At this moment, Iwen walked into the Me Team's house without caring, and Pierce's eyelids jumped. Why is this kid so reckless? What is he doing? In desperation, Pierce also walked in, and Iwen waved to the Me Team and motioned for him to close the door. Pierce was surprised to find that the Me Team didn't say anything, closed the door silently, and walked to Iwen's side, like a soldier waiting for his boss to issue an order. Next, Iwen did something and almost scared Pierce out of a heart attack. He turned his head, with a weird smile on his face, and shouted at the Me Team. Hydra hail! Is this kid crazy? No, I have to call for support as soon as possible. Pierce felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He was about to press the emergency roar button on his body. Suddenly, his body stiffened. Because the captain of the United States at the moment suddenly raised his right hand and yelled to Iwen. Hail, Hydra, Hydra hail. P.S., to reiterate, Hydra is just a tool for the protagonist, and I call this sentence just to tease Pierce. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Golden Lion History. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. The room suddenly became quiet. Pierce stared at Iwen and the Me Team with a dazed expression, his eyes almost fell out. Am I dreaming? How could this happen? Fighting in the blood of World War II, the captain of the United States, who buried Nazi Hydra and Red Skull together, now stands in front of his son with a serious face, yelling Hydra hail. Such a magical scene made Pierce stiff and couldn't even speak for a while. After a while, Pierce felt that someone patted him on the shoulder, and he woke up. Looking at the smiling Iwen dumbfounded, Pierce seemed to have seen his son for the first time, as if he had become dumb, unable to speak a word. At the moment it was late at night. Pierce has left, standing in the apartment of the captain of the United States. Iwen is still thinking about what happened just now. Thinking of Pierce's incredible face just now, he couldn't help but want to laugh. However, after learning that Iwen had the ability to completely control someone, Pierce was overjoyed, and then solemnly urged him not to tell anyone. Not only do you have powerful weapons, but you also have this incredible ability, which proves that you are the natural master, destined to rule the world. At that time, Pierce's face was flushed, and he said to Iwen excitedly. Now, as long as our inside plan is completed, you can use this ability to control some politicians. This country is ours. However, Iwen is not as optimistic as he is. Pierce told him before that, in the context of increasingly widespread terrorist attacks, places like the White House and SHIELD are now equipped with some see-through devices. The original purpose was to prevent people from sneaking in with weapons or explosives. But if those who have been implanted with granulation go through the fluoroscopy device, it will reveal problems in their heads in all likelihood. Therefore, after he implanted the granulation for the captain of the United States, he ordered him to move back to his apartment just like in the plot, and try to avoid going to S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. It seems that granulation is not that reliable. I hope that more effective brainwashing methods can be drawn from the group in the future. Thinking of this, Iwen entered the lottery group in her mind. As soon as she entered, she received a series of notifications from the system. Red Queen has joined the group. Flying Pirate has joined the group. I can see Death has joined the group. A total of 8 group members downloaded the large memory copy, Jojo, and the host received 16,000 points. A total of 8 group members downloaded a large memory copy, Tokyo Ghoul, and the host received 16,000 points. A total of 4 group members downloaded a small memory copy, Hulk World War, and the host received 2,000 points. I was suddenly surprised and delighted. Counting the 3,500 points I had left last time, I now have over 37,000 points in my hand. But who are these newcomers? At this time, the people in the group had already started a heated discussion about the story of the copy. I am Iron Man, the world where Ghoul is in is really bad, but what shocks me the most is your future, Ms. Takatsuki Izumi. Not only being defeated, but also being transformed into a monster, is really speechless. One-eyed writer, oh, I'm not that shocked. Having lived in this FG world for decades, I have seen all kinds of incredible things. In addition, I had long felt that I was going to die. In other words, as a ghoul, wanting to die peacefully is almost a luxury. Use the moon to destroy the earth, humph, I didn't expect other worlds to be so chaotic. Maybe the world in which you ghouls are also needs to be destroyed? Then be born again. One-eyed writer, I have no objection. As long as you have this ability, just come and destroy my world. Flying pirate, you who are really weak. Looking at the dungeon, you also have strong strength, but you will only pin your hopes on other people, and in the end you will be able to catch it? What a fool. If it were me, I would defeat all the powerful enemies with my own hands. Then swallow them all. This can be regarded as a real strong man. Jahahaha. One-eyed writer, you said it easily. Do you know how strong my enemy is? Flying pirate, gee ha ha ha. How strong is it? I used to fight 2 enemies as powerful as me at the same time. In the end, although I was defeated and imprisoned, I still cut off my feet and escaped. Now, I am locked in again, but one day I will still escape. Then let the world see the hell. Only when you give up on your own, is the real end. Seeing this, felt like a flash of lightning flashed in his mind. Cut off your feet to escape from prison? Coupled with this idea and this wild laughter, this guy is the Golden Lion Shiji in the world of One Piece, once known as Gore D. Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Help the Golden Lion escape from prison? Seeking collection evaluation flowers. But why was he locked in again? By the way, he must have been in Donghai, after being defeated by Luffy, before being locked in Propulsion City again. I understood. The evil king's true eyes are the strongest. Wow, cut off your feet? Not kidding. This is not a joke. This old gentleman may be in his 70s this year, but he did cut off his feet 20 years ago and escaped from the largest prison in the world, advancing the city. Flying pirate, gee ha ha ha. This mysterious administrator seems to know my past well. Then I would like to ask, do you also know my future? I am not very clear about your future, but I know all about your old knowledge, the future of Whitebeard. Flying pirate, Whitebeard. What happened to the guy who was thinking about accepting his son all day? I'm Iron Man, administrator, what are you talking about? I don't understand it at all. The evil king's true eyes are the strongest, I don't understand +1, and I'm also very curious. What is the world where this old gentleman is? Well, let me pass the copy of Mr. Pirate's World. You can read it for yourself. But I have to warn you, this copy is super long. I can't finish it in a few days. I'm not a human being, anyway, I'm lying under the bottom of the sea, and there is nothing else I can do except look at the copy. Red Queen, humph, use my calculations to deal with ability, I can read all these memory copies in just a few seconds. I am Iron Man, Computational processing? Why are you talking so strange? At this time, Iwen had guessed the identity of the newcomer. Iwen, Tony, I advise you not to provoke the queen, or be careful that she turns your world into a hell full of zombies. I am Iron Man, zombie. What are you saying? Red Queen, Ho? Someone can guess my identity, and I am indeed an administrator. Iwen, in another world, this Red Queen is an artificial intelligence. She commanded countless zombies and monsters transformed from viruses, almost exterminating human beings. I'm not a human being, are you zombies? Haha, it is a nostalgic noun. I think there were hundreds of corpses under my staff who were transformed into corpses by my blood sucking. These guys are pretty easy to use as cannon fodder. I am Iron Man, I have also heard of the zombie world. Reed told me that there is a zombie universe in the multi-universe, in which he and I have become zombies. Haha, let's talk about business. Your Majesty the Queen, I am also doing AI research recently. What is your level of artificial intelligence? One-eyed writer, haha, can the world be destroyed through a virus? Interesting, the Queen, are you interested in coming to my world? You can destroy it at will? Red Queen, you. Seeing that the Red Queen was almost made to doubt life by these group members, Iwen smiled, and all the memory copies of One Piece and the 6 Resident Evil were all passed on. A total of 8 group members downloaded the large memory copy, One Piece, and the host received 16,000 points. A total of 8 group members downloaded a large memory copy, Resident Evil, and the host received 16,000 points. I'll go, if there are more members, it's really fast to earn points. Iwen was still sighing, and suddenly realized that the Red Queen had really finished watching it all at once. The Red Queen, the world of One Piece is really incredible. Why do human beings have such powerful physical stamina? And what are the principles of their domineering and devil fruits? I really want to dissect their bodies to see how they differ from the humans here. Flying Pirate, stop talking nonsense. Now that you have finished reading it, tell me what happened to the Whitebeard? Red Queen, the old guy was betrayed by one of his sons, led his men to attack the Navy headquarters, and finally died in battle. Flying Pirate, what? This old fool. I used to think Roger and him were very strange. One is obsessed with freedom, the other is obsessed with accepting sons. It's not like a pirate at all. These two fools. Red Queen, you are not much better. I heard that Roger was arrested and ran to the Navy headquarters alone, only to give away 2 legs for nothing. Flying Pirate, stop talking nonsense. Hateful. Why am I being locked up in such a place? I want to go out. I'm going to wake up that fool Baybeard. Hearing Golden Lion's speech, Iwen's heart moved. From the timeline, Blackbeard has not yet attacked Advance City. In other words, the war on the top has not yet begun. Maybe Ace hasn't been caught yet. However, the Golden Lion is a pirate with the same fame as Roger and Whitebeard. Although he is now very old and has suffered heavy losses, his strength may not even reach his peak of 30%. To help him escape from Pushing City, there is still something to do. Difficult. Would you like to do him this favor? Asterisk. Chapter 17 Fluttering Fruit and Golden Sparkle. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. After thinking about it, Iwen started a private chat with Shiji, Golden Lion, if we can rescue you from the city, what price can you pay? Flying Pirate, gee ha ha ha, I have nothing now, only 1 life left, take it if you want. Iwen, don't you read the announcements in the group seriously? You can copy your ability and send it to me without losing your ability. Flying Pirate, this is too simple, I will send you all my ability now. Ding, the host gets armed color domineering, beginner, seeing and hearing color domineering, beginner, domineering color, beginner. Ding, the host gets the devil fruit ability fluttering fruit. Seeing this floating fruit ability, I went quickly asked the system. If I get this ability, can I still eat other devil fruits in the future? Can. As the host, you can use 10,000 points to earn yourself the ability with the second devil fruit. After thinking about it, I chose the ability to accept the fluttering fruit. After closing her eyes and feeling for a while, I opened her eyes, smiled bitterly and shook her head. Golden Lion, it's no wonder he used to be as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. It's really bad luck to be here now. It turned out that due to a storm during the naval battle with Roger, a rudder was inserted into the Golden Lion's forehead. If the average person had died long ago, although the Golden Lion hadn't died, his strength was greatly damaged due to the influence of the rudder, and the tricolor domineering had already declined to the point where it could hardly be displayed. As for his fluttering fruit ability, it gave Iwen a surprise. First of all, Piaopio fruit allows users to fly freely in the air, with extremely high mobility. Secondly, objects affected by the floating fruit ability can not only escape from gravity to the sky, but can also be manipulated at will according to the ability's will, such as flying in all directions. This means that all the surrounding objects are the weapons of the ability. At the end of the development, you can even manipulate an island to smash the enemy. How powerful is that? I am afraid that the destructive power can catch up with the shocking fruit of Baybeard. But now Iwen has just eaten the fluttering fruit, and ability has to rely on his own practice, or rely on the system to improve. Iwen thought for a while and asked. System, can we go into the world of One Piece? Among the system prizes, including the pass card, 1,000 points can be drawn. The probability is the highest among all prizes. Hee, it's that simple. Ask a few members of the group to cross to the Golden Lion, and then rescue him. But, the strength of the group members seems to be a little weak now. Iwen thought. The power of Dior and Takatsuki Izumi is really nothing in the world of One Piece. Tony should be able to try it out in a battle suit. Using the moon to destroy the earth, I don't know who it is. Zionio Liuhua is just a second-degree girl. The Red Queen is an AI. Scratching his head, Iwen was a little annoyed. I knew I wouldn't have banned Jin Shining for so long. Although this guy has a terrible personality, I really don't have to say about his strength. At this moment, he suddenly saw a private chat that surprised him. The king is responsible for the great world, administrator, you miscellaneous repair. Hurry up and return my deviant's sword to me. Iwen, haha, if you don't want to be banned or even logged in, just listen to me honestly. After all, Jin Shining's fighting style that relies entirely on foreign objects is not suitable for him. With this lottery group, Iwen is confident that it won't take long to become a strong player no less than Golden. It's better to reach an agreement with Jin Shining and ask him to help me out several times, and then I will return the departure sword to him. But, this person may not believe me. System, can I sign some kind of contract with other group members? Iwen asked. Yes, this system has coercive power, which can guarantee that both parties will never breach the contract, even the host is no exception. The king is responsible for the great world. Well, what do you want? Iwen, let's talk about the terms directly. I don't go around in circles. As long as you shoot 3 times at my request, I will return the deviant's sword to you. The king is responsible for the world. Do you want this king to be your thug? There should be a limit to arrogance, miscellaneous repair. Iwen, now that no one else can see our speech, you don't have to pretend. Once the Holy Grail War starts, you also have to obey the Master's 3 spells. So, shoot for me 3 times, is it so difficult for you to accept? The king is responsible for the great world. First he snatched his treasure, and now blackmailed him. The atrocities you committed against me, who is the king, I want you to spend your whole life to pay it back. Iwen, I only like women. The king is responsible for the great world, bah. Get out of here. This golden glitter is really tsundere. Iwen shook her head and smiled. Next, the two signed a detailed contract through the system, including in the battle, the two must not cheat each other in any way, Jin Xianxian must make every effort to shoot and so on. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Goal, Advance the City. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Even if there is no departure sword, Jin Shining still possesses a lot of incomparable treasures. With him shooting, this time the odds of winning are a little bigger. At this moment, Iwen suddenly received a private chat from the Red Queen. Thank you very much for telling me the future. This is my reward. Ding, the host received the red envelope from the Red Queen. Did you open it? In the Me team's apartment, after opening the red envelope, a box with the umbrella logo appeared in front of Iwen. After opening, I saw 2 rows of double helix glass bottles stored in the box, one row was blue and the other row was green. Iwen was so frightened that he hurriedly closed the box. I'm going, isn't this the T-virus and the antidote? If this stuff is leaked, New York. No, the entire American continent will become hell. Then, Iwen received the second red envelope from the Red Queen. Iwen at, what's in this red envelope? The Red Queen, the second red packet contains the strongest biochemical weapon that Umbrella has just made, the Tyrant. As long as you activate it according to the method I told you, you can order it to go through fire and water. What's the use of this? Wait, if you are going to start a war in Propulsion City, it seems you can take the opportunity to test how this Tyrant performs. Thinking of going to Advance City to rescue the Golden Lion soon, Iwen immediately used 1000 points to optimize the T-virus to prevent herself from becoming a zombie, and then immediately used the T-virus serum. Well, the strength has indeed improved, but it is still not comparable to when I got Dior ability. But it's normal to think about it. Although Alice can be considered a Superman, it is not at the same level as Dior's monster that can shred people with bare hands. Next, Iwen opened the System Prizes column, prepared to draw some crossing cards, and then took the group members to Advance City. Suddenly, he stared at a prize all of a sudden. Prop copy card, you can perfectly copy an item, but you can only use the same item once, and you can get 10,000 points. Huh? This props copy card, haha, God helps me. Iwen almost laughed out loud. As long as he draws this prop copy card, he can copy the deviated sword and return the body to Jin Shining. Already had nearly 70,000 points, Iwen simply drew several times and finally got an item copy card. Well, after spending 50,000 points, I really got a lot of good things, 3 ability upgrade cards that can upgrade one's own ability, a bottle of Holy Spirit medicine that can cure all injuries and disabilities on the body, and the most important thing, prop copy card. Looking at these precious props, Iwen was immediately ready to improve her domineering arrogance. As a result, the system told him that his tricolor domineering is now at the entry level. It takes an upgrade card to upgrade to elementary level, 3 for elementary level to medium level, and 5 for medium level to high level. In desperation, Iwen had no choice but to use 2 upgrade cards to upgrade both the Armed Color Domineering and the Knowledge Color Domineering to elementary level, and there was 1 left. There are still more than 10,000 points. Would you like to try another lottery? Iwen thought for a while, and decided to choose Xingyu World to draw again. After all, the last time he drew out the heroic fragment Alcades in the Moon World, only then can he grab the top treasure from Jin Shining's hands, the Deviant's sword. So, he wanted to try his luck in the Moon World this time. The system, spend 10,000 points, choose to draw a lottery in the Xingyu World. Then, his eyes widened with surprise. It's actually this treasure, and it also has the ability to transform into a hero. This European Emperor attribute is really amazing. Next, I went asked in the group and found that Tony, Dior, and Takatsuki were all interested in adventures in other world. Therefore, I went spent thousands of points, drew a few pass-through cards, and sent them to them and Jin shining respectively with red envelopes. Their goal is to advance the city where the Golden Lion is located. The great undersea prison advances to the city. Few people know that there is also a sixth floor, where the most ferocious criminals are imprisoned. And the one who was locked up in a cell with the Golden Lion was the Red Earl who defeated the former Marine Admiral Cyborg Kong after 10 days and nights of the war-Barlaric Letter Field. But today, Earl Red was surprised to find that the Golden Lion, who had been depressed, suddenly laughed in a low voice. Earl Red sneered upon seeing this. "What? Are you old guy finally going crazy? Gee ha 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 ha." The Golden Lion opened his eyes and laughed wildly. "Red BD, I am so happy because I think that I will be free soon and don't need to look at your old ghost stinky face. Freedom? Don't dream anymore. After the last time, do you think the Navy will let you escape from prison again?" Looking at the Golden Lion whose body was densely covered with the chains of halostone, Earl Hong was ready to laugh at him once. However, his eyes suddenly widened. Several people suddenly appeared beside the Golden Lion. Asterisk. Chapter 19 The Healed Golden Lion. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not mistaken. Red Earl rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and then he was sure that 5 people had indeed emerged out of thin air in their cell. These people are male and female, and one of them is still wearing a strange steel armor. How is this possible? Is it the legendary space shuttle ability? Iwen nodded to Tony. Tony picked up a sea tower chain with his left hand and stretched out the index finger of his right hand. A short white flame spurted from the battlesuit. After being burned by this blazing flame, the extremely hard halostone chain was burnt within a few seconds, and then the second one, the third one. Less than a minute later, the Golden Lion broke free from the shackles. He stood up and laughed loudly. "Prompt the city. You can't shut me down in this horrible place. Jahahaha." Hearing the movement of the Golden Lion, in the various cells advancing to the 6th floor of the city, infinite hell, countless fierce and cruel prisoners showed excitement on their faces. "Golden Lion, you old ghost actually escaped from prison again? Could this be cutting off your hands? Release me too. Damn, you didn't release Laozi the last time you escaped from prison. Don't forget this time. Laozi can get on your boat. Yeah, I'm a big pirate with hundreds of millions of rewards. I can definitely help you. Let me go out." Hearing that the Golden Lion, the only legend in history who escaped from pushing the city university prison, he broke free again this time. I don't know how many prisoners are crazy. At this time, Iwen looked at the Golden Lion and saw that there were wounds everywhere on his body, some of which might be old wounds, and the new wounds should have been beaten by the jailer beast. Then Iwen directly took out a bottle of medicine from the system space and handed it to Golden Lion. "Drink this medicine. Next, we may face a general. The better your condition, the greater our chances of winning." The Golden Lion took the medicine nonchalantly and drank it, then wiped his mouth and muttered. "What the hell is this injury? I cut off my legs back then. Well, what's the matter?" I saw the Golden Lion trembling all of a sudden, unconsciously fell to the ground and convulsed. "Huh? Is there poison in it? Didn't these people come to save him?" Count Hong looked puzzled, but his face changed immediately. I saw that the rudder on the head of the Golden Lion started to gradually move outside. It's like an invisible hand is pulling it. Then, after hearing 2 sounds of dankang, the 2 swords Yingshi and withered wood inlaid on the Golden Lion's short legs also suddenly fell to the ground. Earl Hong looked down, his mouth widened in surprise. It turned out that the legs of the Golden Lion began to grow new muscles and bones from the fracture of the knee. How is this possible? Could that bottle of medicine actually make this old ghost broken limb reborn? Earl Hong almost thought he was dreaming when he saw the end. In fact, apart from him, Tony and others, as well as other group members who were watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room, were also shocked. Red Queen, this rebirth speed is incomparable to Umbrella's latest biochemical monster. How did the administrator do it? Destroying the Earth with the moon, incredible, this kind of thing, even the legendary fairy magic can't do it. The true eye of the evil king is the strongest. I just want to know now, can the administrator resurrect dead man? Only a few minutes later, the rudder on the golden lion's head has been completely squeezed out, and 2 more feet have grown under his knees. Touching the smooth top of his head with one hand, and stroking his newly grown feet with the other hand, the golden lion, who can chop off his feet without hesitation, had tears in his eyes. Losing all his domineering, he broke his feet again, and the golden lion with the rudder stuck in his head knew that he was dead soon. But he never dreamed that the mysterious administrator would restore his health with a bottle of medicine. It took a long time before the golden lion came back to his senses, stood up a little awkwardly, and said solemnly to Iwen, "Administrator, even if you gave me the golden lion life, from now on, if you have any requirements, just tell me. I have nothing to say." Iwen smiled and patted the golden lion on the shoulder, without speaking. In fact, the reason why he gave Golden Lion the Holy Spirit medicine which claims to cure all injuries and disabilities was to a large extent to test the effect of this medicine. Unexpectedly, it was magical to this point. It seems that although he is getting older, the healthy Golden Lion has at least recovered about 70% to 80% of his heyday strength. In this way, our odds of winning are even greater. Asterisk. Chapter 20 A Feast for the Crowd. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. Seeing that the Golden Lion had recovered to health, Earl Hong's mouth opened wide and couldn't close at all. Just when he was stunned, Earl Hong suddenly discovered that the young man who had taken out the magic medicine suddenly came to him. Could this person also like my ability? Are you ready to save me too? Haha, it's no wonder that I am the man who even defeated the Marine Marshal Cyborg Kong Earl Red. How could he be possible? Haven't heard of my fame. Just when Earl Hong was a little bit overwhelmed, he found Iwen stretched out his right hand to him, and then suddenly pushed it into his chest. Ah! What are you doing? Being tightly handcuffed by halustone shackles, Earl Hong could hardly move. He could only watch Iwen's hand thrust into his body. Then, he felt that the flesh and blood in his body, like a whirlpool, was quickly sucked away by this hand. Oh. I saw that the Red Earl, who could be defeated by the sky decades ago, began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face quickly turned dead gray, and his hair began to fall on the ground one after another. After a minute, Iwen pulled out his hand in satisfaction. Then, Earl Red's body shook for a while, and suddenly turned into ashes. The Golden Lion laughed loudly. I've long seen this old BD upset. The administrator, you did a good job. Dior's eyes widened when he looked beside him. Is it my blood-sucking ability? But even I don't have the means to suck people into fly ashes. The green-haired girl Takatsuki Spring deliberately showed a look of fear. Among our ghouls, there is a sentence specifically used to describe fierceness called cannibalism without spitting out bones. But compared with the administrator, I found that we are so kind. Jin Shining, wearing a golden helmet and armor, curled her lips. The practice of miscellaneous repairs is still so disgusting. Tony, wearing a steel battle suit, said nonchalantly. I was the world's largest arms dealer, that is, the so-called death merchant. The weapons sold by my hands have killed thousands of people. This kind of thing doesn't scare me. What's more interesting is, after absorbing the life force of this prisoner, how does the administrator feel? Iwen shrugged. If you feel it, it seems that your body has become stronger. At this time, the Red Queen spoke for I went in the live broadcast room. Red Queen, I can responsibly say that the prisoners here are almost all heinous wicked people who have seen the memory copy. Moreover, in the future, there will be a more fierce guy to break this big prison and recruit the most powerful criminals to his own command. The administrator should be trying to prevent this from happening. Destroy the earth with the moon, since this is a prison, the people inside are naturally sinners. If you kill it, you will kill it, what's so strange? In order to clean up the evil, even if it is to destroy the world, I will not hesitate. I Wen laughed and said, there is no need to destroy the world, but there are indeed a lot of sinners here. Dior, there are springs, you too can take a tonic here, maybe, you will also grow in strength. But, Quan, you must remember to turn off the live broadcast when you eat, otherwise it is not fun to scare the children in the group. Dior and Takatsuki Quan looked at each other, and they could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Gaotsuki Izumi raised his head and laughed, and Countess Kazuko rushed out to cover her body completely. Soon, she became a one-eyed monster tens of meters high, almost squeezing the cell. Then the one-eyed owl slammed into the cell, smashing the fence and the walls of the cell, and then Dior and her rushed into the other cells. Next, the shocked roar and the screams rang all over the 6th floor of Infinite Hell. Then, Iwen, Golden Lion and others also walked out of the cell. For those prison guards who monitor the Infinite Hell through mobile surveillance insects, everything in front of them is simply a nightmare. The big pirate Golden Lion, who was clearly bound tightly by the sea tower stone chain, escaped from the cell again. Moreover, a few strangers appeared in the cell unexpectedly. And what makes them most unbelievable is that the Golden Lion somehow did it, and actually grew 2 more feet. Looking at the monitoring screen, several monitoring personnel fell into a state of dementia, and the room was silent for a while. After a few seconds, someone screamed, "Hurry up and notify Director Magellan. Golden Lion is going to escape from prison again." "What? What did you say?" Magellan, the director of Advanced City, dressed in black, almost thought he had heard it wrong after receiving the call. The Golden Lion not only escaped from prison, but his feet also recovered. Besides, how many accomplices also sneaked into the 6th floor of Advanced City? There were beads of sweat on Magellan's head, but he couldn't even wipe it. After hanging up the phone, he quickly picked up another phone worm and ordered, "Block all the passages on the 6th floor, and all the jailer beasts will gather on the 5th floor. Ready to fight." Next, he picked up a particularly small phone worm, and after dialing, he said nervously, "Marshal of the Warring States period, I just learned that the fellow Golden Lion has escaped from the cell again. Moreover, he has accomplices this time. Asterisk. Chapter 21 3 generals are dispatched. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Marine Headquarters, Malin Vander. Inside the office, the Warring States Marshal could hardly believe his ears. "What are you talking about? Golden Lion has accomplices? How did his accomplices get to the 6th floor of Infinite Hell?" Magellan stammered and replied while wiping the cold sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. I don't know either. From the monitor, there are 5 people in my accomplices, among them there is also a huge amounts of monsters, which may be, animal-type demons. And, staring at the screen on the monitor, Magellan almost put his face on the screen. Then he said in an incredible tone, "The Golden Lion seems to have grown 2 more feet. The rudder has also disappeared from his head. You read that right?" At this time, the Warring States Marshal's lips trembled. If it's just that the Golden Lion escaped from prison again, it would be weird for him to grow his feet again. Even the legendary fruit of surgery doesn't have such a magical ability, right? Since there are eudemons among these accomplices, is there someone who has an incredible healing ability? In addition, They suddenly appeared on the 6th floor of Infinite Hell, probably some kind of space shuttle ability. The more I thought about it, the more worried the Marshal of the Warring States period became, and the cold sweat broke out. When did such a force appear in the world? By the way, the Golden Lion stayed outside for 20 years after he escaped from prison. He must have colluded with them during this time. If this group of people can really have the ability to shuttle through space, then almost no place in the world is safe. Coupled with the Golden Lion, their threat to the world government is simply unimaginable. Thinking of the end, the Warring States Marshal couldn't sit still anymore. After ordering Magellan to do everything he could to prevent Golden Lion and the others from escaping, he picked up another phone bug and shouted, "Hurry up and inform me of the 3 generals and ask them to come to my office as soon as possible." "What? You want the 3 of us to dispatch at the same time?" In the office, Akinu looked at Sengoku's face in disbelief. "What happened? Did the 4 emperors attack Mary Joa?" The green pheasant's eyes also showed doubts. "Actually have to dispatch 3 generals at once. This is almost unprecedented. Golden Lion escaped from prison again, and this time he still has a helper. These people appeared in his cell silently. So, I suspect there is room for ability among them," the Warring States period said in a deep voice. Moreover, they didn't know what method they used to restore the Golden Lion's health. Not only did they take off the rudder, even the feet grew out. I don't need to say how terrible a healthy Golden Lion is. Hearing this news, even Huan Yuan, who had always been indifferent, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. 20 years ago, the Golden Lion rushed to Malin Vatican alone, facing the Warring States and Karp alone. Although it was lost in the end, it still destroyed Malin Vatican by half. However, the injuries on his head became more serious and he lost 2 feet. But now, he is actually healthy again. To the 3 generals, the Warring States period ordered. Just a healthy Golden Lion is enough to send the 3 of you. Not to mention that he has a group of unidentified accomplices. I order you to take the fastest ship so far and rush to Propulsion City together. Finally, he added. 20 years ago, the Golden Lion escaped from Advance City, which has already smeared the face of the world government. So this time, you will not only catch the Golden Lion, but also his accomplices. No one is allowed. Got the net? When the Red Dog heard this, excitement came into his eyes, and he replied loudly. Yes. I will bring all these criminals to justice. Justice will prevail. Huan Yuan murmured with an unhappy expression on his face. Oh, there is another trouble. How can these criminals not stay in jail honestly? Only the green pheasant, his face was solemn, and he didn't know what was thinking in his heart. Ah, what do you want to do? Stay away from me. Help. This monster is eating people. Guard. Jailer beast. Come and save me. The 6th level of Infinite Hell, now seems to have really become a hell. Countless criminals are screaming in panic, even screaming. This is because Dior and the One-Eyed Owl, who are like evil tigers out of the cage, rushed into the other cells and started eating. Since the prisoners here are all the top criminals, they are all tied to death by halostone shackles. Just like when Jinping was imprisoned in Infinite Hell, although he didn't eat the devil fruit, he was locked by the halostone chain, and he could only be beaten by the jailer beast, and he couldn't even dodge. Dior's eating technique is fairly gentle, and he sucked the opponent into a corpse with just a hand in it. But these mummies soon came back alive and became corpses loyal to Dior. And the way the One-Eyed Owl eats, well, it can only be said that fortunately she has turned off the live broadcast ahead of time. Ignoring the desperate cry from around, I walked leisurely to the outside of a cell, and asked the frightened prisoner inside. Has Whitebeard's second team Captain Ace been locked up here? Asterisk. Chapter 22, Ninetales Takatsuki Spring. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. No. I haven't heard of it. This prisoner also offered a reward of tens of millions, but when he heard the screams coming from his ear, even he was almost scared to pee. Oh, really, thanks a lot. Iwen twisted the fence of the cell casually, and then stretched out her right hand to the desperate prisoner inside. Wow. Then, Iwen focused on the only criminal who was kept alone in the cell, San Juan Wolf. Hearing the screams one after another outside, the golden lion dug out his ears with his fingers. These guys are so noisy, why can't they die quietly? Tony, wearing a steel battle suit, seemed to have heard nothing, and used the equipment on the battle suit to check the seafloor stones on his hands. The characteristics of this stone are really strange. I have to take a little more back and study it carefully to see if I can make artificial imitations. In the live broadcast room, although Zionaiaoliahua couldn't see any bloody scenes, but listening to these calls that seemed to come from the abyss of hell, he also let out a cold sweat. However, her eyes also lit up. This is the real otherworld adventure. Fierce. Cruel. But, also full of excitement. It turned out to be just a second-degree girl, but after seeing so many weird copies of Otherworld, Liahua seems to have some strange attributes in Awakening. What a huge battleship San Juan, but just a big giant. It took a long time to suck the huge amounts of prisoners into fly ashes in the entire infinite hell. Iwen just felt full of energy. If you suck up this giant, you can at least suck up nearly 100 ordinary prisoners. This guy is really huge, and I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with if he is outside. However, the space in his cell was relatively too small, which directly blocked most of his duplication body. In addition, San Juan was tortured to death by Halu's stone shackles, which made him unable to hit Iwen at all, so in the end he could only be sucked up to death by suffocating his flesh and blood essence. This kind of blood-sucking ability does not seem to allow me to fully inherit the strength of the blood-sucking target, at most it is to increase some physical stamina. According to the system, Dior's vampire ability, most of the flesh and blood essence absorbed can only be used to fill up and recover from injuries, and only a small part will be used to strengthen one's own strength. However, as for me now, I should be able to exert more than 20% of the power of the deviated sword. At this moment, there was a girl's scream not far away. Iwen could tell that it was Gao Tsuzumi's voice. What's the matter? Could it be that a prisoner broke free of the shackles and injured her? Iwen hurried to follow the voice, only to find that Gao Suiquan had recovered his human form, but behind her, there were 9 huge amounts of tails. This, is it? Looking at the green-haired girl with a panic face, Iwen asked in surprise. Did you eat a woman just now? Gao Tsukikwan was looking anxiously at the tail growing behind him, and when he heard Iwen's words, he nodded and said. Yeah, what did this woman say before she died? Even the ant can't kill me, I didn't expect to die in your hands. Sure enough, it's her. Crescent Hunter Katarina Deppen. Iwen looked at Gao Tsukwan's 9 tails and laughed. Catalina and the Ant of the 4 Emperors were pirates of the same period, but she won the title of the most ferocious female pirate in history. It can be seen that the strength of this woman is so strong that she is at least a figure of the same level as the ant. Her fruit ability is the canine fruit of the Eudemons, 9-tailed fox form. According to Iwen's understanding, this 9-tailed fox possesses at least 2 abilities. One is the ability of transformation. Dai Pen once transformed into Absalom, even Moonlight Mariah didn't recognize it. And the second type of ability is to have 9 lives. Just like the heroic spirit Hercules, he must kill 9 times in a row to kill him. It was also Dai Peng's bad luck. He was tightly gripped by Halashi. Not only was the fruit ability completely useless, he was also weak, and could only be killed and eaten by Gao Suiquan. And as Takatsuki Spring develops fruit ability, there may be even more powerful ability. As for the problem of fear of sea and rocks, Iwen feels that the system can solve it. As for the fruit swallowing ability, it is not uncommon for the ability to inherit the fruit. For example, the owner of the soul fruit was originally a nun, but after the ant ate her, she also obtained the ability of the soul fruit. It can be seen that by eating the ability of the devil fruit, it is very likely that the ability of the fruit will be obtained directly. After hearing Iwen's explanation, Gao Suiquan was still very upset, pouting his mouth and said, "But I have these 9 tails. How come I go back to see people? Tatara and they will definitely laugh at me." Seeing Iwen still smiling, Gao Luquan stomped his feet with anger. "You still laugh? You want me to eat these prisoners? Now it's up to you how you are responsible." Seeing the one-eyed owl Gao Suiquan showing a rare little daughter's gesture, Iwen smiled from ear to ear, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this tale is just that you have just obtained the devil fruit, and you still don't know how to control it. Let the golden lion teach you to take it back." Asterisk. Chapter 23. A stand-in for timeout. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. On the other side, Dior was already following a group of corpses and pirates who had been sucked up by him. They even included the famous evil King Ibero Pizarro and the Beryl Basque. Chote. But he didn't care about it at all, he was just enjoying the joy of freedom and the joy of regaining human blood. Dior has been trapped in an iron box under the sea for decades. Changing an ordinary person would be crazy. Although he is not crazy yet, the depression and irritability, as well as the fear of not knowing when he will be able to get out of trouble in the future, still tortured him to death. But after joining this group, Dior can not only find a copy of memory in the group, to alleviate the distress and boredom. Now, you can travel to another world, freely move, and even suck blood again. Feeling this kind of rebirth joy, Dior wished that this kind of freedom could last forever. It is a pity that the travel card he used before can only allow him to stay in this world for 1 day at most. Suddenly, Dior felt as if someone was standing behind him. He turned his head abruptly, but saw nothing. But this feeling has not disappeared, on the contrary, it has become stronger. Wait, I have seen similar plots in JoJo's memory copy. Could it be that? Thinking of a possibility, Dior couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, then clenched his fists and yelled, "Come out! My stand-in!" Then, from his body, a man with blue skin and golden armor came out. Looking at this stand-in almost exactly the same as in the memory copy, Dior was so excited that his body shuddered slightly. This is a powerful image produced by the energy of life in the body. A stand-in. In the comics, Dior got his stand-in only after being fished out of the sea. And now, he not only gained short-term freedom in advance through the crossing card, but also absorbed the vitality of a large number of powerful pirates in the infinite hell. Therefore, his life energy has been greatly strengthened, and then, he has obtained his substitute in Advance the World. Every stand-in generally has a magical ability, and the ability of the world is to stop time. However, Dior tried for a long time and failed to stop even for half a second. Well, in the memory copy, after having a substitute, it took a while for me to awakening the ability that stopped time. It seems that I still can't worry. After Dior thought for a while, he made a decision. He entered the chat group, copied his substitute ability, and sent it to Iwen with a private chat. "Administrator, this is my new strength. I hope you can accept it." The reason why he did this was thoughtful. In this group, the one with the most points and the most power is undoubtedly the administrator. If I can win his favor, he will not only save me, but may also bring me more benefits. If it turns out that Dior just wanted to rule his world, but after seeing so many copies of other worlds' memory, now he has new ambitions. He wants to have stronger power, and like today the same, go to other worlds to suck blood, kill and plunder. In his opinion, the easiest way to do this is to please the administrator. After receiving Dior's substitute ability and a private chat, Iwen quickly understood what he meant. He smiled, then took out a T-virus serum, spent 1000 points to optimize, and sent it to Dior. Iwen also asked about the system. The optimized T-virus has an effect on all the creatures in the group, whether they are human or not. At the same time, seeing the string of corpses behind Dior, Iwen's heart also moved. It seems that I can't underestimate him. This kind of ability that uses blood to turn the strong into his own slave is now only owned by him in the group. If this kind of ability is used well, it will not be much worse than the reincarnation of the filthy soil. After going back, we must find a way to rescue Dior from the bottom of the sea. It would be too wasteful for such a person to stay under the bottom of the sea all day. Next, Iwen first accepted the substitute of world, and then he took out his last remaining ability strengthening card. Strengthening, stand in the world. Then, Iwen immediately felt that the strength and speed of the stand-in had been strengthened. Then he activated the world time pause ability. At this moment, everything around stopped. The screams stopped, and the prisoner in the prison froze there with his mouth wide open, and even Gao Sui Quan, who was still stupefying in front of Iwen's eyes, settled there. After 3 seconds, everything was back to normal. No wonder this stand-in claims to have the ability that dominates the world. If the Platinum Star hadn't awakened a similar ability, it would be absolutely impossible for Jotaro to beat Dior. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Encountering Magellan. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. After trying several more times, Iwen found that after the timeout, there must be at least 3 minutes before the timeout can be paused again. However, according to his estimation, as long as the ability strengthening card is used again to increase the ability of the stand-in, this cooling time can be further shortened. Just after Iwen finished his exploration of the substitute ability, he glanced at Gao Tsuquan's body and was immediately stunned. I saw Quan gently clenching her fist, and her fist turned out to be jet black. Armed domineering. She has eaten so many powerful men in the infinite hell, and she has even gained armed domineering. Iwen was surprised and delighted. Although he had also absorbed the flesh and blood essence of a lot of powerful prisoners, his physical fitness had only become stronger. It seems that the blood-sucking of Dior and I are really compared in this respect by Takatsuki Izumi. But, she really can't learn this method. With a wry smile, Iwen faintly felt that if Gao Suiquan continued to swallow the strong in each world, she would not know how strong her strength would be. What is this black energy? Hearing Gao Tsuquan's question, Iwen explained with a smile. This is a kind of ability unique to this world. As long as this kind of energy is transported, the power of your attack will be greatly increased. Would you like to give it a try? Takatsuki nodded, and immediately shape-shifting became a one-eyed owl. I saw huge amounts of owl raised his black right paw, and then plunged a paw into the ground. The 6th layer of infinite hell is the most guarded place in the entire advanced city, and it is also the strongest place, but under the blow of the one-eyed owl, her entire giant claw was inserted into the hard floor, and she did not emit a bit sound. Good guy, this blow can easily smash the tank. The destructive power of the hero and the domineering armed color, this chemical effect is really incredible. Iwen was amazed, but only heard Gao Suiquan say quietly. I feel that my strength has increased by at least 3 times. If I eat more of the strong here, I should be able to become stronger. In the fiery red one eye, a strong desire shot out. With stronger strength, I can defeat and repair the home, no. Joker, v Organization, CCG, I can defeat it? Iwen laughed. This is the boldness of the leader of the Bronze Tree. The so-called one-eyed king, why can't it be you? As long as you have a strong power, whoever dares to stop you will kill you. At this time, Iwen heard the screams in her ears and gradually stopped, knowing that this meant that the prisoners in the infinite hell were basically dead. He said to Gao Tsuizumi, "Let's go, there are some interesting scenery above, I will show you." He slowly withdrew Kazuko from her body and changed back to the appearance of a girl. Takatsuki-kwan silently followed Iwen out of the cell. After gathering with everyone, Tony and Golden Lion stared at Kwan's tail behind him, making her feel ashamed and angry. Upon learning that it was because Kwan ate Catalina Depeng and inherited her ability, the Golden Lion laughed loudly. This stinky lady always laughs at me when I escaped and was caught back. She also has today, jahahaha. However, Golden Lion is worthy of being a veteran ability person. After teaching Takatsuki Izumi's experience with devil fruits, she successfully retracted the tail. Seeing that the tail behind Gao Sui-kwan disappeared, Iwen felt a little regretful, thinking that she should seize the opportunity to touch it just now. Looking at the hairy look, it should feel very comfortable to the touch. And through the sixth sense of women, Gao Sui-kwan seemed to perceive something, raised his head and gave Iwen a fierce look. A little blush appeared on his face. Next, after Iwen gave a few words, Gao Tsukikwan turned and flew, condensing his arm domineering on his right paw, and punched the roof of the infinite hell. Just hearing a boom, a hole was punched in the roof. Gao Tsukikwan punched a few more punches around the hole, and finally made a big hole with a radius of tens of meters. The Golden Lion laughed, knelt down and pressed his hand to the floor. Soon, the floor trembles. Just listening to the rumbling sound, a large piece of floor where everyone was standing slowly flew up. Iwen and others, together with a group of corpses created by Dior, stood on the floor and gradually flew into the big hole on the roof, leaving the infinite hell. Everyone had just entered the fifth floor cold hell. They heard a violent roar. As long as Magellan is there, no one wants to escape this propulsion city. When everyone saw it, they saw a large group of jailer beasts and guards gathered not far away, and among them stood a giant with horns on its head and wings on its back. It is Magellan, the director of Advancing City. At the same time, in a forest in the distance, two people were observing the raging war in the dark. It's incredible, how did these people sneak into the infinite hell? Even we didn't even notice it. Hip hop. I care more about the Golden Lion. Look at his head and his legs. There is such a medical skill in the world. It's incredible. P.S. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Defeat Magellan. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Iwen winked at Dior. Dior immediately waved at the dead people, and the group of walking dead screamed and rushed towards Magellan. Magellan frowned when he saw the familiar faces of these dead people. Abalo Pizarro, the vicious king. Basque Chote, the big barrel. Damn, the Golden Lion group has included these villains. Knowing that these long famous big pirates are not easy to deal with, Magellan shouted. Everyone retreat. I will deal with them alone. When he heard the director's words, the faces of the prison guards around him changed drastically, and then they all ran away like a run for their lives. The guard beasts also followed them, and they ran away in a while. Looking coldly at the prisoners coming closer and closer, Magellan's eyes fixed on Iwen and others in the distance, and then his pupils shrank. From the standing position and the manners of these people, the head of them is not the Golden Lion, but the young man. Unbelievable, how did this person let the Golden Lion, who is as famous as Roger, be his master? However, as the director of Advanced City, he also has his own self-confidence. Just listen to him shouting to Iwen and others. Who are you and how you invaded this advanced city? I will ask you to recruit them carefully later. Then, his face and body began to melt like a heated candle. The melted part turned into a dragon shape. Poison dragon. Magellan didn't move, and the poisonous dragon that emerged from him immediately overwhelmed the evil king and the others. Humph. As long as it is a creature, it can't resist the poisonous dragon's neurotoxin. In the comics, even after Blackbeard encountered Magellan's poisonous dragon for the first time, he was defeated in an instant, and he didn't even have the power to fight back. But What? Magellan's eyes immediately became horrified. It turned out that the evil king and others seemed completely unaffected by toxins, and they rushed in front of him all at once. Then the evil king's fists, like drill bits, spread all over his arms and domineering, and slammed Magellan hard. After receiving this blow, Magellan's face was distorted with pain, and he spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. How is it possible? My neurotoxins will make people feel painful. This kind of pain can never be resisted with willpower. Why are they totally unaffected? The other prisoners also didn't care about the venom on their bodies, and rushed to fist Magellan. And in the forest, the ladyboy King Ivankov with a purple explosion is almost going to lose his voice in shock roar. Hip hop! Even my hormones are not immune to Magellan's toxins. What's going on with these people? At this moment, Magellan, who was crushed underground by the prisoners, let out a violent roar. Fools! You all go to death! Giants of poison, judgment of hell! Then I saw crimson venom gushing out of him, forming a giant with a skull. The venom of the poisonous giants is astonishingly corrosive, and even stones can be corroded. Soon, some prisoners were corroded to bloody flesh. But they have all been turned into immortal corpses by Dior, who are not afraid of pain and death, so they are still rushing forward one after another. Damn it! Are these guys still human? Magellan was stunned, and saw that the evil king was corroded by the poison to see the bones. But there was no pain on his face, and he rushed into the skeleton giant to fight him desperately. And in the forest in the distance, Ivankov and Imazuna, the ability of scissors, could see that their eyes were about to fall. What's the matter? Are these prisoners crazy? Imazuna surprised roar. No, these prisoners are no longer humans. Maybe some of the Golden Lion's accomplices have an ability similar to Moria. Can transform living people into immortal zombies. Only in this way can we explain this kind of thing. After all, Ivankov was skilled in medicine and well informed. After the initial surprise, he quickly guessed the reason. Then can they beat Magellan? Imazuna asked. Ivankov shook his head. The poisonous giants are too corrosive, even the iron men can't stand it, they will soon be corroded to the point that there are no bones left. But at this moment, I just heard hooah. Wow! Two red lights came directly, and they penetrated Magellan's poisonous giants, punching two big holes in his chest. What's the matter? Magellan's eyes turned dark, his huge amounts of body shook for a moment, and he fell to the ground, and the giant skeletons on his body began to disappear gradually. What kind of ray was that? It knocked Magellan down in one fell swoop. Ivankov and Imazuna looked back in horror, only to see a man wearing a steel battle suit holding his hands up. It was obvious that he was sending out the deadly red rays just now. What kind of attack is this? Even the pacifists of Vegapunk can't have such power. Looking at the appearance of Iron Man, Ivankov instinctively regarded him as a robot. P.S. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 26, Painful Flat Yellow Ape. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Ivankov clenched his fists unconsciously. What is the background of these people? Will their existence threaten our revolutionary army? In the surveillance room of Push City, Deputy Director Hannibal trembled all over looking at the screen on the monitor. Although all his subordinates are afraid of him, they all know that Magellan is the patron saint of this advanced city. But the patron saint is now down. Department. Director, what should I do now? Hearing the voice of his subordinates, it took Hannibal a long time to understand that he was calling himself. At this moment, Hannibal really wanted to cry without tears. Although he has always wanted to become a director, he is definitely not in the current situation of this kind of enemy. On the other side, Tony smiled triumphantly when he saw that he made a contribution with one blow. My full power blaster can penetrate even hills. This is the power of science. At the side, Iwen couldn't help but sigh. The Tony of the 616 world is really better than the movie world. If you face the Iron Overlord, this Tony can only be solved with a single shot. At this moment, the Red Queen suddenly sent a private chat to Iwen. Red Queen, the corpse created by Mr. Dior is very similar to the zombies created by the T-virus in many places, but they have intelligence. And the body function of DAI strengthening. Administrator, can you send me a sample of a corpse and let me study it? Iwen smiled weirdly. If the Red Queen really takes inspiration from the dead and creates wise zombies, will she really become the queen of the zombie earth? Red Queen, oh, one more thing. I am also very interested in the devil fruit of One Piece world. Can the administrator also find me some samples? It seems that I feel a little embarrassed to keep making requests, the Red Queen also added. If I find any results, I will share it with the administrator. Seeing this sentence, Iwen's eyes lit up, she lowered her head for a moment, and then said to Dior. You come with me. The two walked to Magellan's side. At the moment the venom on his body had almost disappeared, but the corpse prisoners had been corroded to bones. Sure enough, this guy is still angry. With the keen five senses of a vampire, Iwen soon discovered that Magellan still had a hint of roar-sucking. You deserve to be a member of the One Piece world. The body is really strong. Iwen turned her head and said to Dior. You suck up his blood now and turn him into a corpse. Although he didn't understand what Iwen wanted to do, Dior still happily inserted his hand into Magellan's chest. A few minutes later, Magellan, who seemed to have fully recovered, stood respectfully behind Dior, as if he had become his servant. Seeing the scene through the monitor, Hannibal couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed to the ground. No way, how can this kind of enemy survive? Order all the jailers to retreat across the board. Hearing Hannibal's trembling voice, all his subordinates paled. They knew Magellan's strength better than anyone else. Such a person suddenly became an enemy. Then no matter how many people went up, they committed suicide. At this moment, Iwen touched Magellan, who had turned into a corpse, with his right hand, and Magellan disappeared all at once. Is this a space shift? Hannibal only felt dizzy, but he also knew that such a powerful enemy was definitely not something he could handle, so he rushed out of the monitoring room immediately. You must promptly inform the Marshal of the Warring States period, these people are too terrifying. What? What did you say? Hearing the voice from the phone worm, the Warring States Marshal's expression suddenly changed. A robot far beyond pacifists. Ability that can transform the strong into a zombie warrior who is not afraid of death. And the ability of space transfer. The strength of these mysterious companions of Golden Lion is almost no less than Kaiwuhe. After hanging up Hannibal's call, the Warring States Marshal immediately picked up another phone worm and contacted the battleship of the three major generals in front of him. Poruzalino. Now no one can stop the Golden Lions in the city. You rush over as soon as possible and use your speed to entangle them. Wait for the other two generals to arrive and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. After listening to the words of the Marshal of the Warring States period, the eyes of the three generals appeared astonished. Magellan was defeated by a single blow, and was transformed into a zombie warrior. Finally lost sight of by the enemy? Oh, space transfer ability, what a funny guy. Huang Yuan laughed happily. A guy like this is qualified to be my opponent. You should hurry up and catch up. I'll go one step ahead. Then he immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared into the air. Advance the city. After using a red envelope to send Magellan, who had become a corpse, to the Red Queen, Iwen and others went all the way up and soon came to the top of the city. There were no obstacles along the way. After Magellan's defeat, the jailers all fled. Stepping out of the gate to advance the city, at the moment it was the night, the Golden Lion took a deep breath and laughed. Gee ha 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 ha. I am finally free again. Iwen then began to try to use her floating fruit ability, and flew easily into the sky. Well, it seems that the speed of my flight is not slow. Wait, what is that? Just when Iwen was about to land, suddenly only a golden light flashed in the distance, and then he heard a humble voice. Have you been kicked by the speed of light? Iwen's pupils shrank, and saw a golden light shining straight towards him from the horizon. Although he saw it, he had no time to dodge it. But just before being hit by the golden light, Iwen roared wildly in her heart. World. Then everything stopped. In the still world, Iwen could see clearly, a middle-aged man in a yellow suit, his right leg turned into a golden sharp light, and he was only a few meters away from kicking him. As expected to be the fastest person in the world. If there is no time to stop ability, I really don't even have the power to fight back. At the moment, the world with knotted muscles appeared behind Iwen, and his fists had all turned black. However, within these few seconds of stopping, the one without the strength to fight back will become you. Huang Yuan. Iwen laughed loudly. Take my fist of the world. Useless, 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 useless. P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Defeat the Yellow Ape. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. The world is like a fist as big as a casserole, with a dark armed color domineering, and then begins to crazily crush the yellow ape who is still in the air and motionless. It's useless, 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 useless. In anime, Dior once used the world to punch Noriaki Huekyoin in the chest with one punch. It can be seen how heavy the fist of the stand-in is. However, the physical strength of humans in the One Piece world cannot be judged by common sense at all. Moreover, Huang Yuan, as a student of Zifa and a general of the Navy, must have also practiced quite a bit. Iwen never expected to use World to beat him to death. Within a second, World beat Huang Yuan with hundreds of punches. Iwen estimated that the operation would resume soon, and immediately took out a scarlet spear from the system space. This gun is the treasure that Iwen won in the last lottery before entering the world of One Piece, the Gun of Thousand Thorns. However, due to Iwen's Emperor of Europe attribute, this enhanced version of the Thousand Thorns spear also has a function: once a day, transform into a heroic spirit Kuchurin for 1 hour. After Iwen held the gun, a red light floated on his body, and then, he turned into a man with long blue hair Kuchulin. And at this moment, the 3-second static time has come. Suddenly Huang Yuan only felt a blur, and the young man who was about to be kicked by the speed of his light suddenly disappeared. Then, there was a heart-wrenching pain almost at the same time all over his body. It's as if the bones of the whole body have been broken. At this moment, Huang Yuan almost shed tears in pain, but compared to the pain, he was more surprised and panicked. What's the matter? Who attacked me just now? Why didn't I see it at all? Is there anyone in the world faster than me? Because of the sudden pain and the confusion in his brain, Huang Yuan's reaction was a little slower, and he missed the final opportunity to escape. Seeing that time has recovered here, Iwen gripped the spear with both hands, and a scarlet magic light broke out on the tip of the spear in an instant. Then, a dark color was entrained. I accept your heart. Seeing the stranger who suddenly appeared in front of him, Huang Yuan felt the danger instinctively. When he was holding back the pain and preparing for battle, he only heard a violent shout. Debalg, punch of death thorn. The scarlet magic spear in Iwen's hand turned into a twisted red lightning, drew a weird trajectory in the air, and slammed towards the yellow ape. Sky Kong Yunjian. After all, Huang Yuan is the admiral of the navy, the ability of shining fruit. Although I was very surprised, but the years of combat experience are still there. I saw the golden photon condensed in Huang Ape's hand and turned into a golden longsword in an instant, and then blocked the red lightning at the very moment of its death. Huh? No. This beam. Obviously, this red lightning had been blocked, but Huang Yuan had a warning sign in his heart. This was the fighting instinct he had cultivated over the years on the battlefield. But although he noticed the problem, he was completely unable to recover it. At this moment, the world seemed to be still again, and everything was suspended at this moment. The only thing was the red lightning, which retreated back to Iwen's gunpoint. Then, the red thunder shot out again, and the yellow ape, frozen in place, could only watch the scarlet magic light hit his chest. It must be elementalized as soon as possible. No, this is armed and domineering. The frightened yellow ape instinctively activated the elementalization, but he immediately discovered the domineering armed color covering the red lightning. Ah! Hearing a scream, this red light penetrated Huang Yuan's chest completely. Then Iwen shook his arms and threw Huang Yuan obliquely hundreds of meters away. Puff! Huang Yuan spit out blood on the spot. The darkness in front of me almost fainted. Fortunately, this guy doesn't have deep armed and domineering skills, otherwise I will be dead. No, I must run away quickly. Almost being thrown into the sea, knowing that this is the critical moment of life and death, the seriously injured Huang Yuan gritted his teeth, desperately unfolded the elementalization, turned his body into a golden light, and disappeared to the horizon in an instant. Well, let him run away. It's a pity, if my armed look is stronger, he will undoubtedly die. Iwen let out a sigh of regret, and now his arrogance is still at the elementary level, which is only better than the beginner level. Huang Yuan is a veteran ability person, and his natural elementalization skills are already perfect. If Iwen can raise his armed S*X domineering to a high level, the move that pierced the Deaththorn spear just now has definitely taken the life of Huang Ape. But now, at best, he can only be injured. First I was squeezed by the world, and then shot by me. Even if he didn't die, Huang Yuan would definitely not be able to fight anymore. Looking down at the group of members on the ground who looked at him in surprise, Iwen felt proud in her heart. Even Huang Yuan is defeated by me, even if the world government sends the remaining 2 generals over, there is nothing to be afraid of. P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 28 The Shock of the Red Dog. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Iwen defeated Huang Yuan, in fact, it was an instant. When Huang Yuan struck, the people who had just walked out of Pushing City, and the group members watching the live broadcast in the group, almost did not react. I only saw a golden light coming and going. The only thing that can be seen clearly is the golden lion, who has restored the top-notch and domineering cultivation base. He immediately noticed the golden light shot from Iwen from far away. Just as he was about to rush into the sky to rescue Iwen, he suddenly heard a scream. I saw Huang Yuan backing backwards in the air. What? The speed of this old monkey hurts me, and the administrator can beat him back. Just as Golden Lion was surprised, he suddenly found that Iwen's figure had disappeared. It was replaced by a man with long blue hair. Who is this person? What happened just now? Under the horrified gaze of the Golden Lion, a red light flashed in the air, and the yellow ape flew out hundreds of meters like a kite with a broken line, and then turned away without saying a word. Seeing the blue-haired man in the sky slowly descending, an expression of disbelief appeared in the Golden Lion's eyes. This feeling. It's my fluttering fruit. This person is the administrator. But, how did he do it? He defeated the yellow ape in an instant? This kind of thing, even I or the Whitebeard can't do it. Arrive. And Jin Xinjian and others, although they couldn't see what happened, the speed of Huang Yuan was also a warning sign in their hearts. Dior couldn't help but blurted out, "Who is this man in yellow clothes?" Why is he so fast? Where else is the administrator? Tony's voice is also full of disbelief. Even the J.A.R.V.I.S monitoring system failed to capture the actions of the man in yellow. How could human beings get so fast? Jin's shining eyebrows twitched slightly, although she didn't say a word. There was a dignified look in her eyes. His fighting style is more similar to that of ADC's. His best skill is to use long-range attacks to destroy enemies, and his rank is also archer. For him, Huang Yuan, an extremely fast enemy, is the most troublesome. Seeing everyone looked confused, the Golden Lion smiled helplessly and said, "The one who struck just now was Huang Yuan, one of the 3 Navy generals. He who ate the sparkling fruit, claimed to have the speed of light." At this time, almost everyone else's face changed drastically. The speed of light? How is this possible? Isn't he invincible? Tony could hardly believe his ears. According to Einstein's theory, if a person really has the speed of light, the quality of his blow can be close to infinity. The power of a punch is equivalent to a nuclear bomb explosion. Wait, if that person is so powerful, why did he escape again in the end? Dior asked in astonishment. He, you don't have to be so surprised. Huang Yuan's speed is also subject to his personal reaction. Although it is very fast, it still does not reach the speed of light. Therefore, he is not invincible. Hearing this familiar voice, the group members all raised their heads and looked at Iwen, whose appearance had completely changed, and understood one thing almost at the same time. That incredibly powerful Hakariman was instantly defeated by this mysterious administrator. Everyone stared at Iwen, their eyes were full of surprise, admiration, shock, incredible. At the moment, in the surveillance room of Push City, Huang Yuan was seen through the surveillance screen, and everyone, including Hannibal, was in a state of dementia. After a long time, someone screamed. "Impossible! This must be a dream. It is an illusion. Wow, ha ha ha. I saw a jailer in charge of monitoring with distracted eyes and a loud laugh. Obviously, today Magellan was defeated by the enemy and finally disappeared. Then the Navy was regarded as a symbol of invincibility, but he was defeated and fled as soon as he came out. After the series of blows, the hapless man collapsed completely." Hearing the crazy laughter of his subordinates, Hannibal returned to the monitoring room and wanted to faint immediately. He heard the Marshal of the Warring States period on the phone saying that 3 generals were dispatched at the same time. This allowed him to rekindle a glimmer of hope. Therefore, he returned to the monitoring room and ordered his subordinates to send the monitoring phone worm out of the city. He wanted to see with his own eyes the scene of the defeat of these fanatics who invaded the advancing city. But Hannibal never dreamed that what he saw turned out to be the scene where General Huang Yuan escaped after a fiasco. It's over. This is over. Even the general can't beat him. Who else is their opponent? Hannibal slumped in his chair, muttering to himself without a thought. The men next to them looked earthy and didn't say a word. In the entire monitoring room, only a certain unlucky crazy laugh could be heard. On the naval battleship, Huang Yuan has been walking for a while, and this battleship is not far from Propulsion City. Just as the red dog and the blue pheasant were standing on the bow of the ship waiting to arrive, they suddenly saw a golden light flashing from the horizon, and then fell heavily on the deck. Huh? Polusalino. Why are you back again? At first, the red dog didn't take it seriously, and even thought that Huang Yuan would solve all the opponents by himself. But when he saw the appearance of Huang Yuan, his eyes immediately widened because of horror. I saw Huang Yuan's neat yellow suits were messed up, and many places were stained with blood. People have passed out? And on his chest, blood kept leaking out, dyeing a large piece of suit into crimson red. P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 29 The Fear of the Warring States period. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. What's the matter? Who can hurt you like this? Seeing the appearance of the yellow ape, both the red dog and the green pheasant couldn't believe their eyes. The fastest yellow ape in the world. He had just attacked, and he was beaten to death and fled back. And seeing the invincible General Huang Yuan lying half dead on the deck, the Navy soldiers were all dumbfounded, and some even trembled slightly. What kind of powerful enemy is it that beat General Huang Yuan like this all at once? Who knows? Maybe it is the four emperors. No, it may be a monster even stronger than the four emperors. Each navy whispered to each other with pale faces, and their voices were full of fear. All the medical soldiers on the ship ran over to deal with Huang Yuan's injuries. After a while, the squad leader of the medical squad came over and said with a worried expression, "General Polisalino suffered serious injuries all over his body, as if he was beaten up by countless people. But the heaviest injury he suffered was a hole in his heart. Fortunately this hole very small, otherwise he would have died long ago. It is impossible to hold on to escape." Hearing these words, the expressions of the red dog and the blue pheasant changed. Huang Yuan's speed has made him invincible. Even facing an enemy at the level of the four emperors, it is absolutely impossible for him to suffer a fatal injury like a heart piercing through. What kind of enemy was it that almost killed Huang Yuan? The green pheasant's face was pale, thinking desperately on the side. But no matter what he thinks, he can't think of who has such an ability. Some despicable means must be used by the enemy, and then they joined forces to besiege Polisalino. Otherwise, how could he be injured all over? When Akadog was complaining bitterly, he suddenly found that the phone worm on his body was ringing, and when he answered, he found that it was the Warring States period. Marshal of the Warring States period, Polisalino was accidentally besieged and injured by the enemy. But don't worry, we will definitely avenge him. To the phone bug, the red dog shouted loudly as if to vent his depression. The Warring States period was silent for a long time before he sighed and said quietly, "The person pushing the city has notified me about Polisalino." However, he was not defeated by a group of people. The throat seemed to be blocked, and the Warring States period swallowed a mouthful of saliva before continuing. He was instantly defeated by one person. What? The red dog and the green pheasant could hardly believe their ears. With the strength and speed of the yellow ape, even if the four emperors joined forces, it was impossible to defeat him in an instant. Let alone. If someone can do such a thing, how strong is his strength? At the headquarters of the Navy, Zhenguo looked at the video shown on another phone bug, and only felt that his hands were shaking slightly. The picture broadcast on the video is what Hannibal passed to him, Iwen's process of killing Huang Yuan in seconds. In front of this mysterious young man, the highest combat power of the world government forces could not even handle a single move. It was a fiasco. Just when the red dog and the blue pheasant fell into silence, the Warring States period uttered another sentence, which completely shocked them. "Sakaski, Kyuzan, you guys, come back." The red dog's forehead was full of green veins, and he yelled at the phone bug. Marshal of the Warring States period, wouldn't this be a case of shrinking from evil? If even us generals are so cowardly, isn't the justice of the Navy a joke? The Warring States period was turned blue and red by the roar of the red dog, and he finally broke out. "Sakaski. What's your ghost name? Don't I know the truth? But, now the strength shown by the enemy is too strong, you may not have been able to fight. What's more, there is another enemy who is similar. The ability of Moria can turn people into obedient zombies." Hearing this, the red dog and the blue pheasant were both terrified and horrified, and they immediately understood the meaning of the Warring States period. Understood? Huang Yuan has unparalleled speed to escape back. You don't have it? If you are made into zombies and thrown into the enemy after you are defeated, who else can stop these people? At that time, the Navy. No, the world government may be subverted. The warring states screamed hoarsely. In addition to venting, it seemed to be releasing the fear in his heart. At the moment, the red dog and the green pheasant were already scared and sweating. As soldiers, they are not terribly afraid of death, but if they become zombies bowing their heads to the enemy after death, this kind of thing will make them shudder. There was silence. After listening to the words of the warring states period, even the red dog was so scared that he could no longer speak cruel words. However, if he wanted to escape back without even seeing the enemy, Akahu really couldn't hold back his face. At this embarrassing moment, the watchman on the mast suddenly yelled. "Propulsion City is just ahead. We have arrived." What? Hearing this good news, both the red dog and the green pheasant trembled. The warring states even yelled in the phone worm. "Turn around. Hurry up and turn around." Just as the Navy battleship was in chaos, an old voice suddenly came from the sky. "Jahahahaha. Now that I'm here, I don't even want to call roar. Where do I want to go? Admirals." Then, the sea suddenly fluctuated wildly, and countless waves rushed to the sky, and then huge amounts of lion heads were formed one after another. Then pounce on the battleship. P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 30 The Self-Defeating Green Pheasant. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. A few minutes ago, after hearing that the administrator actually defeated the Hakariman, the group members in the live broadcast room were boiling. "Red Queen, I have seen how difficult this yellow monkey is in the memory copy. So I can't understand it at all. How could he be defeated at once? Can the administrator tell me the secret? Otherwise, my processor may overheat because it cannot analyze this problem. Destroying the Earth with the moon, the speed of light. Unbelievable. Even if I get the eyes, I am afraid I can't defeat such a powerful enemy. The administrator's methods are really unfathomable. The evil king's true eye is the strongest. If I use my evil king's true eye. Forget it, I won't say anything." After seeing the various shocking actions of the group members in the live broadcast room, Xioniaoliahua finally began to feel that his second speech was really out of date. It would be great if I could also have power, even if I was not as strong as an administrator, so that I could join them on an adventure in other world. In her room, the petite girl secretly clenched her fists. Seeing Iwen, who had changed his appearance again, her golden brows wrinkled slightly. This miscellaneous repairer has actually changed into another appearance. How many kinds of transformations does he have? At the moment, Dior could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. Sure enough, I chose to hug the thigh of the administrator. It was a wise choice. Following such a strong person, one day, I can also reach the top. At this moment, the golden lion's eyes flashed suddenly. He had recovered his domineering look and hearing, and let him capture a ship. Then he flew into the sky, and by the moonlight, he quickly recognized the people on the boat. Jahahaha, it turns out to be the red dog and the green pheasant. Good luck this time. Then, he turned his head and said excitedly to Iwen. Administrator, let's do it. It just happens to be able to catch them all at once. Iwen's heart moved when she heard the words of the golden lion. Killing two generals at the same time is definitely an unprecedented feat. However, the risk is also great. He had just been able to defeat the yellow ape because he had two abilities that just restrained the opponent, the time stop in the world and the piercing spear of the dead thorn by Siyu Kulane. And Huang Yuan is right beside him. Although the piercing spear can reverse the cause and effect, it is guaranteed to hit the heart with one shot. But first, this trick has requirements in range. Secondly, in order to kill the ability of the natural type, you must have a powerful and domineering weapon. And the red dog and the blue pheasant have extremely strong long-range attack abilities. Even if he stops in 3 seconds, he may not be able to grab them and launch the spear that pierces the dead thorn. Moreover, with his current armed look and domineering, even if he hits with a shot, he can't kill the elementalized general, but it is very likely to be dropped by another general. After thinking about it, I felt that it was too cost-effective to rush up to take the risk. After a glance, he saw the golden glitter standing beside him. Then I laughed. Jahahaha, let me see how these admirals compare to warring states and carp. The golden lion laughed and descended, and gently pressed his hand to the surface of the sea. Then, the storm rose suddenly. Countless huge amounts of lion heads roared silently and swooped at the general's battleship. I moved in his heart when he saw this scene. In the theatrical version of the animation, when the golden lion deals with Luffy, it divides the sea into many small pieces to surround Luffy, and then closes it up to wrap Luffy in the sea. In the whole world of One Piece, there is only one kind of devil fruit that can manipulate sea water. On the battleship, seeing numerous huge amounts of lion heads, the Navy soldiers were all shocked roar. Seeing that the battleship was about to tip over, suddenly only a quiet voice sounded. Ice Age. In an instant, a blast of cold air dissipated, and the surface of the sea began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the surface of the sea within a radius of tens of miles turned into ice. Those lion heads made of sea water have also become ice lion heads. Frozen in the air. Seeing the crisis disappeared, the Navy soldiers who survived the catastrophe were all happy, roar. But at this moment, an old laughter suddenly sounded in the sky. Jahahaha. Stupid Kuzan, have you forgotten what my ability is? You just made more weapons for me by doing this. Hearing this voice, the green pheasant's face changed drastically, and he blurted out. Not good. At the moment the entire Navy warship was stuck on the frozen sea. Suddenly, the soldiers on the warship felt a shock from under their feet. What happened? Is this an earthquake? We are at sea now? Where did the earthquake come from? However, everyone soon discovered the source of the shock. It's the frozen sea. The golden lion actually lifted a large piece of the sea enclosed by the blue pheasant into the sky. I saw the ice block was so big that it even covered the moon. Its volume can no longer be called ice, but should be called Iceland. P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 31 The Defeat of the Two Generals. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Looking at Iceland, which may weigh tens of millions of tons in the air, some Navy soldiers even sat on the deck with fright. Even the green pheasant and the red dog, seeing this horrible sight, have their hair standing upright. The green pheasant regrets it even more. Unexpectedly, in his ice age, he would forcibly create such a terrifying weapon for the golden lion on the sea. Generals, see if you can take this blow. The golden lion in the air smiled triumphantly, and with a light wave of his right hand, this huge Iceland, which covered the sky and covered the sun, smashed down on the naval battleship. What is the concept of an island smashed from the air? Just the sound of the wind when Iceland fell, it seemed to tear people's eardrums sharply. God. Help. General Red Dog, hurry up and save us. Seeing this island rushing down towards them, many navies simply rolled their eyes and fainted. Others desperately asked the general for help. Seeing such a terrifying sight, Aquino was also pale in shock. But he, who is naturally determined, still wants to try it one last time. I saw the thick smoke coming from the right hand of the Red Dog, and soon a magma fist that was several times larger than his own was formed. Then he waved his right hand and yelled at the same time. Spitfire! This magma fist shot out like a rocket, and hit Iceland, which was falling, with a boom. Rumble! The high-temperature magma fist drilled straight into Iceland like a drill bit, steaming up along the way, and large chunks of ice were melted. But compared to the immense Iceland, this magma fist is like a needle pierced into a big rock. It won't cause much harm at all. The momentum of the fall in Iceland has not been affected at all. How come? Seeing this scene, even though he had been prepared, there was still despair in his heart. The other party only sent the Golden Lion, and as a result, neither of his two generals could stop the opponent's attack. Reminiscent of Huang Yuan, who was defeated by a mysterious enemy before. Qi Inu's heart is even more embarrassing. These generals are the highest combat power of the world government. When did it become so useless? Sakaski, forget it, Polusalino will leave it to me, and you can go quickly. Seeing the green pheasant picking up the unconscious yellow ape, his red canines clenched his teeth, but looking at Iceland, which was getting closer and closer in the air, he still reluctantly used the moon step and disappeared on the deck one after another with the green pheasant. Superior. Seeing the two generals disappear one after another, the navy soldiers whose legs were so frightened suddenly understood. Their general had abandoned them and escaped alone. Admiral Green Pheasant. Admiral Red Dog. Don't go. Save us. One after another naval soldiers wailed in despair, but they were only greeted by a severely crushed Iceland. Boom. The loud noise of tens of millions of tons of Iceland hitting the frozen sea is beyond words. Pushing the city not far from here is like a major earthquake. From the top to the bottom, countless ceilings shattered. The room collapsed. Countless prisoners and jailers have been buried by their lives. The huge amounts of blast caused by the vibration even washed away a large amount of clouds in the sky. The sea surface that was completely frozen by the ice age of the blue pheasant was smashed into countless cracks, and the narrowest one was hundreds of meters wide. And the icy debris aroused by the impact filled a few kilometers of space. It's like a heavy fog suddenly. After the fog dissipated a little, there was only one huge amount of Iceland left where the naval battleship was located. The two generals didn't know where they went. Oh, the noise you made, Golden Lion, is really not small. If I didn't cover my ears, I'm afraid the eardrum would have been pierced by the sound just now. Flew to the Golden Lion's side with her ears, and said with a sigh. He still didn't know that in pushing the city, some people on the top floor were not crushed to death or crushed to death, but they were shaken to death by the loud noise of Iceland hitting the ice. Seeing the power of fluttering fruits, he sighed at the same time. He also gained confidence in his heart. I also have the same ability now, relying on the system, maybe it won't take long, I can do this kind of thing too. Miscellaneous repair. You made a mess, and the enemy took the opportunity to run away. So this king didn't even have a chance to shoot. Sitting on the golden flight machine Vimana, Jin Shining stared at the Golden Lion with an uncomfortable expression, extremely angry in her heart. Originally Iwen told him that as long as he and Golden Lion deal with two generals together, he would even make a single shot. But I didn't expect the Golden Lion to make such a big move. All of a sudden it makes the sky dark. When he recovered, the enemy didn't know where to escape. P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Shaking Fruit. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that the two generals were so famous, they turned out to be just two courageous rats. They escaped like this. Jahahaha. Stroking the smooth forehead, the Golden Lion laughed indifferently. Weird, shouldn't the green pheasants and the red dogs be such timid people? Why did they escape all at once? Iwen couldn't figure it out after thinking about it for a long time. How did he know that because of what the warring states marshal said before, these two generals had long since retired? After all, it was nothing more than to die in battle, being transformed by the enemy into a zombie driven by others. This is really many times more terrifying than death. In addition, the green pheasant was self-defeating, allowing the Golden Lion to perform his most powerful blow. Seeing that Iceland, which covered the sky, was even more shocked that the two of them lost their fighting spirit. In this case, The red dog and the green pheasant dared to stay where they could only take the unconscious yellow ape, spread the moon step, and ran away without looking back. In the live broadcast room, the members of the group were so shocked that no one spoke for a long time when they saw the golden lion bully blasting into the sky with tens of millions of tons of Iceland to smash people. In the end, the Red Queen was the first to break the silence. The Red Queen, although I have seen countless incredible sights in the memory copy, this blow of the golden lion is undoubtedly the most shocking. I start to regret why I am not a human being. I want to eat a devil fruit too. Destroy the earth with the moon. If I have eyes, I should be able to do this kind of thing. The evil king's true eyes are the strongest, forget the one upstairs. As a person who has passed by, I can say responsibly. In this case, saying this kind of second line will only make you look like a fool. Destroying the earth with the moon, what 2 lines? I'm serious. If you let me get eyes, I can also have incomparable power. The evil king's true eyes are the strongest. Hey, it seems to have seen his past self. Forget it, I can understand it too, after all, people don't fall into the middle of a juvenile. Destroy the earth with the moon, This world is really hopeless. Only to completely destroy it? I'm not a human being, my head is still dizzy. If I didn't have the self-healing ability of a vampire, I would have been shocked to death. The golden lion's full blow was so terrifying. One-eyed writer, fortunately I can fly, as long as I plug my ears, it's okay, ha ha ha. The king is responsible for the great world, a group of fools who have never seen the world. If this king makes a move, the momentum will only be 10 times greater than this. Flying pirate, in fact, besides me, the administrator now also has the power of fluttering fruits. Maybe in the near future, he can also do this kind of thing. The true eye of the evil king is the strongest. What? There is such a thing. So envious. Damn, I really want to have the ability of fluttering fruits. It must be so cool to hit someone with an island. One-eyed writer, jealousy is about to separate me. I'm not a human being, I am worthy of being an administrator, there are countless powerful abilities. I'm Iron Man, I only need a battlesuit. But if only I can get a devil fruit. Well, it's research, I'm for research. At this time, the system's voice suddenly rang. Ding. Congratulations to the 5 members of the group for successfully changing the history of important people, each earning 10,000 points. And at the same time get a free lucky draw opportunity, the Scope One Piece World. Upon hearing the announcement of the system, Dior and others were all pleasantly surprised. Unexpectedly, when you come to One Piece World, you can not only get points, but also draw a prize for free. And according to the system, in this lottery, in theory, you can even draw top treasures equivalent to 10,000 points. At the moment, all 5 members, including Iwen, chose to draw. Then, Iwen immediately heard. Congratulations to the host for getting the shocking fruit. Isn't it? My luck is really so good. Seeing the weird fruit suddenly appeared in her hand, Iwen couldn't believe her good luck. This European emperor attribute is really incredible. When I came to the world of One Piece, I actually got the devil fruit that claims to be able to destroy the world. Iwen was pleasantly surprised, and suddenly thought that Whitebeard and Golden Lion were both powerful men on the same level as Roger. And now, he can be said to have the devil fruit ability of both of them at the same time. I don't know what's the meaning of this, don't care, do you want to try it first? Looking at the devil fruit in her hand, Iwen was heartbroken, spent 10,000 points to purchase a new devil fruit right, and then directly bit down. This taste, terrible, I've never eaten something so terrible. Frowning, he ate the devil fruit in mouthfuls, and then, floating in the air, Iwen tentatively threw a punch forward. Crack. A sound resembling broken glass sounded. P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 33. If this is not love. With his top-notch look and domineering style, Golden Lion noticed the abnormality for the first time. When he turned his head to look, his eyes widened immediately. I saw I when punched in the air, as if he was beating on a piece of invisible glass. Then there were several cracks in the void. Then it began to spread in all directions like a spider web. However, these cracks were relatively subtle and stopped after stretching for a certain distance. But after seeing this scene, the Golden Lion even started to tremble slightly. Isn't this the shocking fruit of the old BD beard? How come the administrator has such power? But he quickly reacted. Wait. Could it be a lottery? After a while, Golden Lion couldn't restrain his curiosity, and asked. Administrator, did you get the shocking fruit of Whitebeard? When I heard this, she nodded and said. Yes, but I just ate this fruit now, so I don't know how to use it yet. When he said that, the other group members in the live broadcast room were fine, and the Red Queen, who had seen the complete copy of One Piece's memory, immediately frightened roar. The Red Queen, the administrator, actually got the most devastating fruit in the world of One Piece in one lottery. What kind of luck is this? The true eye of the evil king is the strongest, huh? Is that shocking? Better than the fluttering of the Golden Lion father? Red Queen, that's definitely it? Forget it, let me show you. At the moment, the Red Queen immediately used her Superman's computational ability, and within 1 second, she intercepted all the video of the Whitebeard using the shaking fruit to show his power in the memory copy, and then combined them into a video. And then uploaded to the group. Red Queen, take a look, this is the power to destroy the world. The group members immediately downloaded and watched, but I was a little surprised. When did you learn this technique of editing memory copies? Red Queen, I figured it out slowly, but now I can only edit the copy uploaded by the administrator, and it seems impossible to upload others. Well, it seems that this system still hides many functions to be developed. When I was thinking about it, all the group members who watched the video clip were all surprised. The true eye of the evil king is the strongest, that Whitebeard can create a tsunami with one punch. It is incredible to display such power with the human body. Flying pirate, jahahaha, this is actually nothing. The strength of this old BD has been greatly reduced due to old age and physical frailty plus injuries. If he was still in his heyday, one punch could smash the Navy headquarters into pieces. Use the moon to destroy the earth. Forget it, don't say it, lest anyone think I am bragging. One-eyed writer, did the administrator get such a powerful devil fruit as soon as he drew it? Why is his luck so good? Am I so bad? The true eye of the evil king is the strongest. What did you get? One-eyed writer, a fruit of the cow, the form of a cow. Is this system trying to humiliate me? Having changed back to a human form, the green-haired girl standing on the IC bitterly looked at the devil fruit in her hand, then looked down at her own evil part, and then threw the fruit far away like a puff. One-eyed writer, damn it, administrator, why is your luck so good? Down with the emperor. I'm Iron Man, haha, I got a funny thing called a pacifist. Although this robot is rough in many places, the production concept is very novel. It is also very enlightening to me. Now I have more confidence in my new battle suit. The king is responsible for the great world. This king has drawn a golden fruit, which seems to be able to transform objects into gold. However, gold is meaningless for this king who has an endless treasure trove, ha ha ha. Flying pirate, jahahaha, I got a hot fruit, but I have eaten the floating fruit, so this is useless to me either. Oh, it seems that I am the most unlucky one, and I got a hat? He also said what Rogers. Administrator, let me breathe in your European spirit. Flying pirate, wait. Show me that hat. What? Before Dior could react, he saw the golden lion rushing in front of him like a gust of wind, staring at him with wide eyes. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Dior quickly took out the hat he had drawn and handed it to him. Sure enough. It's Roger's hat really. Holding this very old hat in his hand, the golden lion's hands began to tremble slightly. Seeing this scene, Iwen shook her head silently. If it's not love, asterisk. Chapter 34 The Marshal of the Warring States period who was scared to pee. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. After looking at the hat in his hand, the golden lion took a strange fruit from his arms and handed it to Dior. Dior took the fruit blankly, but didn't react for a while. Hee, it seems that you don't need to breathe my European spirit. Iwen flew over and patted him on the shoulder, and said, this hot fruit allows you to heat other objects to more than 10,000 degrees. Coupled with your vaporization freezing method, it can double the destructive power. Eat it quickly. When Dior heard it, his eyes lit up. Although he was born in the 19th century, he also knows the truth about heat expansion and contraction. If you encounter extreme low temperature and high temperature successively, no matter how strong the object is, it will not be able to withstand it. Seeing this scene, Taketsu Izumi, who was hiding in the one-eyed king, pursed his lips, feeling very upset. It now seems that among all 5 people, she has the worst thing to draw. At this time, she suddenly found out that she had received a red envelope and a private chat. Iwen, these are the scene and overbearing domineering I copied. Although they are still only entry level, if you practice hard, you will definitely become stronger. Just treat it as my gift to you. Seeing this private chat, the corners of Gao Tsukikwan's mouth turned up slightly, and his mood suddenly improved. Seeing that all the enemies were repelled, the golden lion decided to go to Whitebeard and tell him about Blackbeard and Ace, while Iwen and others all returned to their respective worlds. However, the frenzy aroused by their trip has already begun to impact the entire One Piece world. What did you say? Standing in front of Huang Yuan's hospital bed, both the Warring States period and the 2 generals were full of shock, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Leaning on the bed, just awake, the pale Huang Yuan took a deep breath and repeated. The enemy I met has the ability to manipulate time. I was about to kick him, but found that the opponent suddenly disappeared. I was in pain all over, as if I had been beaten by many people. Now I just want to understand, no, the opponent is faster than me. But he can stop time. Upon hearing this, the Warring States period only felt a buzz in his head, as if he had been slammed. Suddenly dizzy. And the red dog and the green pheasant also felt their scalp bursting and their hair standing upright. No one knows how many devil fruits exist in the world, but many people are imagining whether there will be some kind of fruit in the world that can manipulate time as they please. But for many years, I have never heard of any fruit that can stop time. No, if someone has such an ability, wouldn't he be invincible? Who can defeat such an enemy? The green pheasant murmured to himself, and the red dog was surprisingly silent when he heard his aspirations and extinguished his prestige. If even Huang Yuan, who is the fastest in speed, loses so badly in front of this powerful enemy, let alone people like him and the Qing pheasant who are not good at speed. No matter how strong you are, if the opponent stops time, you are just a sandbag for anyone to beat. Just when the 3 of the Warring States were panicked, Huang Yuan actually smashed another blockbuster. There may not be only one enemy who can manipulate time. How could it be possible? Hearing this, the Warring States actually took 2 steps backwards unconsciously, and the expressions on the faces of the red dog and the blue pheasant were like seeing a ghost. Doesn't it mean that only one devil fruit can exist? Is there a plural of time ability? Huang Yuan gave a wry smile. The first temporal ability I encountered was an ordinary young man. His attack method should be a fist. The second temporal ability I met was a man with blue hair and a spear. I obviously blocked the move of this blue spearman, but time suddenly stopped, and then he made another move. I couldn't dodge at all, so I was hit in the chest. Huang Yuan shook his head and sighed. Fortunately, neither of these two enemies have very strong arms and domineering, otherwise I would have died long ago. Hearing the shocking news, the marshal of the Warring States period only felt a chill rushing straight down his forehead along the soles of his feet, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. Stop time is such a terrible ability, two people actually have it? Then when their armed and domineering cultivation is deepened, wouldn't it be like killing a general? Back to the Me team's apartment, I Wen let out a long breath. He looked out the window and found that the night had passed and the sun had risen. I Wen suddenly moved in her heart when she saw the rice team leaning on her head next to her ears. I Wen, can you analyze the composition of a certain super soldier serum from the blood and make it? Red Queen, this is nothing for Umbrella's biochemical technology. Wait a minute and I will send you some syringes. Draw some blood from the Captain of the United States with a syringe, and then send it to the Red Queen with a red packet. In Iwen's mind, a crazy thought suddenly occurred: if Hulk's blood is given to the Red Queen, what can she make? P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 35 I Can See Death. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. As he was about to withdraw from the lottery group, I Wen glanced at a bright ID. This I Can See Death is always online, but I haven't spoken from beginning to end. Who is this guy? An island country, Gwanbusa City, a hospital. Several nurses are whispering. Have you heard? The female patient in the single ward on the third floor actually woke up. I definitely heard that. Do you know what she did when she woke up from a drowsy? Don't be scared after hearing it, she actually wanted to blind her eyes. Isn't it because I've been in a coma for too long, my head has a problem? Who knows, what kind of aphasia does the girl seem to have? Unable to talk to others normally, the doctor also went to see a speech therapist he knew, who seemed to be called Ayasaki Orange. And in a single ward on the third floor, a girl lying on a bed with gauze covering her eyes, her chest undulating, seemed very excited. Another dimensional world. There are magical adventures. If I also. After returning to her apartment, I Wen heard Sky's worried voice just after entering the door. Did something happen to you last night? Why didn't you come back all night? I called you and didn't answer. Seeing Sky's worry, I Wen gave a wry smile. I'm so sorry, I didn't answer your call because I had something to do last night. If there is any such thing in the future, I must remember to notify you first, so that you don't worry about it at night. Sky flushed at hearing, and lowered his head. I didn't worry much at night. I just thought. I thought you were in trouble because of my last time. I Wen's heart warmed when he heard it, and he could feel that Sky's care for him was sincere. Suddenly crossing into a crisis-ridden Marvel world, and his only relative is a villain, I Wen's nerves have always been tense. But besides Sky, I Wen could clearly feel that she could finally relax. Seeing I Wen look tired, Sky said softly. You can rest on the sofa for a while, and I'll prepare breakfast for you. Sitting on the sofa, I Wen let out a sigh of contentment and made a big fuss in the One Piece world. Although his physical strength is still strong, his spirit is indeed a bit exhausted. When Sky was ready for breakfast, he found that I Wen had fallen asleep leaning on the sofa. What? Do you want to set up a company to start your own business? Pierce was taken aback. Yes. I Wen said confidently. I studied mechanical engineering in university, so I am going to start from this direction, and the first product is the mechanical battle suit like Tony Stark. You? Mechanical battle suit? Pierce stared at I Wen like a lunatic for a long time. He still didn't know what his son was doing in college. His diploma was almost bought by donations. He was afraid that he could not even make a part of the mechanical battlesuit. But Pierce immediately remembered the super ability and magic weapons his son had shown before. After lowering his head and thinking about it, he patted Iwen's shoulder lightly. Okay. Since you have this idea, I am a father, and I definitely want to support you. It just so happens that there is a charity dinner tonight, and I will take you to meet some important people in the political and economic circles. In this way, it will be useful for your future development. Benefit. Iwen naturally agreed. He decided to enter the business world after careful consideration. First of all, the United States is a country where a lot of money can become a god. Here, only the power of capital can control everything. Both the president and the parliamentarians are nothing more than puppets of capital. Secondly, there is a big plug-in Tony in the 616 world. As long as a little black technology leaks from his fingers, it is enough to make Iwen earn a lot of money. If you are an unsophisticated person from the United States, you also have to worry about mastering these technologies that are far beyond the times, and whether you will be blackmailed by competitors and other big companies. But Iwen is the only son of Hydra's big boss. It's not bad if he doesn't treat others with black hands. Definitely, the smart Iwen will definitely not take out all kinds of black technology as soon as he comes up. At most, he will first get some castrated versions, and then make up a little bit of it, and make a version 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and so on. It is more convenient to make money. On the top floor of a big hotel, the charity dinner was held here. The cups are staggered, and the clothes are like brocade. Fashionable men and women were talking in twos and threes. Pierce, dressed in a suit, brought Iwen to a middle-aged man and said enthusiastically, "Congressman Kelly, this is my son Iwen. Recently, he is also preparing to start his own business and start his own company. Oh, this is really good news. I like motivated young people best." Senator Kelly looked at Iwen with a smile, his eyes full of kindness. Iwen, with a beeping dog expression, smiled bitterly in her heart. "Dad, you said you introduced me to important people, this is this anti-mutant short-lived ghost." Asterisk. Chapter 36, A Pure World for the Blue. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. Seeing the familiar face of Congressman Kelly in front of him, Iwen can be 100% sure that this guy is the unlucky person who was caught by Magneto in the X-Men movie and turned into a pool of liquid. Seeing Counselor Kelly and Pierce talking affectionately like old friends, Iwen couldn't help but complain. Could it be that this is the so-called stinking match? Because they are all villains, is it so compatible? Oh, you said Iwen's research direction is steel battlesuit? After listening to Pierce's words, Senator Kelly showed a skeptical expression on his face and looked up and down Iwen. Obviously he didn't really believe that such a brat could be compared to the genius Tony Stark. But Pierce didn't know what to say to him. Senator Kelly immediately became more attentive again, and said, "Since your research field is steel battlesuit, then I will also introduce you to someone who is a pioneer in robot manufacturing. You two must have many common languages." Then, he took Iwen to a dwarf, stretched out his hand and introduced. "This is Dr. Bolivia Teslick. His latest research is said to change the world." Hello. The muscles on Iwen's face began to twitch slightly, and he stretched out his right hand to the dwarf somewhat hesitantly. "Oh, boy, you don't have to hide it. I know my appearance is very strange. However, although my figure is small, my product is very big. In a short while, you should be able to see the sentinel I made." Obviously he took Iwen's reaction as a surprise to his size. Dr. Teslick, who has long been accustomed to such things, was not angry, but proudly talked about his sentinel. Iwen at the moment can only socialize with Dr. Dwarf without a single sentence, while screaming in her heart. Is there anything wrong? Why did this dwarf pop up too? What kind of charity dinner is this? Why are all this kind of people invited? Then who is next? Is it history? At this time, he heard his father's cry again. Iwen, this Colonel William Stryker heard about your steel battle suit and is very interested. I want to see you. Looking at the middle-aged soldier standing beside her father, Iwen lost the strength to complain. Those mutant monsters are the tumors of the human world. We should completely eradicate them. Colonel Stryker whispered. Senator Kelly hesitated, and responded with a low voice. It's not that serious. At most, you just need to lock them all up. Eradication. Are we not Nazis? I am very interested in their ability. If you catch some mutants, please let me study them. Dr. Gnome said cheerfully, holding a glass of red wine. Pierce pondered for a while and said, after listening to what you said, I also think that for national security, we must also consider how to deal with these mutants. Otherwise, what if there is a mutant who uses his ability to assassinate the president? Listening to the speeches of these people nearby, Iwen had to work very hard to restrain her urge to shake her head and sigh. What kind of mold did I get mixed up with these destined villains? Smiling secretly, Iwen suddenly heard Stryker's voice. Congressman, your idea of establishing a foundation is very good. With the current situation, we desperately need an unofficial organization to study the problem of mutant. Otherwise, maybe we humans will all be extinct by these monsters. Well, what's the name of this foundation? Senator Kelly groaned. How about the Purifier Alliance? These freaks should all be purified. No, this name is too offensive and will arouse some people's disgust. I propose to call it Friends of Humanity. Too academic. Hearing these weird names, Iwen couldn't bear it anymore, and said in an ironic tone. I don't think it's better to call the Blue Universe. The slogan is a pure world for the sake of blue. Stryker and the others turned their heads in amazement, and after staring at Iwen for a long time, they suddenly applauded in unison. Good name, catchy. It also caters to the recent popular environmental protection concept, and it will definitely attract the attention of many people. The slogan is also very innovative. I like it very much. Senator Kelly clapped Pierce's shoulder and smiled. No wonder your son wants to start a business at such a young age, and he is really flexible. Hearing this, Pierce was happy, but also moved in his heart, and then said, since you are all optimistic about Iwen, how about letting him join the foundation? Iwen was stunned by hearing. You want me to hang out with these guys who are destined to be cold? Are you trying to cheat me? Asterisk. Chapter 37 Mystique appears. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Pierce's idea is simple. Senator Kelly represents the political world, Stryker represents the military, and Dr. Dwarf represents the scientific world. These three people have a certain degree of influence in their respective fields. If you add his own S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra forces, this newly established Blue Universe Foundation is already quite powerful. In fact, in the United States, those true elites have a tradition of association. The most famous is the Skull and Bones, originally established at Yale University. In Pierce's view, his son already possesses magical weapons and Superman's physical stamina. If he adds his own support and the assistance of these dignitaries in various fields, he will definitely have a bright future. Hearing Pierce's words, everyone at Stryker was taken aback, then glanced at each other, and they all laughed. I just have this meaning. Senator Kelly smiled and pointed to other people and said, we are not young anymore, and young people may not be able to see clearly in many things. With Iwen's participation, this shortcoming can be made up. Dr. Dwarf also smiled, since you are already a member of the Foundation, Iwen, if you have any scientific research questions in the future, You can ask me. When Stryker saw the others, he spoke, and said quickly. Although I am not a high position, but I also know some people in the Pentagon, as long as I can help, just speak up. Seeing these people so attentive, Iwen immediately understood when he saw Pierce, who was smiling next to him. Although he is just an ordinary young man now, his father is not. On the surface, Pierce is already S.H.I.E.L.D. alone and above 10,000 people. The reason why Stryker and others showed their favor to him was that they wanted to use his relationship to get on Pierce's line. The so-called network of relationships was originally formed in this way. At this moment, Iwen, relying on his domineering look and hearing, sensitively noticed that someone was staring at them. Huh? The waitress? She hides well, but I can feel it. She stared at us several times at least. This is absolutely unusual. But Iwen thinks that Stryker and others are not kind. Who knows which one this waitress is here to monitor? As for his father, Pierce, who always followed a bunch of agents, it was probably not his turn to care, so he just let it go. After the dinner, this plain-looking waitress walked out with a tray, and after a few laps in the hotel, she suddenly changed into a different person. When she left the hotel and got into a car, she had become an extremely beautiful woman. Sitting in the driver's seat was a short, wretched man. Seeing the beauty coming in, the wretched man turned around and asked, "Raven, how is the scouting situation?" Mystique Raven sneered and said, "These anti-mutant scums are actually organized. A so-called foundation has been established. I think that except for Senator Kelly, everyone in this so-called blue universe can be arrested, and then they can all become mutant. Let's kill the chicken and the monkey." The driver Toad hesitantly said, "Is this really good? Magneto just wants you to take the opportunity to arrest the counselor, didn't you mention anyone else?" Mystique said impatiently, "I didn't say to do it now. Wait, look at that man. He is Pierce's son." She pointed to a young man who came out of the hotel, and said with some excitement, "He got the name Blue Universe. This little BD, I think we will catch him back today." Iwen walked out of the hotel, boarded her car, and prepared to drive all the way back to the apartment. Unexpectedly, not long after he was on the road, a car crashed into it as if it lost control. What is it? Drunk driving. With Superman's reaction and agility, Iwen steered the car to dodge, but in the end he was rubbed hard by the car. Crack. The car that caused the accident came to a halt at once, and then got out of the car, and a beautiful blonde woman in a miniskirt walked over with an apologetic expression. When the blonde beauty saw the scar on Iwen's car, she exclaimed, "Oh, I'm so sorry, how can I compensate you?" Asterisk. Chapter 38 The Second Slave. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. The beautiful lady's apartment is not too far away. Iwen arrived in a car for more than 10 minutes. After getting out of the car, the blonde woman turned her head to Iwen and said charmingly, "Thank you for sending me back. Would you like to come up for a cup of coffee?" Iwen looked at her playfully and smiled slightly. How embarrassing is this? At the insistence of the beauty, Iwen got out of the car and followed her into the apartment. As soon as he entered the apartment, he heard the wind behind his ears, and something seemed to be tangling around him. Iwen's physical fitness is now at least 3 to 4 times that of the Me team. The sharpness of ears and eyes, and the quickness of reaction are far beyond ordinary people. The attack was sensed for the first time. Iwen didn't intend to use time to stop. Instead, he was ready to try the new power he just gained, the power of shaking the fruit. Turning back, Iwen could see clearly at a glance, it was not a hidden weapon but a long greasy tongue that was shot at him. The only one who can use this method to attack the enemy is Toad in Mutant Brotherhood. Disgusting guy, give me a punch. Iwen has sharp eyes and hands. She grabbed this long tongue as soon as she stretched out her left hand, and then pulled it hard. Hearing a weird cry of "Qua," a dwarf who looked like a frog was torn from the ceiling by him. Seeing the dwarf being pulled straight towards him like a cannonball, Iwen had a smile of excitement on his face, and a faint white light suddenly appeared from his right fist, and then he hit Lay Toad with a punch. Click. Iwen punched Toad in the chest, but what came out was a sound similar to glass shattering. Then, in the space where his fist was, cracks like spider webs began to appear, as if Iwen broke the space with one punch. But Toad, who was hit by this fist head-on, felt an unstoppable shock, like a violent wave, spread all over his body from his chest. Lay Toad's eyes suddenly bulged like he was about to shoot out of his eye sockets, and he spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow. He heard crackling sounds from all his limbs and hundreds of skeletons, and I don't know how many bones were beaten to shreds. Then he collapsed into a pool on the ground like mud, and he couldn't even see the human form. What? Upon seeing this scene, Mystique's face immediately turned pale. Although Toad had a wretched appearance, his strength was not weak, so Magneto would choose him and her as a partner. In fact, it also meant to protect her. But this young man, how could he be beaten to death with one punch? Seeing Toad's body on the ground, Iwen showed a satisfied smile on his face. In the movie X-Men 1, this guy fights Cyclops, Grey, and Storm alone, and even has the upper hand for a while. However, Iwen relied on his Superman stamina and shocking fruit to beat him into meat sauce with one punch. Seeing the tragic condition of Toad, Mystique trembled slightly and kept backing away, but suddenly his eyes lit up and said loudly, "That kind of weird sound just now, and the abnormality in the void? You are also mutant, right?" Iwen turned her head in surprise. He really didn't expect that Mystique's brain was so big. But he quickly shook his head and laughed. "It's a pity, although I have some abilities, I am not a mutant." "What did you say?" Mystique's mood was like falling from heaven to hell. She looked at the terrifying young man in front of her, gritted her teeth, turned around and ran away. "Pierce's son is so amazing. I must tell Eric this news." But Mystique just ran for a while, and suddenly found that the direction of her running was reversed by 180 degrees. Instead of escaping, she rushed towards Iwen. Wow! Although Mystique tried desperately to keep his steps, he still ran into Iwen's arms. Oh, my charm is so great, even if I stand still, there are big beauties who will give me a hug." Iwen has a small smile on her face, looking at Mystique in her arms. But his smile, in Mystique's eyes, is more terrifying than evil spirits. "What's the matter? What did you do to me?" I obviously. Although held in Iwen's arms, Mystique felt cold all over. Thinking of the weird thing that happened to her just now, it made her feel a tremor from the depths of her heart. In fact, compared to just now, what you really should be afraid of is what I will do to you next. Iwen lowered her head, holding Mystique's face, as if she was about to pounce on her for a strong kiss. Seeing his appearance, Mystique, who is best at dealing with men, relaxes instead. "As long as he still covets my beauty, things will be easy." However, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her forehead. "Ah! What do you want to do? Help! Help!" A few minutes later, looking at Mystique standing in front of him, Iwen whispered, "You go back to see Magneto, just tell him. P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Newcomers join. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. What? Leopard Toad was killed. In a hidden base, Magneto looked at Mystique standing in front of him angrily. He brought the elites of Mutant Brotherhood to New York this time, and he planned to turn all the dignitaries of the United Nations Summit including the President of the United States into mutant. But I didn't expect that the plan hadn't started yet. Lay Toad would die before he got out of his hand. Not only did he miss one general, but this kind of accident made Magneto more vigilant. What happened? You tell me carefully. Magneto asked. Mystique lowered her head, her voice full of shame. While Toad and I were monitoring Senator Kelly, we found an opportunity and were about to tie him back. However, we were sniped by a group of people. These people are well armed and well trained. We were caught off guard. Toad desperately blocked them, so I could escape. Magneto was speechless for a while, and then murmured to himself after a long time. Who is this? Damn, what's the matter? After pondering for several minutes, he made up his mind, took out an encrypted phone from his arms, and said in a deep voice after dialing. Juggernaut, now I need you, you can get me to New York as soon as possible. Besides. Magneto gritted his teeth and continued, you bring Wanda and Quicksilver here too. This time, I may also need the power of both of them. After putting down the phone, Magneto snorted coldly. This time, no matter what the price is, I want these humans to know how powerful our mutant is. I returned home, still thinking about the information Mystique had told him. The current situation is almost the same as in the movie. Magneto has everything ready, only a little mischief can start the machine. It stands to reason that Iwen only needs to find a little mischief and protect her, so that the crisis can be suppressed from the beginning. However, after careful consideration, he gave up the idea. The reason is simple, it is not good for him personally. If I want to get the most benefit from this crisis, the best way is to advertise my product. And that product is a steel battle suit that can fight Magneto. For Iron Man, Magneto, which can control magnetism, is definitely his biggest natural enemy. But Iwen remembers clearly that Iron Man and Magneto in the 616 world have played several times, and they have won each other's results. This is possible because the Iron Man of the comics world has created some kind of anti-Magneto armor. If I can wear this battle suit to defeat Magneto and save all the dignitaries at the UN summit, it would be a great advertisement. After making up his mind, Iwen boarded the lottery group. I am Iron Man, the One Piece world is really incredible. Even things like pacifists have appeared, so why are they still using wooden boats? One-eyed writer, you don't have to go into it, this kind of mystery is the charm of a different dimensional world. After the last adventure, I was so prosperous. The beginning of 3 books has now been written. I'm not a human being, upstairs, shall we fight another battle in the virtual battlefield? Now my world can pause for 1 second. I may not lose to you again. One-eyed writer, haha, you can't kill me in 1 second. And I add armed and domineering fists, even your self-healing ability can't stand it. The king is responsible for the great world, a group of miscellaneous repairs, even if you go together, you can't beat the king. I'm not a human being, still so arrogant, you have the ability to challenge the administrator? The king is responsible for the great world, this king does not have the same knowledge as a fool like you. This glitter is really. When Iwen was sighing, suddenly the system issued an announcement. I like wars, all monarchs has joined the group. King Arthur does not understand people's hearts has joined the group. Iwen, it seems that this time, some amazing people have come in. This Lord I like war can only be the big boss of the villain in Helsing, the commander of the last brigade Major. As for who is this King Arthur doesn't understand the human heart? Is it also a heroic spirit? One-eyed writer, oh, I'm a newcomer again, blast photos blast photos. The true eye of the evil king is the strongest, are there any super ability among the newcomers? Is there a magician? More importantly, are there any handsome guys? The Red Queen, I want to know if there are any experts in biochemical technology. There is a bottleneck in my research on corpses. Alas, that Tony claims to be a genius, but he can't help at all in the end. I am Iron Man, I am a genius in mechanical engineering. Not a genius in the realm of undead. I'm not interested in studying such a disgusting thing. Asterisk. Chapter 40 Lords, I like war. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Lords, I like war, undead. Is there anyone in this group doing research in this area? What kind of undead? Could it be a vampire? I'm not a human being, ha ha ha, you think too much, but it's just a corpse I made. This kind of guy doesn't suck blood and feeds on people. The only advantage is that he absolutely obeys orders. Everyone, I like war. It turned out to be just an inferior ghoul, a little disappointed. We have already reached a very high level of research on this low-level organism. One-eyed writer, inferior ghoul? Lower creatures. Fo Sanhu, are you a newcomer so courageous? Dare to fight with me on a virtual battlefield? I will show you the horror of ghouls. Seeing this, I immediately understood that the so-called ghoul actually means ghoul in English, which is a ghoul. I went at, you should stay safe and restless. This gentleman who likes war is full of mechanical parts, even if you tore him to pieces, there is nothing wrong with it. Everyone, I like war. Actually knowing me so well, it seems that this administrator is not an ordinary person. The evil king's true eyes are the strongest, definitely, the administrator knows all about our past and future. Everyone, I like war. Hey, hearing you say that really aroused my interest. May I ask the administrator, what is my future like? To put it briefly, you failed to kill Akadu. On an airship with huge amounts of money, a little blonde man with thick-framed glasses and a split head was sitting in the position of the captain. But now, the thief's smile that he always wore on his face suddenly disappeared. Failed? Damn, how could it be possible? I have prepared for 60 years. I have created countless monsters. Is it still impossible to defeat the biggest monster? The major clenched his fist. His whole body had been transformed into a machine, so he not only had no pain, but also had no sense of touch, taste, or smell. The aroma of flowers, the taste of food, all these have no meaning to him. Turn yourself into a robot and survive. The only obsession of the major is to defeat Akadu, the most powerful vampire in the world. Everyone, I like war. Administrator, why did I lose to that monster of Arkado? Can you elaborate more? If you want to be paid, I can give you the countless gold jewels left by the Third Reich. Sigh, in fact, you are very close to success. There is only one reason for your failure: that guy is too strong. After all, I immediately uploaded an entire Helsing to the group file. A total of 11 group members downloaded a large memory copy, Helsing, and the host received 22,000 points. A few seconds later, the Red Queen was the first to finish it. Red Queen at I like war. I noticed, the vampire in your world is much more powerful than Dior. In addition to immortality and self-healing ability, it also has a variety of strange abilities. It can even devour the souls of others by sucking blood. It's so fun. Please be sure to talk to me about the technology of making artificial vampires. I can exchange Umbrella's biochemical technology. Zujun, I like war. Wait a minute, I want to see how I failed. How is it possible? Even after taking the life of Warrant Lieutenant Schrödinger, he still didn't kill Akadu. It only took him 30 years to kill more than 3 million souls in his body and then woke up. How could such a monster exist in the world? The Major's mentality collapsed. He turned himself into a machine, lingering for so long in order to defeat his old enemy. But now he realized that all he had done was just let Akadu sleep. I'm not a human being. How can vampires be so powerful? While sucking blood, it can suck soul at the same time. There are millions of lives in the body. I am afraid that nothing can kill him except the atomic bomb. I think I might be a fake vampire. Looking at the mighty power of Arkado in the memory copy, Dior felt that he would never have the courage to call himself a vampire. One-eyed writer, this guy named Arcado is really scary. Even his army, his retainers, and even his leaders were devoured. Even we can't do it this way. The evil king's true eyes are the strongest. What a terrible guy. The dungeon says that Akadu was originally a human. Then he became a vampire. It's incredible. Flying pirate, I have traveled all over the world and I have never seen such an outrageous monster. Compared with those of us with devil fruit ability, this Akado is truly qualified to be called a devil existence. The king is responsible for the great world. If I still have the departure sword, whether he has 1 million or 10 million lives, he can be wiped out. Oh, damn it. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Xiao Mo and Liang Ceremony. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. King Arthur doesn't understand people's hearts. Well, compared with this Arcado, the heroes I have competed before are just like jokes. Unexpectedly, there are such powerful vampires in the world. The true eyes of the evil king are the strongest. This newcomer, who are you? King Arthur does not understand people's hearts. My name is Mordred, and I am the only orthodox heir to the Night King Arthur Pendragon. Iwen was surprised and delighted when he saw it. I'm going. She turned out to be Xiao Mo. The true eye of the evil king is the strongest. Mordred. Who is that? I have only heard of King Arthur. I am not a human being, I am a native of Ying, so I am very clear about this period of history. Mordred was the one who betrayed King Arthur and killed him. Known as the rebellious knight? One-eyed writer, interesting. At does not understand people's hearts. There is a saying that you are the illegitimate child born to King Arthur and his sister Morgan. Is this true? King Arthur doesn't understand people's hearts. Don't mention it, my mother only uses me as a tool to deal with King Arthur. As for that king, I get angry when I think about it. He refused to let me be his heir because of my origin. Until the very end, I said that I don't have the power of a king. It's really hateful. The king is responsible for the great world. The king? A hero who is qualified to be a king in the world. There is only me in the world. The rest are ugly bastards. King Arthur doesn't understand people's hearts. BD. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to be my ghost under the sword? Vessel. The king is responsible for the great world. Even if this king does not have a deviant sword, it is more than enough to deal with your miscellaneous repairs. Come. Let this king teach you what a king is. The king is responsible for the great world, and King Arthur is banned for 10 minutes for not understanding people's hearts. Iwen sighed. If Xiao Mo faced Jin Shining now, he would just be abused. The Red Queen, well, Mr. Major, I think it's meaningless to win with more to fight against Akadu. Instead, it will only increase the number of troops in his dead river. The only way to kill him is to create an extremely powerful, and with absolute self-healing ability. He will never kill the ultimate biological weapon. At this moment, a person who never thought of it suddenly spoke. I can see death. There is nothing in this world that cannot be killed. Zhu Jun, I like war. What are you talking about? Is there any way you can kill the monster of Arcado? I can see death. I don't know if I can do it, but my eyes can see the death of everything. Lords, I like war, the death of all things. What are you saying? I can see death, I don't know it myself. 2 years ago, I seemed to have an accident, and then I was exposed to the concept of death in a coma. Now, I can see as long as I open my eyes. To the deadline of everything in the world. I have a hunch, as long as I cut along these lines, I can kill everything in the world. Iwen, 2 years in a coma? The deadline of everything? Are you 2 rituals? I can see death, the administrator really knows everything. Do you know how to save me from seeing these terrible death lines? I have had enough in these 2 years. If I continue to watch these deaths all the time, I might as well become blind with my own eyes. Don't. You can see because of your physique. Even if you poke your eyes blindly, you can still see these dead lines. I can see death, what? Then what should I do? Have you ever heard of a person named Kanky Orange? I can see death. There is indeed a woman by this name approaching me these days, but I think she has no intentions, so I don't like her. This woman is a famous magician. If you are willing to vote in her door, you should be able to let her teach you how to control your demon eyes of straight death. I can see death, the eye of death? This is the name of the ability I have? That's right. This kind of magic eye allows you to directly see the end of everything. Coupled with your special physique, you will even be able to see the death of atmosphere, thought, and time in the future, and then kill it. In theory, you can kill even God. The true eye of the evil king is the strongest, kill the gods. Administrator, even I feel a little ashamed of this kind of second-degree lines. Does it really matter if you say it? Haha, I am not a second-year student. Magic eye ability, the 2 rituals of complete awakening, there really is such an ability. I can see death, I don't want to be in someone else's door. Administrator, can't you teach me? P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 42 Xiao Mo who came to Iwen. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. What? There are black lines on Iwen's forehead. Where does he know how to use magic eyes? But after thinking about it, he came up with a plan. Together with the rest of the previous, Iwen now has 40,000 points in his hand. So Iwen directly tried to draw a lottery in the system prizes, and got an ability upgrade card after only 2 attempts. Using this card to upgrade her magic eyes directly should be able to solve the control problem of the 2 rituals. In fact, her biggest shortcoming is physical fitness. If she is more physical, she won't be able to play against Asakamai Fujino. Give away a hand. At this moment, the Red Queen and the Major both sent Iwen a red envelope. Opening the second box with the umbrella logo that appeared in front of her, Iwen looked at the rows of serums inside and laughed. Is this the Super Soldier Serum? The efficiency of the Red Queen is really high. After opening the Major's red envelope, Iwen was taken aback. A huge amounts of iron box appeared in front of him, and when he opened it, it was full of various jewels. The smallest gem inside has egg's file size. Unbelievable, it seems that these are the treasures that the Nazis searched in Europe back then. I'm afraid that any gem can sell astronomical numbers. After watching it for a while, Iwen only felt dazzled, and quickly took the iron box back into the system space. Hee, I've made a profit this time. With so many rare and exotic treasures, I'm afraid it will be enough to buy a small country. If it's someone else, you have to worry about the issue of stolen goods. But Dad, Iwen is the big boss of Hydra. Worry about this? After thinking about it, Iwen directly sent an ability upgrade card, together with the Super Soldier Serum and optimized T-Virus to the 2 ceremonies at the same time, and also attached a private chat. Iwen, after using this card, you should be able to control your magic eyes. These 2 potions can improve your physical fitness. With your magic eyes, one day, maybe you can really kill the gods. In the dark ward, the blindfolded girl stroked the card and serum that appeared on her hand, and laughed in a low voice. She originally had 2 personalities, but in the accident, the other male personality Liang Yazi died. Coupled with the problem of eyes, the 2 rituals once lost even the will to live. In the darkness, the only spiritual comfort of the 2 rituals is the memory copy in the group. Not long ago, She watched Iwen and others' adventure in Pirate World from start to finish in the live broadcast room. Seeing the scene of Iwen and others fighting against the Navy, the two rituals only felt that the blood in the body was boiling. Now, her goal is simple. I want to live, and then become stronger. So one day, I have to go to those magical otherworld adventures like everyone else. To kill those powerful enemies. In the ward, the girl's energetic laughter sounded. I went at Iron Man, do you have a steel battle suit that can resist magnetism? I am Iron Man, ha, you can ask the right person. When I first met Magneto, I was beaten up by him. Later, the anti-Magneto battlesuit that was completely metal-free with carbon nanocontrol was considered qualified to fight him. Speaking of the administrator, you provided a copy of the memory of Hulk's arrival. I haven't thanked you yet. This battlesuit is given to you. After receiving Iron Man's red envelope, Iwen sent him a transit card and asked him to wear a battlesuit to save Dior. After uploading a complete set of The Realm of the Sky, Iwen was about to go offline, and suddenly found that Xiao Emo was speaking in the group again. Mordred, so boring. Can anyone fight me? Otherwise, how about going to other worlds for adventure? I'm Iron Man, I'm sorry, I have to rush to save people, no time. One-eyed writer, I want to rush to write a new work. Flying pirate, I want to rush to find Whitebeard. Mordred, it's boring to be alone, _. Seeing this, Iwen's heart moved, and she looked at another prize drawn during the lottery draw. Permanent travel card, after use, it will permanently travel to another world, and 10,000 points can be drawn. Well, it's too urgent to talk about Eternal Crossing at once, let's come one step at a time. Iwen initiated a private chat with Xiao Mo at, I have a travel card here that allows you to travel to my world and stay for a day. Are you interested? Mordred, does the administrator have a modern building in your world? Are there any fresh delicacies? Iwen, there must be, how about it? Do you want to come? Mordred, it's definitely, and if I do nothing in the throne of heroic spirits, I will be moldy. I'm going to the modern world on vacation. A few minutes later, a man in red and white full body armor appeared in Iwen's apartment. Kaka. The helmet on the armor of the whole body was magically divided into two halves, integrated with the armor, revealing a pretty face with blonde hair and blue eyes. Chang. The girl inserted the sword in her hand into the floor of the apartment, and asked imposingly. You are my master, no. Are you the administrator? P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Ammo that can't afford to provoke. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Wow, she deserves to be a clone, she looks exactly like King Mao. Looking at the beautiful face in front of her, Iwen wanted to compliment Xiao Mo's appearance. But he instantly remembered that what Xiao Mo hated most was being seen as a woman, so he swallowed the words quickly. Looking at the armor on Xiao Mo, Iwen said. This is not the time of the Holy Grail War, and you don't need to wear this armor at any time. Cut. Xiao Mo curled his mouth, and then the armor on her body turned into a red photon and dissipated. The weapons and armors of the heroic spirits are formed after magical materialization, and they are not ordinary metals, so they can be worn and removed at any time. However, Xiao Mo, who had removed his armor, had an unusual attire, cool. Iwen shook her head secretly, it seems that you have to buy some modern clothes for her first, otherwise how can she go out like this? At this time, the door of the apartment opened, and it turned out that Sky was back. Oh, there was another traffic jam tonight, huh? You guys. Seeing Xiao Mo next to Iwen, Sky said incredulously. Iwen, this woman. At the close of her hair, Iwen flashed to Sky like lightning, covered her mouth with her hand, and covered the word woman in it. You. Iwen, what are you doing? Seeing Sky waving his hands and struggling desperately, Iwen sighed and whispered in her ear. This person is a relative of mine. I will stay here temporarily for one day, and I will go back tomorrow, you know. When he heard that the girl in the revealing clothes was a relative and not a girl who had lost his feet, Sky suddenly let go of his heart. But looking at Xiaomo's clothes, Sky frowned. No, how do you look like this? It happens to be the weekend tomorrow, I will go shopping with you. Xiaomo's eyes lit up when he heard. Modern clothes? Great. I wanted to try it a long time ago. I will be shopping all day tomorrow. Seeing that Xiaomo seemed to have some incredible shopping attributes, Iwen was speechless. Hey, it's really troublesome to go shopping with a woman. Iwen was sitting on the side of the road, and she could hear the energetic laughter of the two girls in the shop behind her. Said it was shopping, but as soon as Xiaomo saw the dazzling collection of fashionable clothes in the store, he immediately opened the mode of buying and buying. For some reason, Sky didn't buy anything himself, but he bought Xiaomo the most high-end clothes. Had it not been for Pierce to give Iwen a credit card, he would have been poorly bought by these two women. Hey, I will never go out with Pepper to buy clothes anymore. It feels even more uncomfortable than being locked up by terrorists in a two-person world. A man sighed and sat beside Iwen. Huh? This voice. Iwen looked back and sat next to him. Isn't it because Tony's poop is so unlovable? Oh, boy, look at your appearance. Could it be that you were also pulled over by a woman to work as a porter? Seeing Iwen's appearance, the big shit immediately asked sympathetically. Iwen hadn't answered yet, there was a clear voice behind him. Administrator, don't you think my dress is bleached? Hearing this, the big shit turned his head and his eyes lit up immediately. I saw two beautiful girls standing side by side. One was obviously mixed east and west, and the other was blonde and blue-eyed, each exuding unique charm. The big shit couldn't help but gently push Iwen with her elbow, turning her head and whispering wretchedly. Boy, I didn't expect you to be very good at picking up girls. The quality of the two women you got is quite high. Iwen's face changed as soon as he heard it. Just as she tried to cover her mouth with a big shit, she felt a murderous aura coming from behind her. Who did you say is the woman who got it? I saw Xiaomo staring at the big shit fiercely, and a faint red light began to appear in his hand. I'll go, does it take magic to deal with a big shit? You really hit it with this punch. He doesn't even need the ambulance and can be sent directly to the funeral home. Iwen saw his scalp numb, and was about to use time to stop to save the shit. Suddenly, a series of explosions and shocks came from a distance. Roar. He turned his head and saw that dozens of cars in the distance were all floating into the sky. This is magnetism. Magneto is here. Asterisk. Chapter 44, 3 Views Collapsed Big Shit. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. Seeing Magneto, Iwen immediately thought. It's still morning and the location is wrong. It seems that the plot has changed. But Shidazu was startled when he saw this abnormality, and his face suddenly showed excitement. It must be the appearance of super ability criminals. This time, it should be the time when superhero Iron Man appeared. At the moment he took out a suitcase from a car on the side of the road, pressed a button, and the whole suitcase unfolded like a flower bud. Huh? Isn't this the portable steel battle suit in Iron Man 2? He made it so quickly. After the suitcase was unfolded, it quickly covered the whole body of a big shit like a carapace, turning him into an Iron Man in one fell swoop. Everyone, you are here to watch Iron Man show off. Shit gave a big laugh, and the whole person flew straight to the place where the explosion occurred. Magneto is over there. As soon as Iwen wanted to give a warning, she saw that the big shit had already flown out of sight. Hee hee. Shaking her head and smiling bitterly, Iwen looked back at Xiao Mo and saw that her murderous aura disappeared when she was so troubled. She opened her big green eyes and stared into the distance with an unknown face. Iwen smiled and said to her, "Saber, there is a strong enemy in that position. Are you interested in a big fight with me?" When Xiao Mo heard it, the corners of his mouth turned upward, his eyes shot out with excitement, and he laughed. "Does this still need to be asked, the administrator?" At this moment, suddenly only heard a swish, a black shadow flew from a distance like a ball, and bang a big hole on the road. Everyone looked intently. Isn't this just a big shit? I saw that the battle suit on his body had been twisted and shape-shifting, sparks appeared everywhere, as if he had been trampled on countless feet by an elephant. Well, wearing a steel battle suit to face Magneto, I really don't know if you are brave or unconscionable. No wonder you lost so quickly. Iwen shook her head. "Tony, are you okay?" A woman with freckles rushed out of the clothing store. It was Pepper. Seeing the tragic image of a big shit, her face was pale, and she quickly called for an ambulance. After finally removing the cracked helmet, the big shit even came out with nosebleeds, very embarrassed. Seeing everyone staring at him, he quickly said, "Woo, no, you run away. There is a terrible mutant in front of me, who controlled my battle suit for an instant, and then threw me over." Iwen smiled and said, "Magneto is really strong, but it's nothing in front of my battle suit." "What? You also have a battle suit?" Hearing the words, the big shit turned his head and looked at it, and then the whole person immediately stiffened. I saw that a watch worn by Iwen's right hand lit up brightly, and then countless metals emerged from the watch, which soon covered Iwen's entire right hand, and then spread to her whole body. This is a nano battle suit, but can the entire battle suit be reduced to a watch? How is this possible? Within a few seconds of seeing it, Iwen put on a battle suit transformed from a watch, stunned with a big shit, and his mouth opened wide. In fact, he has a similar idea, but the nano battle suit that can be accommodated in the watch can only cover one palm, not even the entire arm, let alone the whole body. Under the stunned stare of the shit, Iwen, who was wearing a battle suit, floated up to the sky and soon flew away. Seeing Iwen flying away alone, Xiao Mo curled his lips. "Cut, it just can fly, what's so great?" Then I saw a red light flashing, and Xiao Mo's body was also wearing a red and white full body armor. What is this? Am I dazzled? The big shit is about to fall when I see the eyeballs. Although Iwen's watch battle suit was magical, at least he could understand it. But what is going on here? Do it magic? Administrator. Wait for me. Xiao Mo walked to the middle of the highway, and then only heard a thunderous explosion. Her figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only a crack of a few meters in the same place. Sonic boom. The girl's speed suddenly exceeded the speed of sound. That's not an illusion. She is also wearing a high-tech battle suit. The big shit was in cold sweat, and the surprise in my heart was even bigger than being instantly defeated by Magneto. Who the hell is it? Who made such a powerful battle suit? Compared to them, my battle suit is nothing but rubbish. Lying on the ground, with a big shit face like ashes, I just feel that my self-confidence and 3 views have all collapsed in an instant. And Sky at the moment was already dumbfounded. She had never imagined that Iwen, who was a fool all day long, and Xiao Mo, who seemed to be only a teenager, would suddenly become Superman and fly away. What's this? Why are they all superhero? P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation. Seeking flowers. Ask for a reward. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Xiao Mo who shows great power. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. This battle suit made of carbon nanotubes is not only completely unafraid of magnetism, but it can also retract the entire battle suit into a watch. Tony of the 616 world is really a genius. Flying in the sky, Iwen was sighing the supernatural skill of the nano battlesuit. Suddenly, with the help of the induction device on the steel battlesuit, he immediately spotted Xiao Mo, who was chasing quickly from behind. This speed is already supersonic. So powerful magic power is released. By releasing the magic power stored in his body, Xiao Mo can make himself speed like a bullet. With such a magical strengthening sword, even the tank can be cut to pieces in an instant. At the moment, the square not far away was full of destroyed police cars and other vehicles. Dozens of policemen were pointed at their heads by their guns, and everyone's eyes were full of fear. The object of their fear was an old man wearing a helmet and cloak. Behind him was a 2-meter-tall man. It is Magneto and Sabretooth. And Sabretooth, holding a petite girl in his hands, is just a little naughty. Suddenly, just hearing a bang sound, Xiao Mo fell to the ground all of a sudden, smashing a hole in the square. With the release of supersonic magic power, she unexpectedly sent the first one and arrived at the scene one step ahead. Because her appearance was too preemptive, everyone in the field focused on her. Seeing a person wearing armor all over appeared, Magneto was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled contemptuously. Metal battlesuit, hee, these humans don't know how to learn a lesson. He stretched out his right hand, ready to control the newly emerged armor man just like he had just controlled Iron Man. But Magneto's eyes immediately showed a look of consternation. There is no response. How is it possible? How did he know that the armor on the heroic spirit was made of magic power, not metal at all? A red light flashed in Xiao Mo's right hand, and a giant sword appeared in her hand out of thin air. A huge sword that looked more than 100 catties in size was lighter than a feather in her hand. Then she pointed at Magneto with the sword and smiled. You look like a general, then I just need to take down your first level. Huh, it's so easy to kill me. Finding that he could not control the other party, Magneto knew that he was not good, and hurriedly ordered Sabretooth. You go to deal with this man. At the same time, he whispered through the phone in the helmet. Raven, come here. Sabretooth put down his mischievous hair, and then sharp claws grew on his hands and 10 fingers. He landed on all fours and rushed towards Xiao Mo. Haha, what a beast, obediently be killed by me. Xiao Mo laughed and raised the sword in his hand, and then under the surprised eyes of everyone in the field, a crimson thunder appeared on the huge amounts of the long sword. When Magneto saw it, his pupils shrank. What is this? A sword that can send out thunder and lightning. Die, stupid beast. Xiao Mo's figure flickered, and he appeared behind Sabretooth in an instant. Roar. Just listen to Sabretooth uttering a miserable roar. His whole body was entangled with red electric light, from the left shoulder to the abdomen. It was almost completely cut apart. Blood spurts wildly. If it weren't for his thick skin, this sword would cut him into 2 pieces. Why? How could this person move so fast? Magneto almost thought that his old eyes were dizzy. But seeing the policemen were all shocked, and he realized that everyone, including him, hadn't seen the action of this armored man clearly. At the moment, Iwen, who had arrived at the scene, couldn't help but sigh when he saw Xiao Mo's thunderous blow. It's worthy of the A-level magic power released, not under the Mao Wang. How powerful is the magic of Mao Wang? In FSN, she defeated the Red A in the first blow when she first played. If Rin Tozaka hadn't used the spell to make him disappear, the King Mao would be able to cut off the head of the Red A in the second blow. Just when everyone thought Sabretooth was finished, they only heard a roar, and saw that the scary wound on his body started to heal slowly. Huh, you beasts still have this kind of ability. Looking at Sabretooth, who was still struggling on the ground, Xiao Mo's eyes showed curiosity, but it quickly turned into excitement and cruelty. Then I will chop off your head. See if you can grow another one. Magneto was shocked when he saw it. Although Sabretooth has self-healing ability, decapitation is definitely a fatal injury. Stop. Magneto controlled several police cars in the square at will, and slammed into Xiao Mo. Ridiculous. Xiao Mo was about to use his sword to destroy all of these police cars. Suddenly he heard a series of explosions, and all these police cars were blown to pieces in the air. Then, everyone saw it, and a person wearing a battle suit appeared in the air, his hands turned into two cannons, and he was aiming at Magneto. Surrender. Magneto, otherwise I will blow you to pieces in the next shot. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Xiao Mo with a rising friendship level? Seeking collection evaluation flowers. Here is another person wearing a steel battle suit. Damn, I don't believe it, and I can't control this person. Magneto used all ability fiercely, and saw the entire square tremble slightly. This is the vibration of the steel bars buried under the ground. If Magneto has time, he can even lift this square to the sky. But no matter how Magneto urged super ability, I when flying in the sky remained motionless, completely unaffected. How could this be? Seeing the blue light gradually lit up on the muzzle of the cannon that I when changed with his hands, Magneto finally showed fear in his eyes. What is it today? These people wearing battle suits who appeared one after another were actually immune to his magnetism. At the same time, in a car that just drove to the edge of the square, the faces of a red-haired beauty sitting in the driver's seat and the bald old man next to him were full of surprise. Who are these two people wearing battle suits? They are so powerful? And they are not afraid of Magneto's magnetism at all. Jean Grey asked incredulously. Charles was too shocked to speak. On the way here, Charles was prepared for the worst. But he never expected that when he arrived, what he saw was his old enemy Magneto in the end. Damn it! I won't fail like this. At the moment, Iwen was about to fire. Magneto was heartbroken, using magnetic force to manipulate the guns pointed at the police and reload it. Crack. Click. These policemen were already in cold sweat when they were pointed at by their own guns. When I heard the sound of the gun being loaded, my soul was frightened even more. Some people even collapsed to the ground. If you shoot, I will shoot too. Then these humans will have to die with me. Magneto yelled ferociously. Iwen sneered at it, these people are up to him. As he was about to blow Magneto into the sky, Iwen's heart suddenly moved. His original plan was to stop Magneto during the United Nations summit, and save important people from various countries, including the president, so that he can get the greatest advertising effect and make himself famous. But if he kills Magneto in one shot now, it's just killing an old terrorist, and it may not even make the headlines in the newspapers. He doesn't bother to do things that are not good enough. The word "raise the bandit for self-respect" flashed in his mind. Iwen gently put down the cannon in both hands, and said in a compassionate tone. Huh, you despicable fellow. You threatened me with someone else's life. Okay. Go. But don't let me see you again. Magneto was overjoyed when he heard it. He was just trying to save himself in despair. Who knew that the other party had let him go? At this time, there was the sound of propellers from the sky, and Mystique drove the helicopter and slowly landed on the square. Sabretooth, oh, that's all. Originally planned to take Sabretooth away, but seeing his bloody half-body and rolling on the ground, Magneto sighed, picked up the unconscious naughty boy, and boarded the helicopter. Seeing Mystique maneuvering the helicopter to fly away slowly, Iwen slowly landed on the ground, amused secretly in her heart. Magneto may still feel like he escaped, but in fact it just delayed the end for a few hours. As soon as he fell to the ground, Xiao Mo rushed up and said to Iwen in a somewhat admiring tone. Oh, Administrator. I didn't expect you to care about the lives and deaths of the people so much. I have changed my view of you. What? Seeing Xiao Mo's obvious increase in favorability, I Wen thought for a while before realizing it. Although Xiao Mo showed no mercy to the enemy on the battlefield, he didn't like killing civilians at will. This may be a kind of king's mentality, consciously or unconsciously treating civilians as his own people. But let that old BD escape, and I still feel very upset when I think of it. This beast, just use your head to calm my uncle's anger. Looking at Sabretooth still struggling on the ground, Xiao Mo's eyes suddenly showed a fierce light. Hey, don't rush to kill him, a friend of mine may still need this beast. Stryker was notified via the phone in the battle suit and asked him to send someone to catch Sabretooth back. I Wen patted Xiao Mo on the shoulder again, and said with a smile. I already know where that old BD is going tonight. Come on, let's have a meal first, and wait until night to take his life. Eat. Good. As soon as he heard eat, Xiao Mo immediately became excited about Roar. Seeing her look like this, I Wen cocked in her heart, feeling that her purse might be shrinking again. Xiao Mo won't really inherit Wang's stomach, asterisk. Chapter 47 Xiao Mo who inherited the king's stomach. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. S.H.I.E.L.D. Sanqui I headquarters. What? Magneto appeared and defeated Iron Man? Then he was repelled by two mysterious men wearing battle suits. Hearing Phil Coulson's report, the Bittern was not happy at all, but his face became heavier. The steel battle suit is not a simple thing. Although the major arms manufacturers are desperately trying to imitate it, so far, only Tony Schitt has been artificially made. But how come two new steel battle suit users suddenly appear now? And listening to Phil Coulson's statement, they are very strong. Far more than a big poop. And even the magnetism of Magneto is not afraid. Oh. There was no news about the masked man using the terrible weapon. Now there is a new battlesuit user. Why can't I stop for a while? Stroking his bald head, the bitter egg just felt full of troubles in his heart. No. Magneto is still at large. I don't know what conspiracy is being laid out. I want to ask Charles to see what information he has. Lu Dan and Charles have always been old friends, and they have a good relationship. But after he dialed Charles's phone, no one answered him for a long time. Just when he was about to give up, a woman's voice suddenly came out of the microphone, and it sounded like she was about to cry. Teach, the professor fainted. What? The halogen egg was dumbfounded. Chew, one more black pepper beef tenderloin pasta, chew, one more French pan-fried duck breast. Sitting in a famous Western restaurant in the city, I Wen looked at Xiao Mo who was eating wildly, sweating from behind. Eating like her, plus the clothes I bought earlier, is my credit card still enough? From just now, Xiao Mo has eaten dozens of dishes by himself. In fact, Western food has never been known for its portion size. Some people even eat Western food for a few hours at some banquets, and they are still hungry after they come out. With Xiao Mo's current appetite, she might not be able to eat more than dozens of dishes. Fortunately, Sky leaned to Mo's ear and said softly, Mo, you still don't eat too much. Otherwise, we might all have no money to pay. Xiao Mo grumbled regretfully. These dishes look pretty tempting, but they don't fill your stomach at all. Forget it, so be it. I Wen was overjoyed when she heard that, when Xiao Mo raised her head again and shouted. Finally, give me another cheese-baked pork chop. It seems that when I go back, I really need to find my father to get those Nazi treasures quickly, otherwise, let alone starting a company, even the money for food will be gone. With a wry smile on her face, I Wen only felt that her finances had gone bankrupt. At this moment, his cell phone rang suddenly. Raven, it's you? Oh, these people are here too? At 9 o'clock tonight, Liberty Island, understood. After hanging up, I Wen showed a slight smile on her face. I actually called both Juggernaut and Wanda sisters and brothers. Magneto has really lost money this time. Unfortunately, your plan is destined to only become a ladder for my fame. Finally, give me a crab cake. Your Majesty, I beg you, don't eat any more. The people will be hungry if you continue to eat. Oh. We checked the brainwave strengthening machine. It should be this tube of venom that made Charles unconscious. AS.H.I.E.L.D. staff member took a tube of black liquid and showed it to the marinated egg. Hurry up and send it to the laboratory for analysis, and produce the antidote as soon as possible. Marinated frowned and ordered. Next, he walked to the hospital bed, looked at Charles who was lying motionless on the bed, and sighed. He was expecting Charles to find Magneto's whereabouts for him, but now it seems that the professor can't protect himself. Liberty Island. Magneto is on Liberty Island. Cyclops suddenly rushed in from the door, his face was full of pain and excitement, and even his muscles were twisted. What? How did you know? How? Dan asked suspiciously. It's Jean, she only found it by using her brainwave strengthening machine desperately. Hearing Cyclops' answer, Dan's face immediately changed. No. The UN summit will be held on Ellis Island soon. Magneto might be planning to attack there. Hello, inform the president for me and suggest that he cancel the summit. Marinated egg sweating profusely on the phone. What? The president already knows. But he insisted on attending? Say that the United States will not bow to terrorists. Hearing this news, Layton opened her mouth in surprise. You said Secretary Pierce told him? How did he know? After hanging up the phone, the stewed egg stood there blankly, motionless for a long time. After a while, an angry look appeared on his face, and he clenched his fists and snarled in a low voice. This Pierce, instead of telling me the director of such an important matter, he skipped me to inform the president. What on earth does he want to do? Asterisk. Chapter 48 The X-Men's Disastrous Defeat. Seeking Collection Evaluation Flowers. After venting for a while, the Brine still sighed helplessly. It's not that he has never thought of dealing with Pierce, but Pierce's influence is too great to deal with him, unless you replace most of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, we still have to establish Avengers as soon as possible. But tonight, they may have to let them take action in advance. Bittern tried to calm herself down, and picked up the phone. Captain, there is a very urgent matter that requires you to take action. The safety of the entire free world may depend on you. After putting down the phone, the captain of the United States showed a weird smile on his face, took out another phone, and after dialing, he said respectfully. Master, I have one thing to tell you. The Blackbird fighter is flying to Liberty Island at extreme speed. Although Jean Grey cannot go due to his bad condition, in addition to Cyclops, Storm Girl, and Wolverine, there are two more people, it is the captain of the United States and Hawkeye. In fact, if it weren't for Black Widow to perform the mission outside and didn't return, how Dan would like to send her out too. If the opponent is really Magneto, the ordinary army can't deal with him at all, so the bitter eggs will pin their hopes on these super soldiers and super ability people. After arriving at Liberty Island, as soon as the crowd got off the Blackbird, they found a group of people waiting for them in front of them. Standing in the front is a Magneto in armor. Behind him, besides Mystique, there is a young man in a blue and white tights, a girl in a red dress, and a giant man who is nearly 3 meters tall and wrapped in a red armor. They are the Scarlet Witch Wanda, Quicksilver, and Juggernaut. Staring at the Me team and others, Magneto said coldly. You can actually find here, it seems that the bottle of poison still can't stop my old friend. A hole. You really killed the professor. Upon hearing this, Cyclops became angry from his heart, and as soon as he pressed the special glasses with his right hand, 2 red rays directed towards Magneto. Who dares to hurt my father? The Scarlet Witch waved her hands, and two red lights flew out, colliding with Cyclops' rays in the air, causing an explosion. Seeing that he had done it, Hawkeye didn't hesitate anymore and shouted, "Everyone, kill Magneto first." "Ha! I can kill you all alone." Quicksilver laughed and appeared in front of Hawkeye. Then in an instant it hit him a few punches. Boom! Hawkeye fell on his back, his head knocked to the ground, he rolled his eyes and fainted altogether. Hawkeye! The Me team was shocked and angry, but before he could react, a figure that looked like a tank rushed over. Boom! Although it blocked Juggernaut's collision with its own shield, the Me team was hit and flew more than 100 meters like a baseball. It fell so dimly. Juggernaut is infinitely powerful and almost invincible, Quicksilver is unparalleled, the magic of Scarlet Witch is mysterious, plus Mystique and Magneto. This temporary team didn't even have the power to fight back, so it was crushed on the ground. Soon, everyone except Wolverine, who had the self-healing ability, was knocked to the ground. I really want to know, you, a person with metal bones, who gave you the courage to challenge me? Magneto held Wolverine in the air, and asked with contempt. Wow! Wolverine had no power to resist, so she could only suffer roar in the air. Just as Magneto was about to extract all the bones of Wolverine, he suddenly heard a young girl's anger from the air. "Administrator, how long will you hold me? You can already put me down." "Who?" Magneto looked up instinctively, and saw a man in a steel battlesuit, holding a girl in a leather jacket and ultra-short denim hot pants, flying in the air. "It's you." Upon seeing this familiar battlesuit, Magneto's pupils shrank. Just a few hours ago, he was almost killed by this mysterious Iron Man. "Oh, originally I wanted to make a surprise attack. I was so troubled by your troubles." Iwen looked helplessly at Xiao Mo in her arms, and was about to land. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mo, blushing, jumped from a few hundred meters above the ground first, and fell to the ground with a bang. Two deep footprints were made on the ground. This move by Xiao Mo shocked Magneto and others. Jumping down from this height is unscathed, this girl is not just a normal person. Magneto only felt his eyebrows beating, and an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. He threw Wolverine aside and yelled at the others. "Block them for me. I'll start the machine." Originally, Iwen wanted to wait for the Magneto engine to come out to rescue the President and others at the most critical time. But he quickly reacted, once the machine was turned on, the non-mutant would commit suicide as soon as he approached it. So he wanted to destroy the machine first, and then deal with Magneto. Since Xiao Mo couldn't fly, Iwen offered to fly to Liberty Island with her in her arms. Who knew that she suddenly became coy in the air, and the surprise attack turned into a storm. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Xiao Mo vs. Juggernaut. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. After Xiao Mo jumped to the ground, he only felt that his face was a little hot. "What's going on?" As soon as I was held in the arms of the administrator, I felt my heart beat faster. No matter what. It's important to kill the enemy first. In the enemy formation, Xiao Mo shook his head vigorously, shook the distracting thoughts out of his mind. Suddenly, she just listened to the wind in her ears. Juggernaut raised a file-size fist that was almost human head, and slammed it down. I thought that this girl would be smashed with a punch by herself, but Juggernaut's eyes widened immediately because of shock. Boom! Xiao Mo simply stretched out a hand and held his thunderous punch. Seeing this scene, even Wanda's sister and brother were stunned. Juggernaut's full punch was enough to smash the Iron Man's head. Is this petite girl who looks like a doll a human dinosaur? Iwen was also amazed in the sky. Xiao Mo's muscle strength is B+, don't underestimate this plus, it represents the meaning. Xiao Mo's short-term explosive power is even enough to surpass that of the glutton A, But it can't last. If you add the explosion of magic power, you can create a petite Superman abruptly. Big guy. Do you think fighting is about being big? Looking at Juggernaut with a look of astonishment, Xiao Mo smiled and said, "Just let you see how good I am." Then she grabbed Juggernaut's right hand with both hands, lifted him up in one fell swoop, and threw it out. "Drink. Get out of me." I saw Juggernaut flying up to a height of 100 or 200 meters, and after drawing a beautiful arc in the air, boom, landed on the ground. The shock caused by his landing spread throughout Liberty Island. Even Magneto, who inspected the instrument in the Statue of Liberty torch, felt it, frowning. Such a big movement. Are those two humans really so powerful? After the dust dissipated, Juggernaut, who smashed a big hole on the ground, got up again, seemingly not injured at all. He patted the dust on the helmet, turned his head to look at Xiao Mo not far away, and suddenly laughed. "Ha ha, ha ha ha. I didn't expect a little girl to have such a strong power, just to be my opponent. Humph, so hard-skinned. But, see if you can't stop my sword." Xiao Mo's body flashed red. He put on the armor and held the big sword in one fell swoop. Then, she pointed at Juggernaut with the sword flashing scarlet lightning and sneered. "Cry as much as you want now. Otherwise, after I chop off your neck, you won't even be able to scream. Okay. Come on." Juggernaut roared frantically, and the terrifying sound resounded across the sky and the earth, and even the capitals of various nations on Ellis Island, not far from Liberty Island, heard it. "What sound is this? Like beast's cry. Isn't it? What does beast call so loud?" The leaders of the nations whispered to each other in a low voice, with doubts appearing on their faces. The President of the United States frowned when he heard this roar. Although Pierce informed him that Magneto might come to attack the summit, he didn't make it clear where the opponent came from, so he didn't take it seriously. But hearing the roar that seemed to come from the abyss of hell made his heart tense inexplicably. "Notify the Secret Service and be prepared to evacuate guests at any time." After giving orders in a low voice, the president sighed, "I hope you don't have to go that far." Boom. 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 Xiao Mo and Juggernaut have already fought together. As soon as they played against each other, the sand was everywhere, accompanied by a loud and deafening noise, like two Tyrannosaurus Rex in a duel. How is it possible? She was hitting Juggernaut. Is this girl really human? Seeing that the long sword in Xiao Mo's hand is accompanied by the Scarlet Thunder, every sword swiping can leave a deep bone scar on Juggernaut. Both Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were stunned. Wolverine was lying on the ground in pain, unable to even stand up, but seeing the amazing sight still made him grunt and swallow. "Hello, Captain, isn't this girl also injected with super soldier serum?" The gray-headed Rice team next to him replied with a wry smile, "You two lifted me up too much. My strength is less than hers." Storm looked at the thunder on Xiao Mo with an incredible expression. "It can control the red lightning, what kind of super ability is this?" Just when these people were surprised and inexplicable, I went slowly landed on the ground and smiled at the staring Wanda's sister and brother. "It's boring just watching them play, so why don't we come and have fun?" Wanda quickly picked up the magic power when she saw it, and asked with a look of fear. Who are you guys?" Seeing Xiao Mo's terrifying performance, Wanda at the moment, my heart is full of horror. Seeing Wanda's nervousness, I just wanted to talk. Suddenly, his domineering sense of seeing and hearing, "Quicksilver, let's go. P.S. Please collect. Seeking evaluation, seeking flowers. Ask for a reward. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Defeat Quicksilver. Fight Wanda. Seeking collection evaluation flowers. It doesn't matter who you are, just knock it down." Quicksilver is extremely confident in his speed, as long as he runs, He is invincible. He rushed to Iwen's side in an instant, and was about to take a shot. Suddenly, his thinking stopped. World. After sensing the actions of Quicksilver with the domineering look and hearing, Iwen immediately started the world. Seeing Quicksilver frozen in the air, Iwen snorted coldly. Even Huang Yuan was defeated by the Strick, so what are you? His domineering vision can barely capture Quicksilver's actions, but his body can't react. However, when the world's time stops, only one thought is enough. He was about to use the light cannon on the battle suit to kill Quicksilver. Iwen suddenly moved in her heart. This kid's speed, after passing through the strengthening, may be used to deal with the yellow ape. Even ordinary humans in the world of One Piece can walk in the air with moon steps after training. What Quicksilver lacks may only be physical fitness and training. His speed, if he can run in the air, plus the Shanghai Lushi weapon, might really be able to contain Huang Yuan. Crack. Summoning the world, Quicksilver broke a leg with a light punch, and then time began to flow again. Wow! A sharp pain rushed to his forehead, and Quicksilver rolled to the ground, tears streaming out. Since awakening super ability, he has never suffered such a serious injury. Petro. How are you? Seeing his younger brother's sudden defeat inexplicably, Wanda was shocked to wrong. She couldn't figure out what method was used by this mysterious enemy wearing a battle suit to defeat Wushuan Speed's brother. The X-Men and the Me team next to them both had their eyes wide open, completely unable to understand what happened just now. What's the matter? This mysterious man defeated Quicksilver in an instant. Cyclops and the Storm Girl looked at Quicksilver, who was miserable on the ground at Roar. Their heads were a little confused, their eyes changed when they looked at Iwen. They didn't react at all just now, they were rushed up by Quicksilver and knocked down. But in their opinion, an opponent that could hardly be defeated was suddenly killed in front of this mysterious Iron Man. Hee, you can still choose to surrender now. Iwen smiled and said to Wanda, but at the same time, he was very wary in his heart. Scarlet Witch Wanda, in addition to mutant's super ability, also possesses the magical origin magic power. After the two are unified, there may even be consequences that she can't control herself. In a sense, she is much better than her brother. Huh. I won't let you hurt my father. Seeing Roar's younger brother lying on the ground, Wanda's face showed determination. With a wave of her hands, two scarlet rays of light shot towards Iwen like sharp arrows. With his domineering vision, Iwen can easily grasp the trajectory of Hung Mong's movement, and is about to use the impact cannon on the battle suit to shoot it down. Suddenly he has a whimsical idea. It seems, I can try that ability. Can I control this energy? With a thought, the battle suit in Iwen's hand was removed, revealing the palm of his hand. Then, he stretched out his hands and followed the trajectory of Hung Mong's movement to greet him. Stupid! You're done. Seeing that Iwen was about to pick up the red light from her bare-handed, Wanda's eyes were filled with joy. In addition to the attack, the red light she launched had a controlling ability. As long as this mysterious person comes into contact with her own red light, she may even control him like a string puppet. Boom! Hung Mong's and Iwen's hands collided, and before Wanda could be happy, there was an unbelievable look on his face. I saw that the two red lights stopped after touching Iwen's hands, and then they changed their shapes in Iwen's hands like plasticine, up and down, just like docile pets. Wanda tried desperately, but she couldn't sense the two red lights at all, as if Iwen had completely cut the connection between herself and them. How is it possible? How can you control my magic? Seeing the expression on Wanda's face was like seeing a ghost, she even took 2 steps backwards in fright. Iwen laughed, and she was very excited. What he just used was the ability of Piaopio fruit. This kind of fruit allows the ability person to fully control what the palm touches, with the only exception being the human body. He had a whim just now and wanted to try to control the magic wave shot by Wanda with the ability of the fluttering fruit. He didn't expect it to succeed. Perhaps, I don't need to follow the golden lion's path to the development of Piopio fruit. In addition to simply hitting people with heavy objects, I can also develop various subtle applications. When Iwen was excited, Wanda suddenly screamed, put her hands on her head, and used her most powerful mental attack on Iwen. Asterisk.